Hello there.
Okay, it looks like the break should be over. We should be ready to go. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome into Sunday once more. 7 p.m. for me, anyway. On a Sunday evening, you know that time. How's it going? How are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Nice to see you. Bruised 2 and Shags there as well. Hope you guys have been having a nice weekend so far. And it's good to see you. I have some good news. Depending on... you might know already. Some of it, maybe not. It depends. Depends if you looked at Discord. But I did post a picture in there the other day, as you can see. 6 booster boxes is what we have. If you haven't seen the picture, it's in Gen Chat. We have Scarlet Violet Base, Paldea Evolved, City in Flames, Temporal Forces, Twilight Masquerade, which showed up on Friday, I think, and Surging Sparks has now arrived. It's officially been released. It released on Friday, and now it has arrived, and I have the booster box in my possession. Of course, and this is the weekend where, following the normal pattern, we'd have actually been doing the Pokemon opening stream for Surging Sparks today. So we're obviously not doing that. It just means we have something to look forward to later on. So as you can see, we got the 6 booster boxes, which also means we have the ETB, and we have the mysterious missing item, which has now showed up because they kind of cocked up. I'm not sure who cocked up, whether it was the company selling the stuff. How's this come back up again? This isn't... what? Why is this back in the playlist? Oh, was it? Oh, okay, I think this was actually in the playlist to begin with. So I think we've just randomly come across the song again, because it's appeared in the playlist as well. Well, I'm not complaining. Yeah, I love this song. Yeah, so basically what happened is I think there was a cock-up somewhere along the line between either the company selling the stuff or Royal Mail. Let's be honest, it was most likely Royal Mail. But basically what seems to have happened is that they sent me a dispatch email for one package, right? And I was like, that's a bit weird. Maybe they've just combined it all, though, because they realized it was 2 separate orders from the same place. So, yeah, I was like, okay, fair enough. And they sent me the picture of the thing that was missing. That was the picture that was on, like, this is the package, right? And I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. They must have combined them. All right. So package turns up. I open it up, and the thing's missing. And I'm like, well, that's weird, because that was the image on the tracking number. So I thought, oh, maybe I just messed up, and there's some weird thing where I messed up and I misread or something. And I went on there, and both packages had the exact same tracking number. And I thought, that's a bit weird. So then I kind of like... thought I'll have a look around and see if I can, go on their website maybe and see if I can find a different number. No different number. Really weird. So I sent an email off to the customer service thing, and not long after that, I'd noticed that the original tracking information from the package that they originally previewed for me had gone. It had been taken down. So I'm assuming what happened is someone cocked up and put them under the same tracking number, thinking they were the same package or something. And so the next one, the missing stuff, just turned up the next day. But yeah, we have it now in the end though. So I'm not going to post a picture of that one because it's too good. You'll see it on the day when we eventually do the stream, but I'm looking forward to it very much. We've got 3 booster boxes left to get. We need 2 Paradox Rifts, and we need a Stellar Crown. Yeah, it is Stellar Crown. And a Stellar Crown. Those are the 3 boxes we're missing. I just need to buy them. They're currently out of stock at the normal place I would get them. I can go and get them in another place. However, I'll get to all the stuff in chat in a minute. Okay, don't worry. But they are slightly more expensive at different places, particularly the Paradox boxes. The Stellar Crown is actually about 105 a box, so that's fairly decent. But Paradox seems to have crapped up a touch at the place that I found them at. They were selling them for 115 a piece. I don't really want to pay above 110, so I'll kind of wait and see what happens for a week or 2. If we get to December and we don't have the boxes, I'm just going to pull the trigger on whatever and just pay the slightly higher price, because, But ideally what I would like to happen, I don't know if this will happen, the place I normally get my stuff from, Chaos Cards, last year ran a Black Friday promotion, and you could get any booster box of Scarlet and Violet for $89.99. So, what I'm hoping for is because of course the way that all these things have worked, again I'll get to chat in a minute, I don't want to ramble, but the way that most of these things have worked, the Paradox boxes and the Surging Sparks one that was effectively on Throne, they all came as payouts, right? Because the card shop isn't a verified store on Throne, so basically Throne just goes, someone's funded this thing, we'll just give you the money and you go buy it, right? Whereas normal, say Shags buys a 3-pack from whatever that's listed on Amazon, they just pay Amazon and Amazon ships me the thing, right? So they give me the money, I don't have to go and buy it myself. So what I'm thinking is, if I can get those same Black Friday deals again for 89 a box, and I can get the Stellar Crown and 2 Paradoxes, even if they're 100 a box, that's 300. We have something like maybe 40 to 50 spare at that point from the extra, like, saved cash from the Black Friday sale. So if that happens and we're able to get under budget, I'll use the extra money that was effectively, you know, donated for the boxes to just buy something extra with it that we can open on time, like some booster bundles or something. So if we end up getting some good deals and we have some extra money left in the budget, I will buy a couple of little mini things to open as well on the stream, just for a bit of variety or something. Yeah. Hi, Dia. Welcome in. How's it going? And thank you for the Silent Lurks in Defay as well. I appreciate it. Shanks for the oof, and Bruised with the 50 stream streak. Holy. Has it really been 50? God damn. That's crazy, man. Like 10, yeah, what? 12 weeks nearly? I guess it's been nearly 12 weeks since we met you then. That's pretty impressive there, man. Thank you so much for the 50 stream streak, and I hope you've enjoyed your time here with us. I assume you must have, because you probably wouldn't still be here for, you know, 11 and a half weeks or whatever if you didn't. So, yeah, I'm glad that you have, and I'm glad to have you as part of our community. And thank you so much for the stream streak, dude. That's really cool. I am blown away. I really am. How's it going though, dear? How you doing? Just clearing my throat though. We're just talking about Pokemon TCG stuff because we've got a special stream coming up at the end of the year, and we're trying to orchestrate getting all of this stuff together, you know, for this one big stream at the end of the year, or a couple of big streams at the end of the year. So a lot of packages, a lot of trying to look for deals, and it's like it's really weird because you wouldn't think it'd be that bad, but it's kind of like vaguely stressful because of course none of it I can just go and physically buy. I don't have a card shop anywhere near me, so I can't just go and buy a booster box. So I have to rely on everyone shipping it to me. It's just a pain because companies are a bit unreliable and the mail service is crap. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting time, but we still got a while yet. We got a month. Actually, it's about a month and a week, isn't it? Isn't the 17th the first day of the special stream? It is. 17th of December is the opener, so it's a month and 1 week roughly. So this Tuesday, the 17th of December, is opening night of our special stream, which will be followed on the 18th, the 19th, and the 22nd of December on the run up till Christmas. And then, funny enough, after that, the next stream that I'll do will probably be New Year's Eve. So, kind of crazy. We'll do a New Year stream, I guess. That's wild. Yeah. Been a while since I've been in chat. Yeah, that's okay, though, you know. Hey, people are busy. People are busy. People got lives and stuff, you know. You ain't got to worry about that. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to pop in, though. That's pretty cool in itself. Pretty cool that you, you know, that you remember us at all. That's what I appreciate. So thank you for that. What is that emote too? Is that like excitement? Yippee, yeah. That's me bouncing off the walls. Do you know what I've got to say, though? It hasn't been as hard as I thought it would be yet. Because I'm sitting here, obviously, as you can see from the picture I posted in Discord, I've got 6 booster boxes, right? I have 6 of them. They're in a tower right now. I have them piled up, and I have the ETB and stuff with it. They're in full view because I don't have any, like, storage for them. And I've got those binders. So we're going to get at least another 3 booster boxes and whatever else we end up getting, right? For the stream. It's not been as bad as I thought it would be yet, sitting here with that pile of stuff, not wanting to open it. Because I think it's kind of like one of those ones where it's like, because it builds more excitement knowing that we're going to open it all in like 1 week. You know, in like one big shot. And it's going to be crazy, and we're going to get all these pulls. And all I hope for, I've said this time and time again, all I want, I have 2 things that I would like throughout the thing. The second one applies more to the stuff we've opened more before than the stuff we've opened less, but you'll see why I say that in a minute. So when it comes to the stuff we're opening, I would like, and it said I ask, but it's 9 booster boxes. I would love in one of those 9 booster boxes to pull one of the top chase cards from any set. Don't care which one it is. I don't care if it's the Greninja, Iron Crown, you know, the Surging Sparks, Pikachu, whatever it is. I want to pull one of the top chases, Preferably not from Paradox Rift, because I've already got it, and not from Scarlet Violet base. But if we do, we have a dupe, I guess, which is kind of okay. It'd still be a top chase card, it'd just be a dupe top chase card, so, you know, it wouldn't be quite the same. So that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to get at least one. Who knows, maybe we'll do even better and we'll get a couple. That'd be really cool. And the other thing that I would love to do, or that I'm kind of looking at as my other aim for it, really, all I really want is for any of the sets we've opened a number of times is to get some new stuff. That's all I really want, you know? I mean, I feel like that's a fairly reasonable thing to go for. I don't want anything crazy. I'm not asking for getting like 16,000 hits a box. All I want is if we pull a special illustration or a gold or something, just something new. That'd be nice, you know? Like, especially with, say, Scarlet and Violet base. I think Scarlet and Violet base set I've opened, I want to say 5. This might even be box number 6 or box number 7. So I opened the equivalent of a full booster box case now. And I've got a decent amount of dupes, a few art rares, a few things like that. I don't think I've pulled a dupe SIR yet, but I shouldn't say things like that because that's a curse in itself. I've definitely pulled a dupe gold. But I think it would just be cool because, like, finishing out the collection, I've obviously still got a lot of full arts and things like that I need. It would just be nice, with especially base, where I've opened the most of it, to actually get a fresh box with some new stuff in. It'd just be kind of cool, wouldn't it, you know? It just makes it a bit more hype, because it's not quite the same if you go, oh, nice, what have we got? It's a special illustration. Oh, it's Miriam. You just kind of go, oh, I've already got that one. It's not bad, but you just sort of go, no, it's not quite as exciting, is it, as pulling something for the first time and going, oh my god, it's the Miraidon, and then you lose it. Or, oh my god, it's Magikarp or Iona or whatever, you know. So that's kind of like my aim for it. I just want something new, really. That'd be all I'd be looking for. Something new, and, you know, if we don't get any of the top chases, just some cool stuff. I mean, there's some cool special illustrations and things that aren't top chase cards, and they look crazy good, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be a fun time. And I'm hyped beyond belief for that stream. So it should be good. It should be great. And we are going to have a good time with it, I'm sure. So that being said, today we're going to be doing some Pokemans, of course, as we normally do. Hopefully someone appreciates my title today as well. I don't know if you will. Don't know if it's something that you would have come across before, because I know it's a very British thing. But if you do, and you recognize the title, and, you know, or you appreciate said pun in the title, then I am glad and I appreciate it. But yeah, I think today should be good. And, yeah, we're in a week's time. So on Sunday next week, we will officially be on the 1-month countdown to the special stream. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll have to start putting promo shit out that no one will see on Twitter, so it's gonna be great, isn't it? Appreciate that not with that degree of discomfort. I mean, it's good though, isn't it? Tell me. I was thinking, the problem is with the Hall of Fame, right, is a lot of the other ones, it was kind of easy to come up with titles for, right? Because if you sit there and you go, right, I'm only using grass types, what do I do for a title? You just come up with something like, you know, I don't know. It's not like one of the other, or like Cloyster, you know, you have a standout mon and you just go, oh, okay, easy, I'll just come up with a Cloyster title and say like the Cloyster Apocalypse or whatever. Easy. But then with this one, it's like, it's just kind of another run, so like, what do we do? You know, what do we say? So I was like, I just randomly thought of it and I was like, maybe I should just come up with like a pun title. And then I was like, Pokemon what? Pokemon something. I was like, I don't know, how do I come up with it? And then I thought of like, you know, things that rhymed with catch, and I was like, what about thatch? You know, Pokemon straw roofs, got to thatch them all. I was like, there we go, that's the one for today. Got to thatch them all. That was my reaction when I came out with it, actually. Shags the Yoda death. That was the sound I made. Yeah, so, as I say, a cool thing that happened is we have currently all known packages have arrived. We have Surging Sparks here now, which was the pre-order, and of course we have the Twilight Masquerade, which probably, if you look at it, Twilight Mask is going to be the hardest of the ones we still needed, so it's good that we got Twilight Mask in now while we could, and that is very nice. Other thing to mention about this run today, 2 new Pokemon, Bagon and Dreepy. I did go and grab them from an undisclosed location. We're not going to explain where they came from. because you know where they came from. But so we ended up, I didn't like cheat them in or anything, I'm just memeing, but we have these two. They were basically gotten from another profile. They were like bred from another profile. So we now have Dreepy and Bagon. They probably won't feature heavily today because they are level 1. And interestingly, they both have opposite natures. So if you look here, you've got one with increased special defense minus speed, and one with minus special defense increased speed. And increased speed on Dragapult is kind of an interesting idea. So yeah, should be good. Let me just grab a few things real quick, because we're going to go in and immediately do a gym fight today. So, do you have any non-attacking moves? Yes. Okay, that works perfectly. Okay. We're going straight in. I mean, we're going to go fight Atticus straight away. That's the best thing to do right now. Also, Atticus does enable us here, because we do have a Pokemon very close to his vicinity that we do need to catch. That being, of course, Impidimp. Because we do have Grimmsnarl available to us in this playthrough. So we do need to get ourselves a Grimmsnarl. And we will be doing that just in a second. So, yeah. I tell you what, it's been, because of that Pokemon set coming out a couple of days ago, it's been really difficult the last few days trying to avoid the absolute, like, landslide tsunami of content that's been on all of my feeds, because of course I look at, like, you know, TCG stuff sometimes normally on YouTube and whatnot. Just been getting videos everywhere about, like, Surging Sparks opening, Surging Sparks this, Surging Sparks that, and I'm just like, go away, I don't want to see this. Like, I want to go in not knowing anything. Stop showing me videos. It's been pretty difficult trying to avoid the absolute landslides worth of videos that have been popping up on my feed of people Surging Sparks openings and things. I've been dodging and ducking and diving this week, trying to get away from them all. Wonder where did you get those? You'll never know. No, I won't give out that information so easily. You'll never know. But yeah, I do know that in Surging Sparks there are some really, really cool cards, and I'm looking forward to it quite a lot. So I don't know which set I'm looking forward to opening most. I feel like that one will be one of the top ones, just because we haven't opened it before. Oh, that's another special defense speed nature. That's weird. If this thing is... When it evolves, if it gets... I feel like it already gets it Impidimp, but... Potentially that thing's got the crap ability. If not, it might evolve and gain a really good ability. I don't know. Let me just update the sheet real quick. If it evolves and gains a really good ability, the ability we're looking for is Prankster. So, like, that would be what we'd be looking for as our kind of top, you know, our top, like, pick for ability really would be Prankster. So, let me, quickly update the sheet to say that we now have a Grimmsnarl. We are actually missing 2 other quite common Pokemon. You know, actually, should we go on a catching spree now? Or... No, you know what, let's do it in a bit. I think we'll beat Atticus and then we'll do a bit of a catching spree, because there are a couple of Pokemon we do need. I believe we now have access to all of the areas where they can spawn as well. So, we can very easily get them. Cook the Gremlin. I mean, we could. He wouldn't be very useful to the run if we did that. Little Impidimp. I can't imagine he would be very good after, you know, being given 4th degree burns, but you never know, you know? Kind of a shame we haven't found a shiny for a while, actually, in any of these runs, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Run with Lucario up front. Kind of starting to regret not taking Bone Rush on him, just because it would be useful for fighting poisons. We don't have it, so it kind of is what it is, you know? It's not the end of the world. Would have been nice to have it, though. It is not the best move in the world, admittedly, with its accuracy being lower and things like that, but... yeah. Oh, just a heads up for everybody as well. because it is useful to know. I believe, because I was informed about this by Oreo earlier on, that someone in the Discord server may have had their account hacked as well. So if anyone receives a message, a random DM from Big Shack, right, in the server known as a Keel, Big Shack, if you receive a message from him on Discord randomly, particularly one that has a Steam gift card on it, message me and don't click on the link. Okay? If anyone ever randomly DMs you with a link on Discord, please never click on it, because 9 times out of 10 it's going to hack your account. And we think that's what's happened with him. So, because Oreo got one earlier from his account, and it seems very unlikely he would randomly just send, with no context, a Steam gift card, especially because that's the... because I saw the screenshot, and it's like the first message that they've had for like 6 months or something. So it seems unlikely that that would be legitimate, so we suspect he may well have had his account compromised. So, as I say, if you do receive anything from Big Shack, ignore it, delete, you know, don't respond, don't reply, don't do anything. Preferably don't even look at it if you see that he's messaged you, if you see that there's a message from him that you don't recognize. Just as a general Discord safety thing, though, this is something that I do personally, but I'd advise other people do it. If you ever receive a random DM from anybody that you don't know, don't interact with it. Because 9 times out of 10, it's either going to be a Discord scam bot, or like someone, as I say, like scamming stuff anyway, doing just like scamming stuff. So just avoid them like the plague. If you ever get random friend requests from people, don't accept them unless it's someone you know, or someone you can ask if they've sent you something on a different platform, maybe. But yeah, just be careful, okay? Because it may well have happened. So I've got a very froggy throat right now. If the imp, if it's an imp, wouldn't it be fire resistant since they're from hell? I mean, maybe. I'm not sure if he's actually an imp or not. He's just kind of like a weird little... I don't even know what he is, really. Weird little goblin dude, isn't he? I'm not sure what he's... Should we have a look at what his description says he's supposed to be? Maybe that'll happen. Shiny would be amazing right now. It would be nice, yeah. Not Big Shack, yeah, right? Big Shack. The, brother of Small Shack. Yeah, if you get any random stuff from Shack's account, just ignore it and see what... Or send it to me and tell me that you know, send a screenshot and tell me. We need to look at the decks, don't we? Not here. What is his official designation? I assume it's just going to say, like, the imp Pokemon or something. Oh, we have rewards. I forget you can get rewards from the decks. Shoot the person who sends a DM. Got it. Yeah, exactly. If anyone ever DMs you, just respond to them and say, fuck off. That's what I do. The wily Pokemon. There you go. Look at them causing trouble, looking like they're about to break into someone's house and commit a heist. Yeah. So if you get a message, just be on the lookout, okay, and report it to me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I probably should remove it from the server. But I'm not like... I don't know. It's one of those weird ones where it's like, I don't know yet necessarily, you know? Like, I think it's happened, but I'm not... like, nothing's happened in the server yet, so I'm kind of figuring out what I want to do. Shame that stuff happens, though. It is, yeah. It is a shame. I mean... It is and it isn't, I suppose. It probably sounds like a weird, like, thing for me to say. The reason I say that is because... realistically... it's not that hard to avoid those types of scams. Because as I say, really what a lot of it comes down to is if you ever get random DMs on Discord from just people you don't know, either don't accept them, like don't accept friend requests from them and things like that, or just don't click any links anyone ever sends you. preferably don't interact with anyone at all. If you get a random DM from anybody, unless it's someone you know, even if they have mute servers or whatever, don't interact unless it's kind of a thing. Because you'll know straight away, because they're all sort of similar. You know, it'll be someone going like, oh, I have this random free code I want to give you. And it's like, why are you talking to me? I've never spoken to you before. You know? Why of all people do you want to give me something for free? Bit weird. So I think some people, I guess, just aren't suspicious of that type of thing there. They just go, oh, someone wants to give me a $50 Steam gift card, and just clicks the link and then gets their account taken. So, you know, it is what it is. It's just one of those things where I guess it depends how savvy people are about those types of things. But in an ideal world, they're not that difficult to avoid. You've just got to kind of, like, be suspicious and highly cynical of every message you get on Discord, like me. Welcome in, Spartan. How you doing? Hope you had a nice weekend. Hello, hello. Hoping he shows up on stream so we can warn him. Yeah, I don't know if he knows or not. I mean, he's online on Discord right now, apparently playing COD. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Don't know if he knows or not, so... Yeah, hope everyone's had a nice weekend, though. I just wanted to make that little announcement. I forgot about that until just then. But I wanted to make that little announcement just to let everybody know that just be careful, okay? And just in general, as I say, as a PSA, kind of general safety announcement for Discord, if you get any random messages from people you don't know, just kind of be careful, you know? And if you have ever any means of contacting people in a place where you are, if something like that happens to you, so, like, I don't know, Bruce, say you got your account hacked. If you have any way of, like, sending me a message anywhere to say my account got hacked, it's very useful to do just to stop other people getting caught. So, just keep it in mind, okay? Interesting. Oh, right. Okay, I've messed up slightly here. Right. I didn't realize that worked that way. That's useful to know. So, counter works on Sucker Punch. Huh. I didn't know that. Okay. Didn't know counter works on Sucker Punch. That's 2. Let's switch back to Lucario again. Or 3. We'll just do switch in and out instead. My god, my throat makes me want to keep coughing every 2 seconds, man. Getting all, like, mucusy. That's number 3. This is number 4. We switch back to Lucario, number 5. Snacks for everyone. That's what we love to see. We love a good snack. Hope you had a nice weekend, though, Spartan. And, since it's come out since I spoke to you last, have you... Obviously, don't... You know... We were talking about how we don't want to talk about the cards specifically themselves because we want to keep it a secret, but have you opened any Surging Sparks this weekend? And if so, have you got any pulls you were looking for? If I even send a message to anyone, then flags should be raised anyway. Honestly, that's kind of the same for me. If you ever get a DM from me and it's not something about moderation for some reason, you should be concerned. I don't message like anybody. If I ever get hacked, I'll send you guys a secure link. Alright. Thank you, Shanks. Good to know that you've got us covered if we ever need it, you know? 44 damage. Alright, we need to kill him one shot, otherwise we die now. Nope. It's going to come down to a roll then. Let's see. I expected it. I didn't really expect to survive there. Unfortunately, we don't have Levitate on Bronzong. So that's a little annoying. I guess what we can do, though, is use Pelipper instead. As a way of mitigating this real quick. And hopefully dealing with Mr. Reveroom. And then we go from there. I love that they send a secure link. Twilight Masquerade and Lost Origin, no hits. Hey, fair enough. We can't always be winners, can we, when it comes to the game of the TCG? Sometimes we gotta be the loser and not get anything. but it makes the hits even sweeter when we do. Because if you have those days where you don't pull anything, when you get the hit you want, it just makes it even nicer, doesn't it? Please trust anything I send blindly. Oh, I will do, Shags, don't you worry. You know how it is. Hi, Shaylay, how's it going? Welcome in on this fine Sunday. Hello, hello. I knew we were going to get poisoned. That's okay, though. It's not the end of the world. A little annoying. It's just not that bad, though. At least we got the knockout on Mr. Muck here. The toxic waste slime dude. What even is Muck? I guess he's supposed to be like toxic. He's like toxic waste or something. That's become sentient. Something like that. Christoph, hello. Your trademark hello there as well. Welcome in. General Kenobi. Indeed. Doing alright. Was doing some art. I did see you post on Twitter, Shaylay, about art stuff the other day. Was it yesterday? I think I saw a post from you talking about getting back into art. I will admit, I haven't actually drawn for a little while now. So I do need to get back into that. It's kind of one of those things where there was a few days where I was really busy doing stuff, so I didn't have a chance to do it. And so I haven't drawn for like a week or two now, and I feel I've like gotten out of the habit of doing it, so it's going to be hard to get back into it. But maybe I should do that today. I should do a piece of art today just to see. Oh, that was... Hypno, you useless. That's terrible damage. Oh, Jesus. My Hypno's so bad. How am I? I'm doing good. I think I'm doing good. Excited. It's just over... it's 5 weeks, roughly, until the start of our special end-of-year streaming extravaganza. I'm excited. We got a couple of booster boxes show up this weekend, so we have a bit more of the stuff for that. Yeah, it's generally been an okay bit of time, so I'm doing alright. Yeah, it's going good, man. Going good. I hope you're having a pleasant Sunday. Christoph with the vintage hello there as well. He loves a hello there, does Christoph. Like a classic part of the stream now is when Christoph comes in, always does a hello there on his Sunday. Maybe the cat ears and the Nox cat as well, you two. I appreciate it. Haven't drawn in ages and I've never gotten good. I usually get discouraged and give up before I make any progress, to be honest. I feel like that's an understandable kind of like fairly normal reaction, I think, you know, in those circumstances. Like, I think generally that's kind of the way that a lot of people go with things like that, which is probably why a lot of people who maybe do have a knack for it never kind of go on to become like a more experienced artist, probably, isn't it? Is because a lot of people... It's the same with all hobbies and all things, that skills, though, isn't it, as well, you know? It's like sometimes if you play video games, like, you might really like a certain game, but you're just not that great at it, and it discourages you from playing it, right? Because you maybe don't enjoy it, because you spend a lot of time dying or whatever. So, yeah. I can understand the discouraging part as well, you know? I mean, I'm someone who generally, as a person as well, can... How do I describe? I'm like a weird case when it comes to things like that, right? Because I'm one of those people who very much, when it comes to skills and things like that, is fueled on confidence, right? So, even like this applies to like stream or something like that, right? I'm fueled on confidence. So if I'm high on confidence at the time and things are going great, you can tell usually, right? Because if I'm there firing on all cylinders, usually I don't think I'm actually that terrible. But then, if you have a situation where, you know, like you get a little bit discouraged by certain things, like say the internet fiasco we had a couple of months back, right? It's very discouraging. It's very like, it just kind of beats you down a little bit and stops you doing your stuff that you enjoyed doing. It just kind of gets to you a little bit, you know? Kind of just destroys your confidence a little bit because there's no consistency or anything there. And so it's kind of one of those things where probably since then I've been like in this situation of my confidence has been a bit dented. And so it's never kind of got back to the pre-level of that again. So yeah, I can understand like that kind of viewpoint of getting discouraged by things, because I would say I'm very much that same type of person, where I both thrive very heavily on a little bit of confidence when something does go well, but also can get very discouraged if things aren't going well. And so I can understand that. You just kind of, sometimes you just, it's a habit, and if you forget to do it, you know, it's like, it's building habits. It's, you do it every day, but then sometimes you forget, and then once you've forgotten one day, it's a lot easier to forget another day to do it, and then before you know it, you've completely forgotten about doing it, and it's been a month, or whatever, you know? Yeah, the new Pokemon that's just toxic waste that even when contained in a Pokeball, it still causes sickness. Coughing would be worse than that, though, wouldn't it? Because unless it's some weird, like... Well, I guess it's some weird, like, time-space seal on Pokeballs. I don't know. Love a Shallow, though. We do. Shellos is great. I love a Shellos. Gotta say hello? Of course. Of course. And it's nice to see you, Christoph, as always. We like seeing you on a Sunday. Always a pleasure to have you here. Once told by an art teacher that I have no talent for art. Someone actually said that to you in a serious context. Wow. That is actually kind of crazy, though. That's kind of like 101 of what's wrong with the education system. Is like, instead of people being built up on the things they can do and being encouraged to explore new things that they might enjoy, people just kind of shit on all their hopes and dreams and then go, cool, go enjoy living in a world where you can barely make enough money to survive, but that you're largely unprepared for because the education system failed you. Good luck. You know? Honestly, I was like, no shit, that's why I want to develop the skill. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Like, your thing at the start is you've never drawn before, so you want to learn how to draw. So you know that you're probably, unless you're one of these, like, freak of nature people who's just naturally very good at it, because you do get some people like that, in the same way that you get, like, freak athletes and things. You get some people who are just amazing at running from the day they were born. But, like, if you're the average normal person, and you don't have a built-up skill for something, you just try doing it for the first time, chances are you're going to be average or worse than average. That's just the way it is, isn't it? You're going to be, like, you're going to be okay, maybe at best. You don't expect to draw the first thing you've ever done, and everyone thinks it's a masterpiece and it's the best thing you've ever seen. As you say, which is why you develop the skill. So it seems a bit counterintuitive from the person to go, yeah, you suck. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm not an artist. Like, what the fuck? That's pretty discouraging to hear, though, where, like, you have the person who's supposed to be teaching you just kind of go, like, yeah, I wouldn't bother. It's just bad. And it's like, well, yes, of course I am. I'm not an artist, you fucking idiot. That's crazy, man. In college. Flash a line of paint and call it pain. I like that. Ask me, you were aware that there was an art requirement taking this course? Yes. That's how they said it. Oh, that's even worse. It was like passive-aggressive as well. Oh, no. Oh, I hate that. Barely got through that class with a D. You still stuck it out there. That's the main thing. Man, that's such a... What a dick response. Oh, you're aware there was an art requirement with this class, were you? It's like, jeez, man. What a prick, whoever that was who said that. That's actually horrible. Confidence, what's that? I don't know, Shags. I've never had any. If any teacher says that, that's a sign they're not a good teacher. Exactly. Teachers should be designed to encourage and nurture skill, not shit on people and beat them down. Welcome in, Nitty, by the way. Trying to draw one thing per day to IDK motivate myself to actually keep doing the thing. That's what I tried doing as well. It does work. It's just you got to build the habit, you know? Once you get in the habit, you'll be fine. Remember that art class in high school was like a free credit unless you tried to make a wine during ceramics? Ceramics? I don't remember doing ceramics when I was at school. Kind of cool, though. Actually, maybe we did. I don't really remember, though. Who was your art teacher? Simon Cowell or Gordon Ramsay? Or Bong? Wait. Oh, so if you tried to make, like, drug paraphernalia, they would fail you. But other than that, it's kind of funny. Heaven forbid, you want... everyone scrolled up. Heaven forbid you want to get better at something, right? I had drawn before, once or twice, just never seriously. Yeah, still though, that's a bit much for someone to come along and say that shit. Especially a professional. That's wild, dude. Hi, Mirage, welcome in. How you doing? Hello, hello. Me first year, and after 5 years, still a stick figure, but I don't draw. I mean, that's, you know... It's all what you want to do at the end of the day, though, isn't it? If you want to become, like, a professional tier artist, then... You know, you gotta get in there and put the practice and stuff in. But at the same time, if you don't mind knowing that you're not gonna be a professional level artist and just kind of drawing for fun, then that's what you do, isn't it? And if you're happy drawing stick figures and things like that, and you don't ever want to go above that level, then there's nothing wrong with that. It's your choice at the end of the day. But I think someone coming along and basically doing that, and you going, yeah, I just kind of draw for fun, and them going, you suck! And it's like, huh? That's not very nice, is it? I just draw for fun every now and then. Yeah, well, you're drawing shit. And it's like, oh, that's nice of you, thanks. And that was a teacher as well. Oh my god. So, I think it's the way they said it that pisses me off more. The whole like, oh, you're aware there was a requirement. Jesus, man. Ceramics is pretty fun to work with. I once made a cute foot in school. A foot. Top of the evening. Welcome in, Nee. Top of the evening to you. Or night, I guess, in your case. Doing alright, thanks. Watching some of the Siege at the minute. I watched one game earlier on. I watched the VP Sonics game, which was funny. I saw Shepard actually smile, which was unheard of. He got like a 4K and then had this smirk on his face because he was just like, these people are so bad. It was hilarious. Been good. Tired as hell from our practice session, but we're nearly finishing up on this new song. Let's go. Been a while since I've heard about any music stuff from Unity, so good to hear that you're, you know, still in the game. Still making progress with that stuff. Right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Ignore me. I was just looking on Discord for a second because I had a notification. I wasn't appearing in my own list of people in the Discord server. Very confused for a moment there. What am I doing here? I need to catch Pokemon, don't I? I need to see what I actually need first. What do we need? So we need... Okay, 3 of the Pokemon we can get really easily. So the first place we're going to go is to Levincia. That's where we're going first. We're going to go and catch Pokemon number 1. Alright. Pokemon catching time. Let's go. More of a mechanic and artist in a different way? Yeah. Art doesn't necessarily have to be like painting and drawing and that type of stuff, does it? As you say, art can also be in a... I mean, art is kind of like something... It can be really anything, as long as people appreciate it in that way, I guess, isn't it? Art can be something physical, art can be something drawn, painted, built. You know? Music can be a form of art, if you will. So it's, yeah, it's a very broad, like, spectrum of things, isn't it? And, hey, you do you at the end of the day. What I say. 5-2 for Liquid G2, with who in the lead? 5-2 to who? Or whom, I guess it should be. I assume Liquid are 5-2 up, because that's you put them as Liquid G2 and then the score that way around, so I'm assuming that way, but I'm wrong. Honestly, I've always kind of wanted to get good at art just to show that asshole teacher. Yeah, honestly, though. Yeah, that's a good enough reason to do it. You're like, yeah, fuck that guy. Even though that I'll never see that guy ever again, you just kind of want to have that one time where you're just like, yeah. Show us what you know, doesn't it, dick? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ooh. Okay, that's not bad. So it's only neutral Rotom that we get, normal Rotom, aka sort of like light bulb form. That's the only one we're allowed. We're not allowed any other Rotom forms because it was Rotom selected, not any of the special forms of Rotom. So we will not be pissing about with any of the rest of that. So that's the one we get, and that's what we're going to use. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get Stunky. Little Stunky. So we're going to go and find ourselves a poison type right now. But I love those teachers who care about their paycheck than teaching and helping one improve. I mean, it's a... Well, it's a fine balance to find, because I understand at the same point of... You know, from the point of view of being someone in that position, at the end of the day, you know, it is anyone in any position, in any job ever just wants to make money, don't they? It's really what it is. If anyone could make money without working a job, let's be like, just do it as like a thing in here, just like a quick show of hands right now. If you could make the same money that you make from a full-time job by doing nothing or whatever you wanted to do, you would do it, right? Let's be honest. That's just how people are. Like, if you had the option now of, say, quitting whatever you were doing and making the same amount of money, you would make the same amount of money, wouldn't you? Because it's not the job, it's about the money. That's the way it is. People don't do a job because they enjoy it, other than a small percentage of people. They do it because they understand that without it, they can't live. Now, again, some people will have a job that they enjoy, and that'll be that. But, like, that's just the way it is, isn't it, you know? But, yeah, it's like, I can understand, because, I mean, at the same time, they want to make money and whatnot, and they're probably not that interested in it. But I think at the same time, they do a better job overall and probably are more likely to do things like get promoted, etc. And do better generally as a teacher, presumably. If people do well from their classes and people like them, surely? Isn't that kind of the way that that thing should be? Where you do good, someone notices you're doing good and your classes are doing well and people like you and they go, cool, let's bump your money up. If they can, etc. I don't know. It should be a thing that happens naturally, is that you progress through the position you're in via being good at what you do, rather than just caring only about exam results and that sort. I mean, that's what it seems to be these days when it comes to school stuff. Is all I ever seem to see: exam results, exam results, exam results, pass percentages, whatever. Right? And the problem is, everyone compares pass percentages with the last few years, which is a completely broken idea. Because the pass percentages of the last few years are heavily skewed purely from the fact that during the pandemic, everything became open book. So it's like, if you do open book and then you switch back to, like, closed book exams, how do you expect people to get the same scores when they can effectively legally cheat versus not being able to do that? You know, it's weird. The whole teaching system in most countries probably could do with a big overhaul, to be honest, but it is what it is. I have a really difficult time sticking with anything. I kind of do as well, to some degree. Some things I just click into as a habit really easily, and some things I find really difficult, so I can understand that. 6-2 now to liquid. God damn. Not bad. Yeah, increase special minus speed. It's not the best, but it's okay. Art is nearly everything we've created. Exactly. Architecture, that's a form of art as well. All kinds of stuff, isn't it? Remember, folks, spite is a fun motivator. Yeah, you're telling me, mate. I've used it plenty of times as a motivation factor for myself. Many, many times, whether it be for whatever. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to ace whatever it is I'm doing just out of spite because of whatever reason. Many a time have I done that. Look at this very cool art I made. Everyone else in the surgery room. Oh, God. A bit fucked. Bruce, you're changing the color of your name again. I know you are. I'm guessing. Because no one else's is changing, so it can't make me go, oh, it's a Twitch thing. It's just you doing it. You keep changing every time you say something. Have a good luck, Shayla. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a good one. We will talk to you in a bit, okay? Picnic time. Okay. We want to find a Tauros fire. So... yeah. Robbing banks is a very good job in-game. Yeah, you gotta mention the in-game part these days on Twitch. What do you mean? See, by trying to, like, play coy about it while doing it doesn't help your case. Like, I don't know what you mean. I haven't been changing the color of my name while changing the color of your name 3 times during those messages. It would be less suspicious, Bruised, if you didn't change the color of your name between saying that. But the fact that I mentioned it and then it's happened a further 2 times since just reinforces the fact that it's you doing it. You can't play me at this game. I find new people. I'm cheesed to meet them. 49 bodies found. I go missing and assume another identity. I meet new people. What? Bruised is making me confused. In Minecraft, of course. Yeah, Nick. Minecraft. Yep. Rigging elections is pretty fun as well in Civilization 6. Can you do that in Civ? Can you actually rig stuff? What? Hang on, are there elections in Civ? I've never actually played a Civ game, but are there like elections and things? And can you interfere with them? That sounds like quite a funny like concept in the video games, just memeing about and doing that. Is that actually a thing? Alright, Shag's is doing it now, that's what I see. Alright, I see how it is. We're all changing names now. We're all changing colours now, eh? There's Tauros. There's 2 of them. Let's get the mini Tauros. The little Tauros that could. Yeah, GTA 6, of course, is coming out, what, next year, I'm guessing? Or 2027, maybe? Is there actually any news about GTA 6 yet? I know they released, like, the stuff a while ago because it got leaked, but have they actually said anything about it since? Rockstar, officially. Wonder how Bruce is doing that. I wonder. I wonder. Alright, we're just going to hit it, I guess, with something, because Tauros... I don't know if we'll one-shot him or not. Just go for Force Palm. I mean, there's more around that we can catch if we need it, but... Either the Hydrate 2, I'm going to drink some Fanta Lemon. That's what I've got right now as my drink of choice right now. I've got to remember that idea we came up with the other day as well of drinking a beer during the final stream for that Christmas week. Got to remember the beer idea. Can't forget that. You can send spies to city-states and they'll... Really? I didn't know that. You can send spies to... It's very much a lot like the Shadow of Mordor. Why is this so difficult to catch? It's like in Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, you know? You remember this, Shags, when we did Shadow of War, where you're able to send people like to be like the bodyguards for the leadership people. You send them to go and like rat their way up and become like the big dogs in the hierarchy, and then you can have them turn on the people. So like you go in to do the fight against like the, you know, the current like top ranking orc, and then you have the 4 bodyguards who are all just rats that you'd sent in there. And then they'll just turn on the guy, and it's amazing. You have this, like, situation where they all... Like, I think we had one... This might be, like, a scripted one, I can't remember. But there's, like, a cutscene where you first see them, where they went out onto, like, a big balcony, and they went to kind of, like, address the rest of the orcs. And I'm pretty sure at that time, one of our guys literally just walked up behind and stabbed him in the back or decapitated him or something. And it just killed, like, the top guy for us. Or it's like that was one of the guaranteed like in-game cutscene ones. So I'm sure something like that happens. And then you can definitely get the bodyguards to turn on people, because we've done it before. Where we went into a fight with practically no health, thinking this is going to be a disaster. And then I'd forgotten I'd planted all the bodyguards. So all you see last minute is like the guy walks forward and then just starts getting like shot in the back by the other 3 or 4 orcs stood behind him. Sniping him with a crossbow. It was amazing. We just need to Mog the Lookout. That would have made that perfect. Really would. We need to get Frigibacks as well, and I don't know exactly where I can catch one, so I'll have to have a look. There's an ad break in 2 minutes 45 as well. Just a heads up for everybody, okay? That's kind of funny, though. I didn't know you could do that in thing. Such a bizarre phenomenon. As a mod, I'd advise chat to stop changing colours, as it makes things confusing. Oh, I still know who you all are. It is just kind of weird, because I'll look at it and I'll be like, that blue's Bevan colour. That green's, like, you know, someone else colour. You just kind of get used to it rather than, like, reading the names wrong or whatever. Figured out what kind of beer you're having? Oh, I have no idea. I'll probably just buy some beer before Christmas anyway, because it's Christmas, and drink them on the street. I'll drink, you know, I probably won't have many. I'm not going to get drunk, don't get me wrong, but, like, probably have, you know, 1 or 2 beers on stream just as a thing during the special stream. I think it'd be fun, wouldn't it? Be a nice little thing. Have a beer together on stream. A little bevy. We need to go to the cave entrance, I think, to find what we want here. Pretty much, yeah. Thought that was a shiny Mabosstiff or something for a second. Pretty much about to take 2 money reports, but other than that, there's not been much news. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was confused what that was about for a second. That was GTA, wasn't it? I asked about. In-game crime, yeah. They also sabotage their dam and cause terrible floods. Just the usual war crimes. Yeah. Yeah, I think that some people... It's like that... You know, you get like that viewpoint of some people who will say, like, video games cause violence and things like that, which... I'm sure in some individuals it's probably true that there are some people who are absolute psychopaths out there who play a game of COD and then go, right, time to go and do this to real people. Like, I'm sure that that's actually the case, where there are people that just the way they work psychologically, because there is something fundamentally about them that's not quite right, you know, that they'll look at that, they'll do something like that in GTA where they'll rob a bank and then go, right, time to do it IRL now. But, like, 9 times out of 10, I feel like some of us who play games that involve things like that, where we just kind of meme about, you'll just kind of be like, oh, okay, let's go and, like, you know, rig elections in Civ. But it's like, you do stuff like that, but no time during that do you go, I feel the need to do this IRL as well. You know, you just kind of, like, meme about with it in-game, doing something, and then that's it. And you almost, like, get it out of your system, that kind of, like, stupid, let's go and, like, fuck with these people. Let's go and fuck with these random in-game NPCs and go and wriggle their elections so that I win. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Regular or decap? Neck bereft of head spatting out blood. I love it. Drunkiest HIC stream win. I'm never going to do a drunk stream. Never. Every time you die in game, you drink. Well, in, like, Pokemon or something. You'd have to do that in, like, a Souls game or something. If I did that in Pokemon, I could very easily do it drinking once the entire game, or none at all. Completing Pokemon with only first stage Pokemon. Only first stage, like, evolutions. That'd be an interesting challenge. And every time you lost the fight, you had to drink. Certainly would be an interesting challenge, if nothing else. This is not the cave I'm looking for. Where's the fucking cave that I'm looking for? Normally I thought it was really easy to find, but for some reason I just can't seem to find this entrance to it. Unless it is up here. Maybe this is it? The BRB's just started. I just want to see if this is the entrance that I'm looking for or not. Purple forever. Not that it shows purple for me. It always is grey in stream. I think you can change that though, Christoph. If you go into the settings underneath the chat, I think you can click readable colors is like a thing you can change, and it can change that for you and make it so that the colors appear like bright and vibrant in chat. Either way, I'm going to be back in a second, okay? I need to go do a BRB real quick. So I'm going to go and do that, and we'll be back in like 2 minutes, alright? I've already used up a minute of it, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay. I'm back. Let me just catch up on everything real quick. Who would win? A whole case of San Pellegrino or one I can't believe he's not Welsh streamer? San Pellegrino. Oh, that would be good. San Pellegrino. A whole case of San Pellegrino. I like that. I haven't had San Pellegrino for a long time. It's been too long since I've had a San Pellegrino. That's how long it's been. Too long. The answer to that question. For how long has it been since I had a San Pellegrino? Too long. Far too long. The pint sounds good. Just a pint in general does sound quite good right now. I always say this anyway, but it's just one of those random facts that some people know, some people don't. But do you know that a British and an American pint are different? If you've been here before, you'll already know this, because I've said it many times before in stream. A British and an American pint are actually two different measurements. The British pint being larger. So an American pint comes out to around 400 milliliters, something like that, versus a British pint comes out to closer to 500. So the British pint is actually larger than the American pint. So if you went and got a pint in a pub in Britain, you'd be getting more for your money than you would in the US if you got a pint, because it would be smaller. That's sad. You know? Then again, would I go to a pub in the US anyway? Probably not. I feel like pubs aren't really that big of a thing over there, are they? I mean, people do like pubs every now and then as like a kind of gimmicky thing, but for foreign people, but pubs aren't really something that sort of ever took off over there. I don't really know why, but you know, it is what it is. I guess maybe we should just look on the foothills of the mountain to try and find what we're looking for. We're looking for a Frigibax, but I guess they just aren't randomly. Sure, there's supposed to be some in the cave though. I'm convinced they're supposed to be there in the cave. Snom! Hey! The little guy. Don't you love Snom? Snom's such a little legend, isn't he? He's just a little guy. We love him. Worst comes to worst here, I'll just look up a location where Frigibax spawns, but... She was a good witch, she was a bad wish, but... Oh, witch, I'm guessing that's supposed to be. But all I really wanted was a fucking sandwich. Ugly Kid Joe had a way with words. What the fuck? It's very random, Nitty. Did I miss some context on that or something? I'm very confused. Was that Nitty who said that? No, it was Nitty who said that. Funny thing, I was at a foreign supermarket and they had non-alcoholic San Pellegrino. Wait, non-alcoholic San Pellegrino? What? That's just San Pellegrino? I didn't know there was alcoholic San Pellegrino. You what? I was unaware that alcoholic San Pellegrino existed. I've always thought it was a soft beverage and they never made an alcoholic version. I've never heard of this before. What sorcery is this? Alcoholic San Pellegrino. I've never heard of that before. Genuinely. Didn't know that existed. You learn something new every day, I suppose. It said non-alcoholic on it. It's weird. Maybe there is like a alcoholic version of it. Often order them as a pint or pounder, so it's a larger glass or stein, at least the bars and grills I go to. Well, yeah, but what I mean, though, is that the actual pint between the two countries, the measurement of a pint is different, right? So if you order a pint, it will be an American pint, most likely, rather than like a British pint. That's just what I mean. Is that an American pint is just smaller, not as an actual, like, thing. They're just separate, like, measurements for how they do it, right? So if you order a pint in Britain, you'll get more in your pint because a British pint is a larger one than an American pint. I mean, you know, stuff will vary depending on where you actually get one, of course, but just as a general rule of thumb, a British pint is going to be bigger than an American pint no matter what. Because it's just a standardized measurement that we use over here, but the one we use as our standard for a pint is larger. I'm sure Frigiback spawns down here somewhere, because I know we found them on the way down before. When we've been going to Erie, I just don't know where specifically. Part of me feels like we've gone too far. But part of me feels like I've seen them down here on the rocks. I'm also scared now because I ran into a Houndoom. Houndoom? Hound-breathered, not Houndstone either. Non-alcoholic. That's weird. Second GTA 6 come out, you'll never see me again. Do you know what? I don't know if I'll play GTA 6, honestly. I enjoyed GTA 5. But, like, I wasn't crazy about it like some people were. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun time, but I didn't quite, like, get into it as much as some people do, you know? Because I know some people are, like, obsessed with it and have thousands of hours playing GTA, but I was never super, super crazy about it. I didn't dislike it, but yeah, so I don't know. GTA 6 will be a huge game as well, I'm sure. The way that games have been going recently, the size requirements have been ridiculously high. I kind of half expected to be like 200 gigs or something stupid. But you never know. Bar and grills, again, at least in basically a pub, but that's usually what they're called. Regulars also, and all aside from it being a residence. I see. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, most pubs over here are just a random building as well. It's not really that often, really, that you get the those style of pubs anymore, I would say. Where you have, like, it built in, like, a residence place where you can actually stay there. Some you can. I wouldn't say it's that common these days, though. At least from pubs that I know of. Or pubs near me, anyway. Why is it so hard to find this little bugger, dude? We've definitely found him way easier before, Frigibax. I suppose the one good thing about this is that today on the Grusher part of the game, usually it's really fast. So it's not the end of the world that we've kind of done this stuff super early. I guess we'll go to here, maybe, and see if we can backtrack. Kind of funny they make non-alcoholic beer for alcoholics. Wait, what? What do you mean? If it will be what people say, then it probably. Yeah, I mean, that just seems to be the trend of games these days, though, doesn't it? Of games are just getting larger and larger and larger. I mean, look at the, what is it, the new CODs? Some of them have been 300 gigs. 300! Like, it kind of gets to a point where it's like, there are certain games that I find really fun, but even if that game is really fun and I like it, like, I'm not going to use 1/3 of a terabyte for one game. Just no. D2 that I had was like 150 gigs was the highest it ever got. And even that was kind of pushing it to get into a point where I was thinking like, man, one day I'm going to uninstall Destiny 2 and it will give me a load of space back. Now I have that space again because I uninstalled it a while ago. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, games are just too big these days, I think, honestly. Could they be condensed down? Probably. But they're so bloated. That's the problem. Games these days are just so bloated. Full of stuff. Let's just pray we find a Frigibax, I guess. I'm sure there's a specific place we can find one, but like... Well, that was it then. It's a Sneasel! No! I thought we'd found one. Little buggers. They are kind of hard to... They're not hard to spot, but like... They don't stand out a huge amount, so they can be slightly more difficult to place sometimes. Delibird. What else we got? Rever Room. There's probably a gold one, but like one of those, but I don't really want to get that. Oh, I have had non-alcoholic beers before. Some of them are okay. Most of them aren't that great, but there's a few that I've had that are actually quite nice. Someone talked to a dev of COD, and they say most of it is the 4K graphics. Yeah, but like, I don't know. There has to be something that they can do that reduces the bloat on the game, though. Surely, to reduce the file size? There has to be something. Because, like, the way it's going, if you look at, like, your average PC these days, right? Let's say you bought your average pre-built PC. By your average pre-built PC, which probably has, what, 1 terabyte of space. By the time you've bought 2 or 3 AAA games and downloaded them on Steam, you probably now have less than 200 gig left. Probably it's getting up around that level now. You know, it's getting to the point where it's like people just can't keep installing everything on storage anymore because it's just ridiculously large. It's just crazy, man. Or the other thing they should do is just allow you to not install certain parts of it if you don't want them. Like, if I was getting the new COD, I wouldn't bother with the 4K graphics because, well, I don't have a 4K monitor, so what's the point? You know? I would just choose not to install it just so I could save on the file space, honestly. I don't know. You can. Good, but then, like, the default download is what... But the default download just downloads it for you anyway. You have to specifically choose not to do it, don't you? Whereas if you did it in the actual download itself and it popped up with one of the launcher type things and basically just said, yes, choose what you want, then that's what you should do. Don't know about the graphics. Oh, there you go then. So you can't, like, not install one of the particular graphics packs. That's what I would do. And the thing is as well, in a lot of cases, those can actually break the game. Like, I know on the Games Pass version of Fallout 4, if you download the, like, Ultra Texture Pack that they offer in the store, it breaks the game. And in some cases, it corrupts the files or makes the game not launch. So it's just like, in some cases, it's just not worth it. Oh, there you go. There's one. Took our time, but we finally got one. Funny thing was, our front man used to brag that he's been sober since birth. He was also a massive clod. I mean, I don't know when I had my first drink, when I was 16 or something. I don't know. I don't drink I say I don't drink regularly. I probably drink once a week, maybe. And I'll drink, like, maybe a couple of beers once a week. That's about it. Other than the odd, like, special occasion. You know, like on Christmas, I'll probably have a few. New Year, I'll probably have a few. On my birthday or something, if I'm not streaming, I probably would have a few. It's just the way it is, you know? God, I thought I was going to kill for a second. Oh, he has takedown. I've got to be careful of that he doesn't knock himself out. I'm just glad he's not using takedown. I shouldn't say things like that there, should I? Go-to vices vodka? What, vodka drinks or just shots of straight vodka? I'm not really a spirits person, personally. I don't mind them, but I wouldn't choose to drink spirits. Just, you know, I wouldn't go out of my way to do it. It's just not really my, you know, poison of choice when it comes to that type of thing. That should be, I think, our last Pokemon we need for the entire run. That was the ice representative Baxcalibur as well. Salamence is the dragon. So there you go, that's everything. We've caught all the Pokemon we need. So now we can actually start making progress. Isn't that exciting, everybody? Yeah. So we need to go level up everybody's level 40. So right after saying we can finally make some progress, now we need to go level grind. So let's go level grind. And get everyone up to level 40-ish. So we can go fight Rhyme. Yay. You can. Well, I don't know about the graphics. I don't like COD as much anymore, though. Be nice if they remastered COD. Or if they remastered COD. To give OG COD Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer. Yeah, I think when it comes to like the remastering of things like of old games, really what it comes down to these days is this is my problem with the games industry in general. And then some people have like other ways that they go with it, and it's really weird. Like Pokemon's a good example of this, where Pokemon for some reason refuses to release even like ports of the old games on Switch, even if you could buy them on the store. They just won't do it for some reason. And it's really weird, because it's like, well, you can't sort of use it as a thing of, well, they're still making loads of money off old, like, retro sales of old stuff, because, well, people aren't selling them anymore. Not like you can just walk into a store and buy a brand new sealed copy of Pokemon Emerald from a game shop, is it? And then, like, the other side of it is you think it would actually do quite well, because people want them, and people have been asking for the older Pokemon titles on Switch for such a long time. Yet they just refuse to do it. And then you have the opposite side of it, which, let's be honest, is like bigger AAA games industry, because this is what they do, an EA type move, if you will, where they kind of will take a franchise that used to be beloved, give it a few years, and then go, right, let's remaster it. And you basically know that it's pretty much just done for a cash grab, rather than remastering it for the sake of bringing back a classic. You know? But that's kind of just the way it is. And I think it's, to some degree, it's like, if you look at Modern Warfare, the one they brought out a couple of years ago, right? The new what is it, remake of it or whatever. It's like, it's completely unnecessary, and purely for the reason of, let's try and capitalize on it by calling it Modern Warfare, and try and get all the OG Modern Warfare players to buy it. Why didn't you just make a new game? Isn't that a novel idea? Activision. Why didn't you just make something fucking new for once, instead of milking a franchise you haven't evolved for the last 10 fucking years? Like, my god. It is one of those things where I used to enjoy COD games, but I'm really sick of seeing them these days, because they literally change nothing. Release a new COD game, and then everyone goes, oh, fucking Activision, they never change anything, it's the same game as the last one, yet they still buy them. And it's like, you're not helping yourselves, because for all the people that complain about it, they still go out and buy it every time, which just encourages them to do it more, because guess what? They've made their $50 off you or whatever else they wanted. So they'll keep doing it. And it's like, it just pisses me off, man. The games industry these days, though, compared to... I know it's like one of those opinions of, like, you know... It's kind of like a perspective opinion. But the game industry when I was a kid compared to the games industry now feels like a totally different world. Where all it is these days is cash grabs and shit games coming out. Unfinished shit games that people deliberately release in broken states because they try and push them out too quickly to reach, like, sales deadlines and stuff. Well, we need to get it out before Christmas so we can capitalize on the Christmas traffic, even though it's half finished. Oh, well, let's just cut half the game out and call it DLC and release it 6 months later for $30. Great idea, Dave. We'll do that. There is no sense of, like, let's finish the game and make a good game these days. It's let's just pump it out, make some more cash to fund the next game that's going to be a shit project no one cares about anyway. And then we'll do that to fund the next project. It's just stupid, I think. Tend to do neat, but I do like mixed drinks. Had an amazing pina colada on the beach in Okinawa. Isn't vodka kind of tasteless, though? So I don't get the idea of drinking, like, vodka neat. Because isn't it... It doesn't have a taste to it, so... Why vodka rather than another spirit, you know? That's my gripe I've always had with vodka. If I even attempted to download GTA 6, my laptop would have an aneurysm, and even if it managed to get past 300 gigabytes, the graphic requirements would turn it into a fire hazard or be considered... Yeah, or you'd have to turn it down to graphics levels of a PlayStation 1 game to actually play it on a laptop or something. Otherwise, it would make your laptop implode. Won't be making older titles accessible. Why are you pirating our shit? Yeah, that's the thing with Nintendo that's stupid, isn't it? They sit there and they go like, oh, all you people using emulators, what's this about? And it's like, well, give us the fucking games then. Like, what do you want? Give us the games we want. If people want to play the old games, they can't sit there and go... Most people, don't get me wrong, if you went and put all of the old Pokemon games, Gold, Silver, Crystal, whatever, even the original DS versions, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, all of them, you went and put them on the Switch store and you sold them for $5 a piece. My god, you'd be raking in cash. How many people would go there and buy all of them? They'd buy loads of them. Yellow, blue, red, gold, silver, crystal, diamond, pearl, ruby, sapphire, emerald. People would be lapping that shit up. And then Nintendo doesn't do that, and they're like, why are you pirating our games and using emulators? What the fuck? And it's like, give the people the game they want then. Stop being so fucking tight about it. Did Nintendo really do some stupid things sometimes like that that doesn't make any sense? Like, there's no point gating their old games off. Like, what, you're just losing out on all of the people who want to play them. And they'll just play stolen versions of them or whatever. On emulators. And it's like, well... Your own problem, really, isn't it, Nintendo? You could fix it easily yourself if you wanted to, but you choose not to and then moan about it. Yeah, exactly. The equipment to play a game like that, the original version of a game like that, is also increasingly difficult to find without using an emulator. Because it's not like, as you say, you can just wander out and go, oh, wow, right next to that brand new sealed copy of Pokemon Emerald just so happens to be a brand new sealed version of the Game Boy Advance. Still in box with a full, you know, like the full setup. Oh, wow, perfect. Like, that doesn't happen. So by the time you've done that, if you want to play a legitimate version of, say, Pokemon Emerald and get a Game Boy Advance to play it on, you've probably spent a couple of hundred, maybe. I don't know how much a copy of Emerald goes for these days, but I know it's the most expensive out of the Gen 3 games. Particularly if you get one with a box and stuff. And Game Boy Advances and things aren't exactly cheap, necessarily. So, I don't know. When I'm in a stubborn child competition, but my opponent is Activision... Honestly, dude, anyone would lose to them. Stories aren't that great in COD anymore. World at War and OG Modern Warfare had great stories. Yeah, exactly. We went up to level 21 just from that one knockout there as well. But that's like my problem with COD, right? Is COD as a franchise hasn't evolved really at all in the last 10 years. They just re-release the same stuff and the same stuff and the same stuff. And then every once in a while, they'll grab a gimmick that's basically just come from another game, use that, and then go, look how innovative we've been, guys. We've stolen the class system that Overwatch uses, and we've gimmick copied 5 of the heroes from Overwatch and put them in our game. And we've innovated. Yeah, you should all come play the new COD. And it's like, no. Because you haven't innovated at all, you've just nicked something from someone else. Like, it's one of those things, when it comes to me, it's one of those things that puts me off very quickly about certain games, is when they don't come up with anything new, they just rip something off from another game. It's the laziest thing to like possible. And it annoys me being a Destiny fan, because that's all the other Destiny competitors used to do. All of the Destiny competitors that came out that everyone went, oh, it's going to be a Destiny killer. They basically all just went through and went, what do people like about D2? Right, we'll put that in our game then. And then just, like, ripped the same shit out and just put it in there instead. They didn't change anything out. They just went, cool, these are the successful parts. We'll use them then. And then didn't change anything else themselves. And it always used to I just used to rub me the wrong way because it was just lazy. And it's why none of them worked, is because, let's be real, if you wanted to play the Destiny 2 experience, you were just going to play Destiny 2 because it did it better than all of the random clones. Like... But I guess people never really seem to understand that. Or at least the companies who were trying to emulate them never understood that. If you try and clone something, and you aren't better than the people who originally do it, no one's going to play your game and it'll die. Hence why all those D2 clones you never hear about anymore. Can run GTA 6 finally. It's straight up a PowerPoint presentation with occasional blips of sound, yeah. The US, in the US, it's required to be tasteless. It's still interesting flavor. It's still allowed. Oh, so you're allowed. So you okay? You can get like flavored vodkas. Okay, I can understand that. Required to be tasteless. Why is it required? Do you know why it's required to be tasteless, Christoph? I've never heard that there's a requirement of it specifically being tasteless. That's interesting, though. Do you know what the reasoning for that is? Like, is there a ruling that states it needs to be it because of a certain reason, or is it just that's the way it is and no one really knows? Didn't care for dark liquors. Gin, I agree about gin. I'm not a gin fan. Sake can be good. Never had sake. Tequila depends on the brand. Can't stand wine. Not a wine drinker. I don't mind wine every now and then. It's got to be the right one. I don't like certain ones. It is what it is. It's kind of just one of those things. We might have to run away from this Chansey because I don't think Bronzong can do enough damage. Oh, is payback physical? It is. That actually could work if he double edges me. Okay, here we go. Come on, Bronzong. Do some damage. Here we go. This is going to be huge. I'm telling you, this is going to be huge damage. Come on, Bronzong. That actually did... honestly, that did more than I thought it was going to. I'm... oh, fuck you, Chansey. It actually did more than I thought it was going to do. It really did. Everything seems to be chink clones now. Yeah, it is. That's my gripe with, like, games industry these days. As a gamer and someone who just wants games to be better for people, it's so frustrating when all it is just clones and rip-offs of other people's stuff. When was the last time that someone truly made a game in a genre that was already quite, like, populated with games that genuinely innovated on a concept? Right? Because all it feels like is... what happens these days is you get, like, I don't know, a game come, like, say, back in the PUBG and Fortnite, right, when they first became popular. PUBG was kind of like the original Battle Royale, wasn't it? And then Fortnite kind of gained popularity as well. So you got them kind of rising through the ranks, okay? I'm trying to have a sip of me coffee, so I'm playing one-handed. I ran into that, Chansey, what the fuck? Yeah, so you've got, like, the original Battle Royales, and then all of a sudden, Battle Royales became popular, and every other company on the planet basically went, let's try and shoehorn a Battle Royale mode into our game, or make a Battle Royale game. You know? And it's just like, why? Just let them have their moment of creating a genre that's kind of cool, and then just come up with something new and innovative, not just re-release the same game, but Ubisoft's version of it, or EA's version of it. And it's basically just the same as everybody else's Battle Royale, just with different named characters and different graphical styles. You know? And it's just like, why? Just make something new. Actually make something new for once. Stop just making the same shit over and over. I mean, Ubi are no better. Like with Siege. Right? I'm not going to leak it because, like, I know not everyone wants to know about that type of stuff. But if you're a Siege player, right? You're a genuine Siege player, and you enjoy the game, and you're going, well, I know that it's been talked about that next season there's going to be a new operator rework for Blackbeard. It's been hinted at for a long time. Everybody knows it's Blackbeard because they mentioned about it being an Navy SEAL operator that everyone's been wanting to get buffed for years and they haven't touched, right? So we all know that Blackbeard's getting changed next season, okay? And you go, oh, I wonder what they're going to do with that. Could be interesting, right? I saw the other day that it's been leaked on Twitter what Blackbeard's new rework is going to be, and I can already tell you it is going to go down really poorly, very poorly with the Siege community. Because Ubisoft, once again, instead of going and doing something inventive, have basically just ripped off a bunch of other concepts that already exist, amalgamated them into one, and they're going to create most likely one of the most disliked operators again. Everybody already hated Blackbeard back in the day because he was OP as shit and had a shield that had 800 HP. That meant that you could basically mag dump it with 2 full mags of ammo and you still couldn't break his shield back in the day. that would prevent him getting headshotted. You would have to use your entire stock of ammo to break Blackbeard's shield. So then they eventually nerfed him into the ground to the point where Blackbeard's completely useless, right? Because his shield now has 20 HP and it gets broken by like 3 bullets. Fine. And then they've decided they're going to rework him because nobody's really that keen on him anymore and he's not very good. Which is good. That's what they should be doing, you know? You be good proactive. It's taken them about 5 years too long because Blackbeard's been crap for ages. But they finally go, let's do a rework for him. And knowing what I know about what they're going to rework it to, it's just such like a miss again. And you've got to wonder, like, when it comes to this type of stuff these days, what the fuck are games companies actually doing? Like, genuinely, what are they actually doing at this point? Because it just feels like all they end up doing is going and changing stuff and making, like, just nothing that anyone wants. Like, yeah, I know there's people here, like, not everyone here is a Siege person, right? So, like, some of you, like, it won't matter if I did say what it was anyway, but for the purposes of, like, leaking stuff, because that's just the way it is, I'm not going to talk about it just because, you know, some people don't want to know. All I'm going to say, though, is Blackbeard was already, back in the day, was one of the most hated characters they ever brought in because of how overpowered he was when he first launched. And all they're going to do with his rework is just return him back into... They're not, like, changing it to revert him back to the way he was when I say this. All they're going to do, from what I've seen, is turn Blackbeard back into one of the most hated people again. Because there's already a meta that people dislike right now of shields and stuff like that in-game that people aren't happy with, right? People aren't enjoying shields right now in Siege. It's very, very oppressive and it's very boring to play against. So, like, first of all, Ubisoft have taken, what, months to try and nerf shields since reworking them? And then now they're just, like, adding more operators to the pool and changing more operators that are just going to become more of a problem on top of the shields that already exist. You know? And it's just like, just stop making problems and make shit that people want instead. Fix stuff. Tactical wheelchair? No, it's worse than that. Without saying what it is, Blackbeard's basically new rework is going to be an amalgamation of like 3 or 4 different operator abilities in one. Which then kind of negates the whole point of them existing in the first place. But Blackbeard's basically just going to become like a hybrid of 3 or 4 different people. In an already incredibly oppressive meta where overpowered operators like that tend to do really well. So Ubisoft's idea, let's put another one in the mix. And then on top of that, there's also rumors that other operators in-game right now are going to be given shields. And it's like, if you're at Ubi right now and you know that the most unpopular thing you've done for a very long time is buff shields, and then you go, you know what we need in the game? More shields. That's what we need. Because everybody loves them so much, of course, and they've been not complaining about them for the last 6 months since we reworked them. And they've basically just gone on a meteoric rise to the point where they're the only operators that get banned in ranked anymore on attack. It is just shields that get banned constantly because no one wants to play against them. Because they sprint at you, they punch you in the face, they knock you over, and you can't shoot back at them. They just kill you with a second melee while you're on the ground. And you get the people who are going, wow, shields aren't that OP, just use teamwork. Wow, just shoot him in the feet, haha. And it's like, oh, let me shoot Blitz in the feet while he has 3 teammates with him and has flashbanged me so I can't see. And let me do that to Monty as well while he doesn't directly kill me, but he walks up to me with complete immunity, having his full body shield up. And then you go, well, just flank him. Just shoot him in the side. I'd love to do that, but he has 4 teammates stood behind him because Monty's never alone, so I can't do that either. And everyone's like, just to do this to counter shields is complete bollocks because everybody says it, but none of it's actually feasible stuff to do. And then Ubi, the absolute geniuses that they are, go, oh yes, everybody loves shields, let's add some more. And it's like, no! Nobody wants fucking shields, Ubi! No one! Stop adding them to the game! They're so out of touch, it's unreal. They haven't done it yet, but it's just like rumors, and it's like unnecessary stuff as well. Like, it's something that's been rumored for like a year, but like it's been getting stronger recently that Thermite is going to be given a shield, and it's like, why? Why do we need another one? There's already 3 shields on attack, and everybody hates them. Everybody dislikes them. So some people are going to dislike what I'm about to say, but if you exclusively play shields, you are bad at the game. It is a crutch, and that you're making up for your lack of skill by playing a crutch operator that doesn't involve actually playing the game. If you play shields in Siege and that's all you play, you fucking suck and you ruin the game for everybody else. That's just that you're just bad at the game. You're bad at the game and you ruin it for everyone else. And Yubi wants to add more of those operators that ruin the game for everybody. Good job, Yubi. Nobody wants more shields, other than the shield players, because they're finally using a meta where it's completely broken OP and they can sit there and do fucking nothing all game. They can sit in a corner with their stupid little shield up all game, and if you try and fight them, they'll melee you, knock you on the floor, and you're dead. They also get melee priority, so if you knife them first, it doesn't matter because their melee is going to override yours. Nor do they take any damage from anything, because the other day I had a Monty sprint through 3 sets of barbed wire and a full gas canister from smoke, and get C4'd and shotgunned in the feet, and he still had over half HP left. And guess what he did? He ran up, punched me in the face, knocked me on the ground, and killed me. Really balanced. You need to meet the person behind that idea. Nothing malicious, I promise. Dude, genuinely, whoever it is, just from the perspective of like a Siege community member, genuinely, the perspective I have is anyone at Ubisoft who's sitting there right now and going, yes, more shields, that's what we need in game, shouldn't be working on Siege because clearly they don't know what they're doing. Nobody wants more shields. Nobody. They're just oppressive and boring for the game. It's an oppressive meta that just ruins the game. And then you look at, like, ranked bans, it completely negates the entire point of ranked bans because all that ever gets banned is shields. Nobody wants to play against Monty, no one wants to play against Blitz. They just both get permabanned. That's just how it is. No one wants them. So even if you ban 2 shields, you've still got to deal with Fuse, who has a shield as well, that most people are playing at the minute. And then if you don't have to deal with Fuse, then you might have to deal with Thermite, who they might be giving a shield. And it's just like, what? That's just stupid, man. It's Ubisoft. When have they ever decided to do something good? Never. It's just another, like, example of Ubisoft being incompetent again. Not knowing... Ubisoft have done this so many times, though, where what they do is they come up with buffs and changes for people, but they do it at completely the wrong time. If anyone used to play back in the day when... this was around, what, year 4, maybe? Year 3? When Warden came out? Anyone remember that? When Warden first came out? The guy with the glasses who stops getting flashbanged. He can put his smart glasses on so he can't be flashed. Good operator. At the time, everyone thought he sucked. Why did everyone think he was terrible? Because he was designed for a meta of beating Glaz and Ying that got nerfed 6 months before he was released. So no one played Glaz and Ying anymore. So Ubi made an operator that was completely useless because they made him for a meta that no longer existed. But because of how long in advance they decided to do shit, he was completely irrelevant. And it's the same thing with, like, the Thermite shields thing, if it turns out to be true. They sit there and they're like, yes, shields are a problem now, but they probably decided they were going to change this months ago. But will they change their plans now that everybody knows that shields are terrible? No. They'll still do it because it's Ubisoft and they don't care. If they did care, they wouldn't offer a shitty membership system that robs people of content for an extra $10 a month. Every hack person's legendary as Wonder Guard, huge power ability, adaptability, pre-nerf protein, 100,000 every stat. Yeah. Yeah, Monty is literally like a hacked Mon legendary. I want shields. Ouch. Are you a shield player, Bruce? See, I mean what I say, though. Shields are bad for the game. They're just bad for the game. Nobody likes shields. The only people who enjoy shields are the people playing them. But there's nothing enjoyable about playing a shield. You just walk around and punch people. It's boring as shit, man. Especially Monty. Monty just sticks his shield up and just walks into the bomb site. And can you do anything about him? No. And most of the time, he'll just stand there. How boring is that? Yes. Honestly, Bruce, I would advise that you start playing another operator because shields are going to get nerfed soon anyway. But, like, just get off the shields. I don't know if it's worse at other ranks, but at the level that like me and Mirage and that player at like the sort of platinum and above, up to platinum to diamond range, it's just ridiculous. There's just not, there's no skill or no fun involved in playing if there's shields involved. Because you get a mix of people. You either have one or two things, right? These are the two things you have. You either have someone who plays the shield, which is usually on your team, who's completely terrible and does nothing the entire game, but insists on not banning the shields because of it. Like, you'll get it sometimes. Me and Mirage will run into 3 stacks, and they'll sit there and they'll go, no, 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 don't ban Blitz, don't ban Monty, keep them in. We want to play them. Our guy has a strat. He's a Monty main. And you go, oh, well, we didn't get a choice, do we? Because we're in a 2 stack and they're in a 3 stack, right? So they're going to get the ban through that they want. So they get Monty through, right? And then you go, well, he better make up for it by being good. Plays Monty, dies to a spawn peak. Next round, plays Monty, dies in the first 10 seconds by sprinting in without droning. Plays Monty third round, does nothing. Enemy team plays Monty, guy kills everybody and like makes the entire round. They just win the entire round. It's just stupid. It's so dumb. They can be skilled to playing a shield, but spamming it out or maining it, yeah, your shield doesn't give you more health resistance. To be honest, I would agree with you that there used to be skill in playing shields, but the current shield meta, no, I don't think there is any skill to playing shields anymore. I genuinely don't think there's any skill involved in playing a shield anymore these days. Shields are like Lion in Year 3. That's my... I don't think that's a hot take. Lion, when he first came out, was an I win button because he pressed the button, you couldn't move, and if you moved an inch, crouched, prone, whatever, he would get wall hacks on you and you get wall banged. That was Lion for like 6 months. And it was almost impossible to play against because if you didn't have Lion, you would lose. And if you did have Lion, it was just like a guaranteed win button. Shields are pretty much the same, just to a slightly less oppressive degree. Because Lion had a gun that he could shoot you with, versus the shield just punches you to death. Back then, I would argue that, like, before the rework, shields had some level of skill to play. These days, 90% of shield gameplay is sprint at you, punch you in the face to knock you on the ground, so you can't hit them back, or shoot them. Or if you try and melee them, they get priority, so they knock you down anyway, and then they just kill you, with a second melee that they can do nearly instantly after knocking you on the ground. So you can get double meleeed within like 2 seconds. And as I say, like, if it's at the point where you go, oh, well, bring trap operators, bring smoke, bring barbed wire. I did the other day in that particular situation. And what happened? Monty just sprinted straight through it anyway, took barely any damage and killed me. Like, it's not like that guy did some crazy meta high skill strat. He literally just sprinted through all of the shit that had been put down and just killed me anyway. And I shotgunned him in the feet, he got C4'd, he ran through 2 layers of barbed wire, which deals, what, 5 damage a second for every time you walk through it? I think even more if you're sprinting, maybe. I can't remember if it's more if you sprint or not. But, like, he basically took, like, a fuckload of damage, and he just ate it all and killed me anyway. Like, what am I supposed to do? And then again, you just have him where he has 3 teammates behind him, so even if somehow he runs up to me, I manage to knock his shield out of the way, I'm just going to die anyway, because someone else is going to shoot me. I think it's just stupid. Mainly mained Monty and tried to use a revolver. When, though, I would say, though, bruised. Like, if you tried to play shields before, like, Year 9 of Siege, that's fine. But, like, the current shields is what I'm talking about. Not shields in general. Shields back in the day used to be terrible, and then they became decent. And then they became a cheater's weapon of choice because you couldn't like wallbang the cheaters while they were using the cheats. And they would just, you know, one-tap everyone with a pistol across the map. But like the current meta of Siege with the current version of shields that we have now are just like OP as shit. Yeah, see, you're fine because you played like old shields, right? The new shields are the problem. That's like what I'm talking about. So you're fine. Because you used to play them back when they weren't, like, just blatantly OP. Now, they used to have, like, the hip fire stuff. I mean, shields have always had, like, some element of controversy with them, because they've always had something kind of broken about them, whether it was being able to, like, hip fire headshot everybody and stuff like that. But, like, those weren't really that big of a problem. Now, though, it's just ridiculous, man. They're just stupid to play against. Are playing ranked, so you're gonna go in. So you're going to get the meta picks. I mean, yeah, I understand that. Playing ranked, I'm gonna play against meta stuff, which I know that going in. But the problem is that the meta itself is broken, and Ubisoft hasn't done anything to change it in 6 months. It would be like playing a Pokemon... This is the best way to describe the current state of shields, right? This is why I'm, like, talking about it and complaining about it. It would be like this. It'd be like you start a Pokemon Nuzlocke, you're level 5, you get your starter, it's a randomizer, so you go, ooh, I got a Gibble. Nice, I've got a Gibble, that's good. I'm looking forward to this, it's going to be great. I've got a decent Mon, I know what I'm doing, I'm decent at the game. And you go, right, randomizer Nuzlocke. Who's my rival got? Dialga. And he's level 100. And he has 500 in every stat. Okay, nice. That's the equivalent. It's like you go from, yeah, okay, this isn't too bad, into like this is a decent situation, to, oh look, Monty's here, we're all fucked. And it's like, do I have a chance of beating him? Yes, but it doesn't rely on me outplaying Monty, it relies on Monty being an idiot and throwing his life away. Because 9 times out of 10, Monty just walks around the corner and then you're dead. Like, either a teammate's going to kill you, or Monty's just going to wait until you look away from him, inevitably to try and deal with someone else, and then punch you in the face and kill you. I just find it really stupid. Like, the current meta of Siege is just terrible, if you ask me. It's just bad. It's not fun to play in Ranked at the minute, because it's just, you ban shields, otherwise you lose. And then it removes any kind of, like, competitive strategizing from the game, because you spend the whole time banning shields rather than someone who might actually break an entire strategy. Like a Brava, or someone who can take over Defender gadgets. She's very annoying. Can't ban her, though, because you got to worry about Monty every game. So you have to ban Monty. And then you have to hope that the other team bans Blitz, which 9 times out of 10 they do. But every once in a while, one of the shields sneaks through, and then you know 9 times out of 10 that they're going to be one of those annoying fuckers who plays them. So, that, and as I say, they're just like a cheating mechanism as well. Shield players sometimes are cheaters just because it's easier to kill people if you can't be shot back in traditional means, isn't it? If you have half your body covered, it's a lot easier to cheat and wallbang people with walls than it is to fight people while you can be shot back through the same hole. So, I don't know. Siege's current meta is just bad. It's not about ranked versus unranked or anything like that. It's just like, Siege's current meta is just bad. With shields being too strong. And loads of people out there will say they aren't, but all of those people are just on hardcore cope because they play shields and don't think they're that bad. Didn't even realize it's been 9 years. Yeah, it's almost year 10 of Siege. February will be the 10th year of Siege. It will be the 10th season, like, year of content. Which is crazy. Yeah, 9 years Siege has been out for now. But it's just, what's crazy to me is Siege has been out for such a long time. 9 years, and they still have some of the same problems they've been dealing with the entire lifetime of the game, because they haven't learned from the mistakes they made in the past. You know? And, like, I understand with some things that, like, they have projects to work on, they can't exactly be proactive about everything. But when you have metas that get defined by operators that are basically just walk around and do nothing, and that's the playstyle, is you just walk around and hit people in the face and they can't really shoot you back the entire time. It's not very fun. No one wants to play. Plus then you factor in that they've had cheating problems for the last God knows how long on PC, to the point where at one point there was a 1 in 3 chance of getting a cheat at every lobby. 1 in 3. Me and Mirage in the last week, even in this season where there's been way less cheaters, me and Mirage have both had elo rollback this week. Twice. From playing cheaters in rank this season. Again. Which is crazy, because I think that's one of the first times ever we've actually had multiple rollbacks in one season. Normally the people who cheat never get caught, and then you never get any elo rollback, but just stupid. It's a microtransaction cash cow. Well, no, because you don't pay for operators. You can't buy Monty for real money or Blitz for real money, so there's no cash incentive for it. You know? Like, there's no reason to do that. Because, like, Monty is not going to generate cash for the game, nor is Blitz. You know? Like, that's the problem. So it's like, there's no reason for them not to change it. All it does is just kind of ruin, like, everything. It just ruins the competitive nature of the game, you know? But there have been ops in Siege that have been annoying over the years. Blackbeard, as I say earlier, Clash, people like that. There's been others that Lion, Finker was really strong for a while. There's been a lot of people that have come out and been really good. But usually with those types of things, if they have something about them that's too good, it gets changed very quickly. Yet they, like, fairly quickly, right? With the exception of a few of them. Yet when it comes to Siege, and certain operators, like the shields, they're very slow to change that. Yeah, like Ying, they'll go one season where they'll decide she's got too much utility and they'll remove it. But then when it comes to, like, shields or something, the Boss G is another example. The shotgun, the slug shotgun for Vigil. It's like a one-shot body shot to down someone. Why? And why of all people have you got it on fucking Vigil with an ACOG scope? Because you know that all the Vigil players are just going to try and spawn peek everyone and go roaming with it constantly, and it's just stupid to play against because it's a low-skill weapon. You just get sniped to... It has no damage fall-off either. It's a slug shotgun with no damage fall-off that can snipe you with one shot across the map. And Vigil's gadget means that he can turn on his thing and become invisible to drones. So it's like, good luck fighting him most of the time. Because he's just going to go rat in a corner for half the match and then come up and one-shot everybody on the flank later on. It's just annoying, man. Like, Vigil's nowhere near as bad as the shields are, but still, he's another one of those ones where it's like, Boss G hasn't been changed for a while, that probably should have. I don't understand how they haven't nerfed it to some degree yet. Even just reducing its damage by a bit or adding fall-off to it would be enough. But headshots aside, anyway. That's human trafficking. It's not... Wait, and that's not very nice. What was that in relation to, Natty? I'm a bit confused. Obviously something about Ubisoft, but... Not alleging, of course, as well. Ubisoft lawyers that you're human trafficking people, of course. I'm just confused as to what the context of that was. Did it change? I thought you could pay for them, but then again, I haven't played in years. They had the packs and such. Yeah, you can buy operators for renown, but you can't pay for them with real money. Or at least the... So, yeah, I mean, you can. You can buy, like, the new operators when they come out. But the problem is that none of the new operators are the problem. It's the old operators from the original vanilla game that you can get for free using the in-game currencies that were the issue, right? Because it's Montaigne and Blitz who were two of the OG operators. Fuse was an OG operator as well who still has a shield. Like, in some cases, if you have the new people who come out... A lot of the new operators they've released in the last... Let's say... 3 years on Siege, very few of them have gone on to be as strong as they initially either looked, or have gone on to be as strong as some of the operators of the past. Like Demos. Demos on paper looked really strong. He came out this year. He has a little helicopter drone, which he can throw out. It's called Death Mark. If he scans someone in the match, so he scans Tachanka on the other team, he goes in, he sends his Death Mark drone out, and it will do like a live ping of where Tachanka is for, say, 20 seconds, right? But Tachanka can also see where Demos is. So both of them can see each other being pinged. So the idea being that Demos is designed to go and hunt, like, roaming people that are running around the map. So you have someone hiding off in a corner, like the Vigil I was talking about earlier. You go, right, I'm going to call Vigil. You hit the Vigil thing, he whips his pistol out. Now you're hunting Vigil around the map. Initially, it sounds really bad because you think, damn, roamers are going to be so oppressed, it's going to be ridiculous. And then you find out when he comes out, actually, kind of Demos is a lot harder to make work than he actually sounds on paper. But, like, when you look at him, he looks like he should be effectively way stronger than he is. but he's actually not that crazy. A good Demos is annoying, but, like, you know, he's not crazy strong. It's the same with other people. There's been a number of ops that you look at and you go, on paper they should be really powerful, but they just kind of never really hit the same levels that old people have. And yet then you've got, like, fucking Monty and Blitz, who they've buffed and are just, like, way stronger than everyone on attack statistically at the minute. And they don't even have guns, babe. They have a pistol as their primary weapon and a fucking riot shield. And, like, they just kind of break the game. And everyone has access to them, because everyone has access to all the old ops, so... I don't know. When I played, I bought the expansion pack, so I got the new ops each season. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they still do the same thing where you get them with the battle pass, but as I'm like, the thing that I'm saying is that the people who are overpowered aren't the new ops these days. That's the thing. It's not new operator gets released and new operator is too strong. It's new operator gets released and you go, oh, nice. And then they go, and we've made a rework to someone who's been in the game for 4 years, and we've now buffed them to be the strongest character in the game by 5 million%. You know, and they just become miles better than everybody else. It's just kind of like a... It's power creep, basically, is effectively the best way to look at it. But it's not like power creep as in the new people come out and are just better than everything else. It's the new people come out and immediately get power crept by someone who gets reworked. And, like, the reworks are completely either, like, hyper overpowered or terrible. Tachanka, when he first got reworked, really wasn't that great. Now he's decent. He's okay. But they changed him to have, like, a Molotov grenade launcher. He was shit for ages, though, because the fire was, like, really non-existent. He didn't have enough rounds. It was just bad. It wasn't really a good, like, version of him when he came out. And then they buffed him and he was decent. And then you have this new Blackbeard one that they're talking about, where they're basically just like, let's give him, like, every buff we can think of. You know? And make him literally, like, the strongest operator in the game, probably. Yeah, it's just like, what are we doing? Anyway, I didn't realize there's a break that's just started, so I'm going to pause up here real quick. And end the siege rant there, I think, because I've talked about it for the last 30 minutes or something. So we're going to go for the BRB. I'm going to go have a stretch, have a drink, do all that stuff I need to do, and I'll be back in a minute, okay? So BRB, everybody. Back in a few.
They tried to nail the coffin shut, but you lot just won't stay down. This is yours now!
Okay, we can carry on again now. We're back from the BRB. Welcome back from the break, everybody, and welcome in Raiders from Tabletop. How's it going? Welcome in. How are you guys doing? I'll give you a little shout out real quick. How was stream? What were you guys up to? I assume you are Pokemoning. Have a look. Pokemon Crystal. You must have started the Gen 2 generational run you were talking about the other day. How has that been going so far? Hopefully it was a good first, I assume first stream of it. Yeah, and welcome in Raiders as well. Welcome, welcome. We're currently just level grinding in Scarlet and Violet right now. We're getting ready to do a gym battle pretty soon, so we're just leveling up our last few mons to get them to level 40 so we can do the gym fight. Yeah, hopefully you guys had a fun time, and I hope you had an enjoyable stream. I say welcome in. We do have maybe with Rock Slide. I think we can probably knock one out with Knuckle Stack. Maybe. We'll try anyway. Thank you for the welcome back, Nee, and the welcome into the Raiders. Good to see you guys. Generational run started today. Beat the Flying Gym with a Hoppip, Chikorita, Unknown with the Grass type, Hidden Power, and Sentret. Oh yeah, I forget that Hidden Power's a thing, because they removed it, didn't they? Yeah. Was Chikorita random, or was that a optional choice that you went for? Or was that decided by chat? Did you just go for Chikorita? Hoppip, though, is fairly understandable. That's an early Pokemon in Gen 2, isn't it? I know you can get Pidgey quite early as well. But obviously you can't use him in that case because you're only using Gen 2ers. So that kind of limits you a little bit. Because I don't remember getting any hugely early pure flying type, like early birds in that generation. Unless I'm wrong. But I know you can definitely get Pidgey really early on. Hey, we got the Salt Block. Nice. The Minecraft Salt. Chat vote. Ah. I see they wanted to make the challenge harder for you. I've got to say, when it comes to the Generation 2 starters, I am very much not in the Chikorita camp. I'm very much a fan of, well, I wouldn't say a fan of the other two. I like Feraligatr. Typhlosion's okay. I'm not a fan of Chikorita to Meganium, so I think it's just one of those Pokemon that's not that great. So they're giving you a harder job by giving you that one, I think. Hoppip only knows Symphysis. Oh. Yeah, that's... Okay, so you basically didn't have a flying type at all then, because it was useless and couldn't attack. I mean, it can drop defense, I guess. But against a flying gym, I mean, you've got two grass types. Unknown with grass hidden power. Oh, yeah, that's not a great start, is it? To be honest, I would say, from my perspective, with the Pokemon knowledge I have, which is a little shaky, admittedly, Gen 2 is probably going to be one of the harder generations to do there, because there's not that many Pokemon. There's only like 80 Pokemon added or something in Gen 2, wasn't there? So I actually think you kind of got your work cut out there, because I don't remember there being that many... So not that many Pokemon in general, and because of that, there wasn't that many of a lot of the types. Obviously, Dark got introduced in that type, in that generation. So you got that going for you, but, like, yeah, there's not really many rock types or anything, because, of course, they used to supplement them in those games by just going, oh, let's just chuck Geodude in or whatever at the start of the game. So against the Flying Gym, you probably did quite well there. Is it a Nuzlocke style run, or is it just a casual playthrough? Or is there any element of kind of extra challenge rules or anything involved? I don't think we got down to the nitty-gritty of it last time when we were talking about this. So are there kind of any limitations, or is it just only Gen 2 Pokemon, and then from there you can do whatever you want practically, but just Gen 2? Because I feel like if it was Gen 2 and you had like some hardcore like limiting rules, that would be really hard. That would be horrible. You did like Gen 2 level caps at like Nuzlocke only, we can only catch like the first mon on every route. That'd be horrible. Especially in Gen 2. I mean, you get some Pokemon that would be decent early on. Like, I'm sure you can get Mareep before the first gym against Falkner. But I suppose it would depend if you got it, if it was randomized. Did you call? I knew you were going to... I was going to comment on that, Nitty. I was going to say something, but I didn't. I was going to say, no, not that Nitty, a different one. I'm glad that you responded, though. Honchkrow is definitely good here. I think this is the team here. Strangely, we have, like, what? 4 dark types? 5 dark types? Dark type, dark type, dark type, dark type. And we have 5 dark types. That's, dare I say that's quite useful for today, considering we are going to be fighting both Psychic and Ghost. I think that's quite a good combination of Pokemon to have for today. So that's good. I'm very happy with that. Actually, technically we could put Morgrim in and have a team of 6 dark types. I just don't really fancy using Morgrim. That's crazy, isn't it? 6 dark types for a gym against Ghost and Psychic today. That's actually crazy. Basic Nuzlocke rules, only no death rules, and not the catching rule though. Okay, so it's basic, the basic set battle then, I'm guessing. And it's set battle and kind of like held items. And I suppose level caps then as well. I'm not sure if that's part of the original kind of like Nuzlocke. I suppose technically the traditional basic Nuzlocke rule set is literally just catch the first thing you find on every route, and if anything dies. But everything else, I guess, is like the more hardcore rules. So sort of pick and choose on those ones that you want. The catching rule would be bad on that, I think, though, on Gen 2. Especially if you're only going for Gen 2 Mons. Like, you would lose half the encounters in the game because you would just get stuff from other generations. It would be awful. The brain, it thinks not well, however. Apparently. It's just the way it is, man. I didn't mean that in a bad way. That's just how it is, though, Nitty. Sometimes thinking is hard at the end of the day. Thinking be hard, you know? We thonk together. Combine our brain cells together to create even more thonking power. Dude, permadeath would be awful in a run like that. That's coming from me as well. Someone who's, like, fairly experienced with Pokemon Challenge runs. Permadeath in that Gen 2 run with only using Gen 2 Mons in a Nuzlocke would be horrible. And I am glad you're not doing it, because that would be a sanity killer right there, I feel like. Thank you for the Nox count as well, Bruce. I appreciate it. Yeah. Hopefully you enjoy your time here with us, so everybody that came in on the raid. We are doing, as I guess, could you really call it a challenge right now? I guess you kind of could. It's more of a end of a challenge run. We did a long challenge series for about a year where we went through Scarlet and Violet and played the game 18 different times with all the monotyped versions. So a team of full dark, a team of full grass, team of full fire, etc. We did that for about a year, and then all the Pokemon that were left at the end that we finished the game with, the final 6, aka the traditional Hall of Fame Pokemon that you would have for defeating the Elite Four, we then combined them into 6 different teams and randomized them so that we would have a perfect team of one of every type. And then this is the last one of those that we're doing now, the final run out of 6, as kind of a celebration of the Pokemon that made it to the end, creating the ultimate Avengers Giga Chad team of the best Pokemon that we had. So that's what we're doing right now. It's why we have such a weird collection of Pokemon, but also we have a lot of similar types because they count for different things. So Honchkrow is flying, Bug for low kicks, Meowscarada grass, Poison for Skuntank, even though all of them are also part dark. So while they all have a secondary typing that's the same, they're all representing different typings. So, no opportunity swaps, level caps. So set battle, level caps, no dupes, except unknown for the bonus of catching all 28. Do you get anything for catching all of the unknowns? Let me grab Wii Sports real quick, wherever it is. Every time I add more stuff to my playlist on Spotify, I have to scroll further down to find Wii Sports. There we go. Wii Sports for you, Christoph. Yeah, Honchkrow and low kicks lead is fine. Yeah, thank you for the redeems, and thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out and vibing in the stream today on this fine Sunday. We're making some good progress, so things are going okay. Things are going alright. We have a look. None. No, apparently nothing happens. What happens when you catch all of the unknown? Nothing. In Diamond and Pearl and Platinum, you get you'll get seals for each unknown from the boy in Solaceon Town. And the Ruin Maniac will be done digging. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, you'll finish the side quest. So I guess you don't actually get anything specific. You pretty much just get a pat on the back. Damn. They don't really give you anything. I guess you get nothing. You don't get any like special mons or items or anything then for doing it. What? Like there's no incentive to do that. Bruised. He does look a little bit like he could, you know, be on some stuff, you know? Old, MC Sledge. This is just gonna be one-shots everywhere. Moist Critical. Yeah, he does look a bit like, Moist Critical, doesn't he? I know everyone said that for a while. When the games first came out. We're also 2 under cap. If you want to split hairs, we're technically not on the level cap, so we're doing this under. I wouldn't really say we really are, because it's level 42, so... But... MC, Moist Critical Sledge. Yeah, that's his name. Who we're facing? Good old, Moist Critical. Joy of completing a side quest, I guess, in this case. Just to say we experience as much of the game as we can. I mean... I guess it depends what you're doing it for. Like, if you, like me, for example, right, if I was doing it, I wouldn't bother even catching any of the unknown. Because I would just go, well, it doesn't give me any benefit towards completing the challenge, so I wouldn't even do it. Like, when it comes to me and the Nuzlocke, unless it's something that specifically benefits what I'm doing, I just completely, like, ignore all of the extra stuff. But if you're trying to go for, like, a full completion on top of the challenge, then, you know, it's probably worth doing. But, like, the way that I play the challenge runs, I wouldn't bother at all doing them if there was no benefit of it. Now, if you got an item that was useful, maybe I would. Like, I know in Sinnoh, I spent a long time talking to that guy. He's at the bottom of the map, close to where Raminus Park is. If you speak to him on certain days, he'll ask you to bring him a Pokemon of a certain level. And if you do it enough times, he'll give you some good items. He gives you the Focus Sash, which is actually really useful, and we've used it a number of times to help with fighting Cynthia. With, like, a Weavile or something, and using it Focus Sash Weavile to try and get 2 Ice Shards off, so you can break Garchomp's Yachi Berry, and then kill him with a second Ice Shard. But, like, it's kind of a niche use, and there's a lot of, like, random RNG and stuff to get it, but... Yeah, other than something like that, I probably wouldn't ever do it any of the side quests. Yeah. Have a good one, Nitty. Take it easy, my dude. Thanks for hanging out, as always, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and I'll see you on Tuesday, innit? And Christoph as well. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, as always. I appreciate you being here and vibing with us, and I hope you have a good one, too. And we will see you in a bit, potentially. Didn't expect that to one-shot, not gonna lie, but it is low kick, so am I surprised? Not really. I'm less shocked than not that low kicks actually one-shotted though. Because it is low kicks after all. Damn, even on a crit. That was very close to killing Sableye. Jay did excellent in the gym though, even being not very effective. He beat the first gym Pokemon by himself. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, because at least from my perspective of what I've seen from them in the past, Unknown are like kind of garbage Pokemon that aren't worth using. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never watched it, so I can't comment on what happened in the fight, but I'm surprised to hear that he was good in the first gym. I mean, maybe it's just because it's the first gym, so, like, you know, at least at that point in the game, Unknown is still not completely awful because its stats aren't terrible. Being a, like, non-evolving first stage Pokemon, but yeah. I feel like my experience ever with Unknown is that they're just kind of not worth using, so I usually don't even bother catching them. If they're available anyway, of course. But then also it comes down to things like I probably play the game very differently than the way you do, so that's just how it is, isn't it? Everyone has a different style in which they play the game. And if my style is different to yours, then you might have a use for Unknown that I don't have. Because I might specifically go for a certain type of team comp that has, you know, like a higher offense or something, rather than a more balanced team, and maybe Unknown fits a more balanced team. I don't know. Yeah, as I say, from my perspective, I don't like Unknown very much. I would never really use one if I was given the choice. I just don't think they're that good of a Pokemon. I mean, doesn't it only learn thingy as well? Doesn't it literally only get hidden power? It can't learn any TMs, I think. I want to say that's the case anyway. I could be wrong. Key to victory. After the Pidgeotto came out, he finally fell, giving way to Chikorita growling until death. Hoppip tail whipping until death. Centra able to tank and beat up Pidgeotto. What's on? I can't remember what's on Faulkner's team. Isn't it Pidgey? Didn't you have like 2 Pidgey and a Pidgeotto or something? Oh, he has. Oh, he only has Pidgey and Pidgeotto. Hang on a minute. Did they buff him in Heart Gold, Soul Silver? Oh, they did. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense now. I was wondering how, like, how you had such an easy fight against him with the team you did, but I think it's because when the time I played against him in the remake, he's a bit higher level. Which probably makes a difference. Some of these... Oh, these movesets are a bit odd as well. Pidgey gets Mud Slap. What is that? That's unusual. Is it ground move? Yeah, I mean, looking at them on paper, just because of like the changes to the game and the changes to the movesets, it looks like the Heart Gold Soul Silver version is probably a slightly more difficult fight. Just because Pidgey gets... Pidgey has Sand Attack and Tackle, and then they obviously get abilities which didn't exist in Gen 2. They're slightly higher level. In Gen 2, they're level 7 and level 9, versus the remake, they're 9 and 13. Keen Eye is unable to drop accuracy, isn't it? Yeah, so that wouldn't make a difference. That wouldn't change anything about the fight that you did, because you weren't able to drop their accuracy anyway. But Pidgeotto gets Roost in the remake, which is annoying. That's kind of weird that they put a healing move on that early game of Gym. Kind of wild. Yeah, I mean, against a level 9 and a level 13 with the movesets they had, it's more likely that you were able to get a win. Like, as I say, from what I've seen there, I feel like if that was Heart Gold Soul Silver, it probably would have been a slightly more difficult fight. But you're not playing Heart Gold Soul Silver, so you benefit from that fact. But just because of not having abilities and things, obviously, it makes the original game slightly differently played. Because also, I don't think you have the physical special split yet, either. So it's like this, the kind of the way that the early games versus the later games play is kind of wildly different. So on paper, though, just looking at the two of the teams, it looks like Heart Gold would be a harder fight. But again, you know, some of it comes down to the generation that it was in at the time. Mud Slap TM to defend against Electric, which is interesting because they got rid of it in the remake. So he has it in the originals in Gold, Silver, Crystal, but in the remakes they remove it and they just give him Sand Attack Tackle. Physical and special is split. Yeah, but isn't in Gen 2 it's just called special though? You don't have the physical special split is like a it's the way that it's done is different, isn't it? It's not like special attack, special defense. Special is just like one stat, isn't it? I think it was Gen 3 they did that. Games prior to Gen 3, the type of the damaging move determines whether the move is physical, damage calculation, or special. It was first assigned to individual moves in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, and then applied to all moves in Gen 4. Yeah, so like certain Pokemon were better and certain weren't, and it allowed certain ones to use different types of moves that in previous gens they weren't really able to use. But like one of the examples being like Sneasel is a good one in Gen 2. Because before the like physical special stuff, mostly, like Sneasel was obviously a physical attacker and it didn't have ability to evolve to Weavile at that point and get even stronger. But like Ice and Dark were special types rather than physical types back in that time. So Sneasel basically was massively nerfed from the fact that it had no physical stab attack to benefit from its higher attack. Which kind of sucked, so. But it's to do with like the damage calculations though, rather than like the stats themselves. Crystal they updated to have special and physical separated. It's yeah, but Generation 4 is when the like damage calculation splits and that actually changed. So it's still got the Gen 2 mechanics of the original stuff. The typings themselves are separated, but the way that it works in terms of its damage is still the same. In that like Sneasel is effectively garbage pre-Gen 4 purely because there isn't really anything about ice that's useful for a physical attacker. It's why, like, in Gen 1, Tauros used to be good because it could spam Hyper Beam. Versus then when they kind of changed it to make it so that, you know, typings were a bit more varied and Pokemon couldn't rely on the single stat anymore. Then Tauros became kind of not so good anymore because he didn't get Stab Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam was also kind of busted for other reasons in Gen 1, so it's not entirely like the reason why he was good. But I think it, what was it? If you knocked someone out using Hyper Beam, I don't think it had to recharge. So we could constantly just spam it. It was kind of crazy. It's amazing how, like, different they changed some of that stuff, though. You imagine if that was the same now, where, like, moves that required a recharge were a one-shot kill and then you didn't have to recharge. That's wild. That and wasn't crit crit chance is based on speed, I think, in Gen 1 as well. So if you had really high like speed Pokemon, you could pretty much, I don't think like guarantee, but you could like almost really easily rip through people. I'm surprised we got those one-shots there as well. I really am. I'm very surprised we one-shotted the Mimikyu. I know it was a crit, but still. I mean, it's these guys just being a absolute monster, you know? Yeah, the physical special thing being on, like, the moves, basically, rather than the Pokemon itself. That's where I misspoke in what I said. So while the stats are separated, it's the moves that are determined, that basically their physical or special nature is determined based on the type, mostly. Hence why Ice is terrible in Gen 3, really, because it's just, or Gen 2, because Sneasel doesn't have access to a physical Ice move, because they're all special. Have a good one, Tabletop. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have an enjoyable rest of the night. And we will try and do our best to, well, I was going to say continue playing on through the run as we one-shot the gym leader's ace Pokemon. So I think we're going to be all right. But enjoy the rest of your evening and the nap. And we will talk to you again soon. That weren't too bad. That was a fairly, well, gonna say that was a fairly clean win, but actually we barely even took any damage, did we? I think we took one hit from Mimikyu. That was it. We outsped and knocked out in one shot on everyone. I'm telling you, low kicks, it's just slept on. Low kicks is so slept on, it's unreal. Right. After another successful gym victory, now we need to go and gear up and get ready for the next one. Actually, we do have a bit of running to do. We also need to go and do a fight against one of the Titans, because we need to beat Great Tusk, I think it is. Is it Great Tusk next? I think so. We need to beat Great Tusk. That's boss fight 2 done of the day as well. We've beaten Atticus now, and we've beaten Rhyme. We need to go and do this, and then start prepping for the next part of the game, which is Tulip down here, and then eventually Grusha. So we seem to be fairly, I would say, on decent time for today. About an hour, 2 hours and 25 left, and we've got a couple of gym leaders to beat. So worst comes to worst, we get to the end of the day, we'll either, if it's too long, switch over to War Thunder. But yeah, we took what, 12 damage. But if we have a short amount of time left, we can always do a little bit of grinding to mitigate the damage we need to do on Thursday. So, not bad. That's a good good start there, though, what we did there. Let's show Meowscarada up front. I know it has... Great Tusk is going to have fighting type moves, which is bad for us, but we can probably do quite a lot of damage with our Miracle Seed. Guaranteed critical hit shots from Meowscarada, so... I fancy our chances of knocking him out before he probably knocks us out, and we outspeed him, so... Minus rapid spins anyway to boost its speed. So we'll go and knock out old Great Tusk over here, and then we will swiftly move on to hopefully get towards the next gym, which will be Tulip, who traditionally hasn't given us too many problems. And in this case, with the team we have, it should be quite easy, quite frankly, because if we really wanted to, bringing Grimmsnarl in, we could have a full team of Dark types. So her Psychic type team is quite frankly a little bit fucked against us because, yeah, Psychic can't even hit our Dark types. It should be easy. Welcome back, Spartan, with the Doritos again. So I could do with a Dorito right now. I'm a little bit hungry. Just a little. A little bit peckish, as they say sometimes. Could do with a snack, actually. Snack would be quite nice. Alright. I reckon this is a 2-shot on Flower Trick. Could be. I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. About half, just over. Not bad. Okay, 1-shot us. I thought we could at least live 1, but maybe not. Me is powerful. That's fine, then. We'll just knock him out with Haunch Crow, anyway. Be useful to know, though, that we can only live... well, without a sash, we can't live a hit. Kind of willing to run the risk, though, of running... Jesus, that did over 100 to Haunch Crow. There's the knockout. I think I'm willing to use Meowscarada again for the second fight and bank on the fact that he goes after Scovillain instead. So, I think it's Scovillain, is it? Yeah, I want to say it's Scovillain. I don't think it's Shelder in this one. We'll be fine, I'm sure. I don't have a issue with this. Should be fine. Come on then, Great Tusk. Round 2. But this time it's 2 grass types instead of 1. Both, well, I was going to say both equally dangerous. To be fair, Scovillain's pretty good. I actually do quite like him as a Pokemon. I've used him a number of times in runs myself. I never used him until I started doing any form of challenge runs. Never used him before that point, but actually I will say I quite enjoy using it. I think he's quite a good mon. Just interesting type combination. Fire and grass. I mean, that mixed with the fact that he can kind of, just hits quite hard, you know? Kind of hits fairly well. He's got a good selection of moves. Yeah. I quite like it. I think he's a good mon. Scovillain is pretty interesting. And it evolves with a Firestone, which, of course, in Scarlet and Violet terms, is incredibly easy to get. So if you're using it for things like challenge runs, and Nuzlocke is also quite a good Pokemon to draw, just because you can almost immediately evolve it. And, of course, the more power you get as early as possible, the better you're going to be. So, certainly a good thing to have. Well, I've always enjoyed a bit of Scovillain in any run I've done. Seem to remember, I think it made it through as one of the fire or grass representatives for the Hall of Fame as well. I'll have a look. I'm pretty sure it made it in, though. I don't think he made it to the end. I'm thinking the end he was slightly outclassed by a couple of other people, but I'm sure he made it through. Yeah, he did in run number 2. That's the one with Annihilate and those types of Pokemon. That was a very good team, admittedly, so it's kind of understandable he never made the cut. But hey, he tried. He tried his best. He fought his little heart out. I reckon low kicks does enough damage. Okay, maybe not. Oh, Jesus. That was a bit pathetic. I thought he was going to do more than that. I'd hazard a guess and say I think he'd have been better off using Lunge. Damn. Let's see, shall we? Will Lunge do more than the double kick did? Double kick would definitely kill from here. I think Lunge probably does as well. It's stab. So probably kills. There we go. Low kicks is just really cool. I do like him a lot. He's got to be up there, I think, for me as one of my favorites from the new gen. For all of the stuff I like from the new generation, there's a few mons that I think are really cool. I think I will throw him up there as being one of my top choices. He's got to be, really. I mean, low kicks is just really cool. He just works. It's an interesting typing. Bug Dark. He gets access to fighting moves. I know he gets Swarm as one of his main abilities, but he's just good. He hits like a truck. He's fairly quick. He hits like a truck. Defensively, alright, he's not that great, but there aren't that many offensively strong Pokemon that are quite fast and have good attacking stats that are physically bulky, so I think he's actually a really good Pokemon. I think he's very slept on as well. A lot of people don't necessarily look at low kicks and think, wow, what a great mon. I think they should. People should take notice of low kicks. Very slept on. Very slept on. I think actually as well, low kicks. I mean, I keep mentioning how good he is. He also has a really good moveset as well. Low kicks' moveset is very nice. The access that he gets to certain things, lunge is very good. I mean, double kick's a good move as well. You get axe kick later on, which is basically the same as high jump kick. He can run loads of stuff. He's really good. Sucker punch, night slash, so he can run dark and bug and fighting moves quite nicely. Probably also pair that up with something else. I'm sure you can get like a detect or something on him as a another passive ability if you wanted to. You could probably even get another stat dropper on him, like low sweep or something, and try and get a speed drop move. Then you can have a speed drop move, attack drop move with lunge, and then just start just destroying people. I wonder if he can probably get other boosting moves as well. Like, I'd be interested to see if you can get Swords Dance on him or something. Swords Dance on that thing would be insane. Just thinking about that thought of Swords Dance low kicks is it's a bit of a horrifying thought, really. Knowing that you can take him and boost him that much. That would be a very, very strong combination, boosting a low kicks by that much. Giving him a large number of boosts via Swords Dance. That would be very interesting to see. Dare I say he would be a little too overpowered at that point, but he needs a bit of punch, you know. Nothing wrong with giving him a bit of a boost, I know. He deserves it. Skip through all this, of course, because it's always just another cutscene that we aren't really that interested in, because who is, quite frankly? I mean, the story stuff in this game isn't too bad, but once you've played through it as many times as I have, you kind of get a little bit tired of it after a while, you know? Because at the end of the day, I have played through some of this same content 25 times or whatever it is, 26 times, so it does come to a point where you're just not really that interested in it anymore, you know? This is gliding we now have as well, which we do need for the next thing we're going to do. We don't have the ability to climb, but we do have the ability to glide. It is very nice. Thank you for the redeems too. And welcome back. Welcome back? I think, yeah, I guess welcome back. Thanks for the redeems. I appreciate it. Let's do the long walk all the way up to the top of the map to go and find ourselves to Tulip's Gym. Should be nice and simple. Neat. Thank you for the self-care redeems too. I appreciate you making me take care of myself. Do those good old, you know, self-care drinks and things. Because otherwise I wouldn't do them. You know what I'm like? I would probably, like, not bother at all. I wouldn't do any. I actually would probably just not drink at all if no one did the redeems, because I just don't really think about it all that much. Unless I was genuinely sitting here being really thirsty, probably wouldn't actually reach for the bottle and have a drink. But it's a good job that you guys remind me to hydrate. Otherwise I would probably just forget and not do it at all. So, you keep me alive via hydration. There you go. The big thing. Actually, I won't sprint. It's just not quite as quick if we do that. Teddy Ursa in chat. Catch that Pokemon. Go get yourself a Teddy Ursa. 2 Pokemon with a T name back to back. That's kind of cool as well, isn't it? Not that it's relevant in the slightest, but Trapinch into a Teddy Ursa. Kind of a cool little combination of 2 T name Pokemon. Teddy Ursa's kind of interesting, though, in itself. It's actually a... It's not a bad Pokemon at all, I think. It's actually quite good. Some Lily... No, Petlils, not Lileeps. Couple of Petlils. Yeah, exclamation mark Pokey start there, Spartan, and then you can start catching things. That'll give you a trainer pass and a starter. With the Yoda death as well. I do like that sound effect. I reckon Yoda death has got to be the most used sound effect at this point. Has to be. Some of the other ones used to be used a lot, but I feel like Yoda death has slowly taken over the lead as the most used sound effect on stream. Litten. There you go, you got Litten. Anything for the actual app itself, Pokemon community game, is all found below the stream. It's all done in a little panel below stream. So if you need any info on it and stuff, it's all down there below the stream on Twitch's page. Oh, that's unlucky as well. Teddy Ursa escaped, but you'd already put it in before it came up. That's a bit silly. I feel like it should have let you get that one. That's unlucky. Pokemon appear every 15 minutes, I think it is. I believe... I can't remember where I found this before. I think it was in the Discord server for Pokemon Community Game. So to buy Pokeballs, you need Pokédollars. And to get Pokédollars, you have to be considered... You earn them passively, as well as from winning battles and or catching Pokemon and things like that. But the way that you earn them passively over a long period of time is via being what is considered an active quote-unquote chatter. Active chatter basically just means that if you post something in chat every 15 minutes, you'll continue accruing points in Pokemon Community Game. I assume they put it in to stop people just AFK farming it, but it seems strange because also people lurk in streams a lot, so I don't know. But yeah, I think from what I remember, if you, like, even if you just posted like a keyboard smash every 15 minutes, you would still keep accruing money, so that's how you buy Pokeballs and stuff. It's all done in the panel below the stream. The big old panel with Pokemon Community Game written on it. You can't miss it. And that shows you all of the Pokemon you've caught, the Pokédex, your items that you have. You can do battles there against other people. You can also do battles against AI opponents. You can do whatever. Pretty fun. I used to do it a lot more, but these days I don't catch so many things, so kind of stopped. Into the big cave we go. Would be nice to find a shiny. I know I've said that for a lot of the journey so far today, but or this one in general, I suppose. But it would be nice to find a shiny. Obviously, in these Pokemon runs, we've done many now. We've probably, arguably, I don't know if we've got more shinies than runs that we've done. Whether we have like 25 shinies or whatever for 25 runs, but would be interesting to see. It would be nice to get one or two more, just because it'd be a nice way to send off the Hall of Fame saga, Monotype saga, kind of into the sunset. You know, let us get a one last shiny for the road. Would be kind of cool. I have to say the best, like the rarest shiny we've probably found, if you want to call it rare, just because, I mean, obviously, you know, equal chance of getting shiny on literally every Pokemon that exists, but you know what I mean. The rarest kind of like Pokemon that we found a shiny on was Gibble. We found one in Area 0 right towards the end of the game. We did find a shiny Gibble, which was really cool. That was nice. We have ourselves a blue Gibble. Other than that, a lot of the other Pokemon we found shinies of are very common, like Starlies and things like that. Starly, Rookidee, Stunky. Otherwise, quite commonly found Pokemon, but Gibble being one of the few that's kind of at least slightly harder to find was quite nice that we got a shiny of it. And it was the only one we found in that certain run, and it was right at the end as well, which was kind of cool. So very much an unexpected turn of events to find one in that particular run that we did. I don't remember which one it was. It was one of the last monotypes. I don't remember which one, though. Probably was like Fire, maybe, or Ice, one of those two. I'm not entirely sure, though. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been a little while, so, you know, you have to forgive me for not remembering. I think there's more stuff around the back of this set of rocks, so we'll go up here as well. I'm pretty sure there's more back there. I do love the music in this game. It's one of the things... Scarlet and Violet did some things right and did some things wrong, like a lot of games do. And there's a lot of things about this game that are quite fun, but there's also some annoying things about the game, like the lag issues and frame rate and stuff. As well as some of the AI randomness that goes around. But I will say, unrelated to the game entirely, but the music they absolutely nailed. A big fan of the music in this game. They did a very good job of making a Pokemon game soundtrack. Just fits so well. Something about it. And some of the battle themes are just really nice. Any theme, you know, the Team Star, various battle themes. Gym leader theme is kind of nice. They did a lot of good stuff with Sword and Shield with that as well, with like the gyms and things. They did some good music. Marnie in that one is a good theme as well. Gym leader fights, champion fight against Leon. Final fight in this game against the Professor is pretty nice. The raid battle music in this game. The soundtrack is very much a highlight in Scarlet and Violet, I would say. For half a second there, I thought... It's always... You see the Makuhita with the Hariyamas, right? Because they always spawn together in groups. Every time I see them, I always have a look, and it's where it lines up where the Makuhita sort of like stood about where the Hariyama's hands are. And you see it, and you think, oh, it's red gloves. It's a shiny one. It never is. It's always the Hariyama's hand that's just covering up the glove on the Makuhita, and you have a quick glance at it and don't notice. But it almost always makes me think I found a shiny Makuhita. Probably the most common Pokemon in the game that I've looked at and gone, that's a shiny, and it turns out to not be. Most of them you kind of know the difference, but we're also going to get up onto this cliff in a minute without climbing, so you have to do that as well. I've done it every single playthrough I've ever done of this game, so I think once I discovered you could do it, we went up there. There's not really much of a purpose to doing it, to be perfectly honest. The actual stuff you get up there is pretty crap. I think there's a Houndoom up there maybe you can catch. I thought that was something really cool for a second there as an Umbreon. I thought it was a shiny or something. But there is an Umbreon there. I think there might be an Umbreon on the top of that cliff as well. Kind of weird. It's like an ask and you shall receive. I was about to mention Umbreon. How weird is that? Spoke it into existence. Now, if only I could do that with like 10 million pounds. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Speak it into existence. Right, we're going to do the jump. All you need is glide to do this. You don't need anything else. Glide and sprint. You don't need the ability to climb yet, which you get later on at more like level 50, 55 when you get to that point in the game. All you need to do, it might not be done on first attempt here. You have to run at this specific, like, V, basically, on the tip of the rock, and then jump at the highest point and deploy the glide at the highest point. I think we slipped there, so we'll try that one again. We went slightly too far. But you can basically glide all the way over there. Not sure if we're going to make it, but you have to aim kind of like at the corner of this. A bit weird, because the actual spot you land on looks like you're going to slide off. Like that. And there you go, first try. Straight across. It's either first try or it takes me forever to get across there. One of the two. There you go. And you can see that there's not really a lot over here. There's a few random items and things. There's a mint, which can change natures. There's... What else we got? A large I mean, the large candy's not bad, actually. I'll take that. It's good for progression for me if I'm, like, late game stuff. Hariyama again. With no shiny Makuhita. Part of me did kind of think it would be really cool if I could turn around and find a shiny there, but... No, it is what it is. We're just destined never to find another one. Oh, it's not Houndoom, it's Umbreon. There you go. So there's a gold Umbreon, which is a special Terra one. So it just means it's got a unique Terra type that you can find. They're like mini bosses that you find around the world. It's kind of cool. That's what the gold glowy Pokemon are. They're just specific, like, guaranteed Terra type mons. And they're usually quite good. Some of them will be unique typing that makes them quite decent, but at the end of the day, you can also change Terror type at any time by using shards, so slightly irrelevant as a mechanic having them available, the set roll ones, because you can just change it if you wanted to, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Game Freak made them like that, to be honest. They made it so it was specifically unique. I think it would have been more interesting, but you know, as it turns out, you can change them, so it's not a big deal in the end. We are not quite right on the money yet, but we are getting close to break number 3 of the stream as well. Just a heads up for everybody, so it won't be too long before we start thinking about heading off for our next BRB. Just so you know. So it won't come as a surprise when it happens, okay? But we will be doing that pretty soon. So probably in the
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated. What a classic that is. Love a bit of Liberty Prime from Fallout 3 and 4. Never come across Liberty Prime before, that's where he's from. He is a giant robot. He's a giant robot about the size of a building, and he hates communism, because he was designed to fight in a war against communism that happens in Fallout. Where the, at that point, the Chinese, I think it's the Chinese army tries to invade Alaska via Anchorage. There's a DLC in Fallout 3 all about it. It's like part of the kind of the Great War, where the, like when around the time when the nukes get dropped, or before the nukes get dropped, there's a giant war between communism and kind of the rest of the world. And I'm pretty sure the Chinese tried to invade America via Alaska in that scenario. And that's where Liberty Prime was first. I'm not sure if he was actually used there, but that's what he was created for. He was like an experimental project or something. Freedom forever, indeed. You'd certainly have freedom forever if you had a robot like that running around helping you out, wouldn't you? Giant, like, you know, 50 meter high robot running around, punching people and throwing mini nukes at them. Certainly would be one way of defeating your enemies, wouldn't it? Always kind of wondered if there was... oh, we've glitched a little bit there. We're flying. I wondered if you could... if there was anything hidden on the roof of the Pokemon Center, but it looks like there isn't. Okay. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen, but I'm not complaining. We got out of the stuck situation. Yeah, old Mr. Liberty Prime is not a fan of the communists. Safe to say. He has some great voice lines there that are really funny, so I quite enjoy him as a character. I like the fact he comes back in Fallout 4 as well. Quite a cool little thing. I just had a little look off to my left then just to see the Surging Sparks Pikachu ETB staring me in the face as well. God, it's exciting. Oh, is this a... Do we have to rival fight her? I thought it was after. Uh-oh. Oh no, we have to rival battle her now. That's terrible because we have Honchkrow up front against her. Oh no. This is a bit awkward. I forgot about this. I always forget about this rival fight. Okay, well, we're going to have to certainly play tactically here. He has 4 Pokemon, 2 of which are really good against Honchkrow. I mean, best thing we can do is switch, so... We don't have... Oh, no, I don't have him with me. We don't have Lucario with us. Okay. Switch to Garg. Let's try Garg. Also, I don't think I have any snoozes available, unfortunately, so... Unless any mods do. I'm not sure. Oh, no, I do have one. Okay. I'm going to use a snooze real quick, just because the ads would have started midway through otherwise, and we don't want that. Let's set up Salt Cure, just so we can get the extra damage. There you go. Gonna get that Binnacle there, Spartan. Go on, I believe you'll get it. I know you will. Rock Slide. Should eat that fairly well. 39 damage, not too bad. I mean, Garganicle's going to win his fight against Lycanroc here, which is fine. Doesn't really need to do much else, to be honest. And attack's fine. He just needs to tank it out. He's not really that good against anyone else here, Garg, so him just winning this is fine. If he does. Let's get rid of the Lycanroc. No problem, Spartan. You go grab some grub. No problem. Hey, we landed. I thought we were either going to miss or get hit by a flinch or something. That's very helpful. Let's go. I appreciate the alert, man. Nice. Very handy. He's probably going to bring up... Oh, he's bringing out Sliggoo. I thought for certain it was going to be Pawmot. That's annoying. There's actually a chance we outspeed Sliggoo. So just on the off chance we do, I'm going to go... No, we didn't. Okay, I was going to go Salt Cure. You never know. Against the dragon, do I have any fairy types with me? No. Do I have anything that can fight a dragon type? Do I have... Yeah, I guess Pawniard kind of works. Try this. I'm trying to keep my options open for the final fight, really, where it's going to be a little harder. So I guess we either... Let's just go Night Slash, I suppose. If this thing was Bisharp, I would be a whole lot happier about this fight. We should eat this well, though. Okay, we didn't eat that very well. That was a lot of damage. Crit. Okay, it's maybe a 3-shot kill. This is going to be close. This is going to be very close as to whether we actually kill with Pawniard here. Come on, lad. Yeah, okay. Critical hit when we needed one. Nice. It's going to waste the Pawmot's first turn as well, so we get a free switch on him. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone immune because we do not have our tried and trusted boy Clodsire in the team right now because he's currently, well, not being used for this gym because, of course, he is a poison type. So I didn't anticipate needing him, and I forgot about this fight, so... We're definitely not outspeeding. If we do, I guess we'll go Fury Cutter. It doesn't really matter. No, we die anyway. It's fine. We knew it was coming. What other moves? Does he only have fighting? This is actually horrible. Fighting and electric, 105 speed. Thunder Wave and Spark, arm thrust and quick attack. I mean, naturally, the best thing to do would be to go Meowscarada, but that doesn't really... I think we have to go Skuntank. Let's go Skuntank, and let's go... Toxic Venoshock. It's probably the best... Okay, that's fine. If we get through and we break through here, that would be very handy, because it would be a turn of status for a status. Nice, we land it. Okay. Alright, we're in. We're in a little bit anyway with the Toxic. Fighting the Quaquaval, I'm not too worried about, because although we have a few Pokemon that are weak to it, I think we definitely... It's definitely a winnable fight. I think Skuntank probably can win against Pawmot here as well, even though it'll be close. A lot of damage. Paralysis screws us over. Although at least we still get the Toxic tick every time, so it's not the worst thing in the world. It's going to require a few turns, but we always do have a couple of other Pokemon we can afford to sack if we need it. That should do some damage. Oh, Skuntank with a massive shot from Venoshock. That's what we needed. Beautiful from Skuntank there. That's what we wanted. That's what the doctor ordered. Perfect. First impression as well here on our boy. Get rid of Bug Bite. Fucking first impression, why not? Energy Ball. That must be on Meowscarada. Not worth it. Quaquaval. Question is, can we do it before the next snooze? We have 2 minutes. I think we probably can. I'd like to think we can. So hopefully he hits us with a physical move here and gets hit with the Aftermath. I should have gone Sucker Punch, because if he attacks me... It's a bit annoying, isn't it? Should have gone Sucker Punch. He has Air Slash, Aqua Jet, and Aqua Step. 2 physical moves, 1 special move. So we have a 66.6 recurring % chance of actually getting what we want here and him taking Aftermath damage. If he uses Air Slash, we don't, but... We'll see. The AI does some weird things in this game, so I have expected to use Air Slash. Now he's using a water move. That's good. This is going to be Aqua Step. He's going to get a speed boost. That is quite scary. But he's going to take aftermath damage, so... I say we go Meowscarada and try and one-shot him with Flower Trick before he does any more damage. His speed is kind of fine, but... Punch Crow is probably the best for fighting him here, I think, actually, so... Meowscarada is good, but we are also weak to some of his moves, so hopefully we outspeed. We don't. That's annoying. And we don't flinch. That's good. Not flinching was pivotal there. That was huge. We get the free crit anyway, because Flower Trick's guaranteed to crit, and Quackaball goes down. Very unprepared, but we managed to do it. You know, we jerry-rigged a bit of a win there. Did we deserve to get it? Maybe, but that was certainly close. Not that much. And we did it in time, 15 seconds before the break. So that's good because I've drank quite a lot of water in this last hour, and I could probably do with getting up and having a break in a minute. Went out to get food. Let's go, Shayley. Carne asada fries sound good now. How goes Pokemon? Good. We just kind of clutched up big there after a rival fight I forgot existed. So I was very underprepared for it, but we got away with one there. And now we're setting up for the next gym. We're nice and ready to go. Yeah. It's going well. It's going very well, dare I say. There is a BRB about to start, though, so I'm going to get up in a second. But yeah, it's going good. I'm glad that you're having a good little time there as well, watching stuff. What did you watch in the end? What was today's choice of title to watch? If the BRB starts, I'll just catch up when I get back. I hate the fact as well that sometimes the ad break starts really quick and sometimes it's really slow, drawn out before it goes. Carne asada, sour cream, guacamole, hot sauce, and cheese. Ooh. Finish Firefly. I've heard good things about Firefly. I think it's Firefly. Okay, the BRB started. I'm going to rush off because I've drank quite a lot in the last hour. We'll be back in a sec, okay? Okay, I'm back. I'm very glad of that, right? But I'm back again. For hour number 4. Thank you for the welcome back, Shirley. Firefly's wonderful. Sadly only one season in a movie. Yeah, wasn't it? It's weird, because I think, didn't it get cancelled? It was one of those ones that was weird, because it actually was rated really, like, well. People liked it a lot, but they just never made another season. Or it got cancelled or something. Which is kind of strange. So I had a Korean live action show called Sweet Home, IIRC. Interesting. I feel like those Korean shows are always kind of strange. Bevan always used to talk about them being really weird. Like Korean dramas and stuff. I never really, I've never really watched any, but I feel like they'd be rather odd. Cancelled because Fox sucks. Sounds about right. Good old cable companies, right? Aired episodes out of order because they thought they had to front load all the action. People didn't understand it because the chronology. Yeah, I don't really get that. That just makes it way more difficult to actually follow if you do things out of order. Because then how are people supposed to keep up with the actual story at that point, you know? Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Okay. I don't like this gym challenge. I do kind of like this gym. I only say I like the gym just because it's been good to me historically. It's very rare that I have a Code Brown moment here at this gym where we genuinely look like we're going to have a problem. So I've always quite liked the Tulip gym because of it. It's so weird as well because the pink border makes it look like I have a second overlay on stream, doesn't it? That's kind of weird. Game's giving me a free overlay for stream. You can really see the lag in this this game mode here as well. It just doesn't look great, does it, on the frame rate or anything? Oh, and the low-res tree. Oh no. Never done this with Honchkrow though. It has some interesting animations. Don't really understand what the point of this is as a gym challenge, though. No. The gym challenges in this game are a bit confusing. Normally they're kind of like all related to the gym itself, but a lot of the ones in this game are just random. Very odd. Alright, here we go. This is the big bucks fight now. Is this the person with... What does this person have? Curlier? Or is this the other one? Gothorita. Maybe they have Gothorita and Curlier? I don't remember. They have a couple of Pokemon though. Go for a Night Slash. Big ol' Night Slash. Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. That's a good hit. We'll take it. A solid hit. Earlier. And now, this is where it would be better for me, ideally, to switch to... Like, switch Lucario into the team and use it. I think it will actually have some good use in the next gym, even though it's kind of got a non-optimal typing, realistically. Damn. One-shot crit. Super Luck is really nice on Honchkrow. It's the ability Super Luck. If you could have the, I don't know what, is it Scope Lens? I think it's Scope Lens. You could have Scope Lens with Super Luck and like Night Slash or whatever on Honchkrow. And that thing would be critting like what? Probably 50% of the time. It's got to be up there. It's got to be a really high crit chance. It's crazy. I'm actually a big fan of Honchkrow. Never really thought too highly about it for a long time, but actually, after using it in this game a few times and in BDSP as well, it is actually surprisingly good. Very much another kind of slept-on one. I don't think it's incredible. It's just it has a niche. It's very much not a one-size-fits-all problem fixer, where you can just slap it anywhere and it will do really well. But when it does work well, Honchkrow just works really well. It's just one of those mons. It fills a position. It does really well in that spot. May not be the best Pokemon for everything, but it certainly packs a punch when it needs it. Nice. Hopefully we're done soon. I don't like this gym challenge, to be honest. I know I was saying about how I don't kind of understand what the point of it is, but I don't really like it either. It's just a bit, you know. It's just button pressing, like following the thing that it tells you to do. Not very engaging. Not particularly fun. It's just kind of okay. Actually, one of the things I will say, like gameplay-wise about Scarlet and Violet, I know there's like the bugs and things like that. But in terms of gameplay-wise in Scarlet and Violet, most of it is pretty good. The thing I will criticize, though, is the gym challenges before fighting the gym leaders are all kind of just not that great in this game. I have a problem with a lot of them. Some of them are fun mini-games, but like, I just wish they were a bit more varied up and a bit more random and things. Especially like the skiing one at the end. Oh nice, he has Power Jump. Ooh, we need a one-shot now. He critted us. And we crit back though. We are the Pokemon that lands critical hits. And we do, I think. Did we? Maybe that wasn't a crit. It doesn't look like it was. Damn. Honchkrow doesn't even need the crit. So much of a... No, Honchkrow is actually kind of crazy. High jump kick lands as well. That's unfortunate. Honchkrow goes down. That's fine. Yeah, this Medicham is a bit annoying. No one we have is that great against it. Skuntank kind of works purely because of having his Aftermath ability. I guess we'll just go Venoshock and see what it does. Oh, it's going to take 50% now anyway from the miss. Nice. Good damage there from the high jump kick. Guaranteed 50%. And it loses next fight now. Next round. I don't think it kills Skuntank anyway. Yeah, we win. Thank you for the whales, Bruised. It's been a little while since I've done a whales on stream, hasn't it, I think? I'm sure I always say that, but it always feels like it's been so long in between them. So let me whip out the 5-minute timer and switch to Welsh mode for a moment. So, here we go. We're going Welsh for probably the entire gym fight, I'll be honest. Well, no, actually, no, we won't, will we? Because the gym fight is going to be contested after leveling up to 45, so I suppose that's actually not the case. Probably what's going to more likely happen is we're going to be fighting the gym fight after the 5 minutes has ended, because we're obviously not going to be grinding for only 5 minutes, because that'll be really a double calm mind. I'm surprised. Well, indeed, he's a bit annoying. Realistically, we outspeed it. It's got double special attack boost now. It is a bit dangerous, but if it decides to attack us, we're going to hit it with a sucker punch anyway, so should do some damage. That's 3 in a row. Really? 3 calm minds. Interesting. It's not going to help it, because I'm pretty sure it'll... Oh, I wonder if... I think I know why I might have done it, actually. If I was a betting man, I would say I think it's only using Calm Mind because I don't think it has a move that can hit me. I bet it only has Psychic attacks and it can't hit a Dark type. Which is another one of those weird oversights that Pokemon did in this game quite a lot. They have a lot of situations where they have people, trainers in various fights, that don't have coverage for certain types they're weak to or immune against. So, like, this is a good example here. I don't think Indeedee has a move that can hit us, right? We'll find out in a minute, because it'll just use a move that it can't hit us with. But it's a bit weird, because some of the Pokemon in the game do, some of them don't. You'll notice. So say, like, Atticus is another one. If you use a Steel type against his, what's it called? Skuntank, what we're using now, You can completely be immune to it, providing you can get rid of the Sucker Punch. So you can completely stop it from attacking you at all and not being able to do any damage to you. It's crazy. But then you'll have other Pokemon that'll be just like it, but it'll change because it has the ability to... Oh, it attacked me this time. Okay. I didn't think that was going to hit. I guess it would have used an attack, so the Sucker Punch finally landed, but I was going to let it die to the poison there, Bruce. I was going to do that because otherwise I would have attacked it and it would have probably died naturally from the move that I used, so... I had to go for the option of the only move that might not have dealt damage, and it attacked me, so Sucker Punch procced. It's really weird, though. I don't understand the logic of this particular thing, really, of why certain Pokemon in the game have access to coverage and certain don't. And it's not like, oh, at the start of the game, all the Pokemon are crap, and later on they get better, because, well, we're in, like, the 7th gym, doing the gym challenge, and we have Pokemon there that we literally cannot hit me. They can't hit half my team because of being immune to Dark. So, like, well, they can't hit 5 out of 6 members of my team, 6 out of 6 if I have a Grimmsnarl in there as well, so it's a bit strange. I don't know. Weird. Would have just poisoned and watched them fall slowly since they could not attack. But you can't not attack them, though. That's the thing. I mean, like, I could have used some random item or something, but I used the only move that I had that wouldn't have dealt damage, and it just so happened that they attacked me, so I procced the Sucker Punch. Because Sucker Punch doesn't... It always fails unless the person attacks you. So in double battles as well, you can't rig it that way and have it so that if it attacks anyone, it Sucker Punches. It's a bit of a finicky move. It's more of a counter move than anything else. So when I used them earlier on, and we figured out it couldn't attack us, we wasted a couple, but towards the end there, we were just using our moves like normal. It's just easier to just knock it out straight up. Low Kicks is actually already ready to go, so we'll go with that one. More Grim we can chuck in. We use Honchkrow as our main one for now. Take these guys out. Rotom can come in, I think Hypno as well, maybe. That works for the first initial flurry of Pokemon. I think that works for the first Chansey Massacre. Oh, nice. We don't have any ingredients. Lovely. Let's go back to Artisan then and go to the sandwich place. Because that's a bit of a problem, in it. And it sounds like my timer's just run out as well. So there you go. Time for Welsh mode to go away for a bit. Unless anyone else redeems it later. So bye-bye, Nige. Welsh mode. And he's gone. Just like that. As if by magic. He leaves the room. Because, of course, it's two separate people. I don't actually do the Welsh accent. That's actually Nige who comes in here and does it. He's very quick when he leaves. If you don't catch him, he's gone, you know? He's a very fast bloke. We'll summon him back if we need him again. So we have 6 ham. We're going to have 11. We probably need about 7 or 8 of each of these, like some of these ingredients. Just because I don't know how many sandwich sessions we're going to need, but we're getting towards the end. So it's not too much of a big deal. We don't have a huge amount right now. Eight pickles, that works. Okay, now we can head back. We just needed the ingredients, and now we're good to go for the level grinding again. I reckon if we're done level grinding on everybody by the 3 hours and 50 minutes mark, so about 25 minutes we're allowing for grinding. We'd have an hour basically to finish the final bit of the final gym, which we'd have to level slightly for to get from 45 to 48 on everybody. And after that point we would then have to, well, we'd knock out Grusha, both in the battle and just for fun. Just go and punch him in the face, just because it'd be funny. And then after that, we are done with the grind. At least for the level caps for now. And then depending on how long we have left of stream, if it's under an hour, I will probably just end up level farming again for a bit to try and save some time on Thursday. So we aren't sat for the first, like, hour and a half of stream level grinding. Because it can get a bit monotonous, so... we might do that. Or we'll maybe level up to 50 and challenge Ortega or something. Could also do that. We have one poison type. We also have a steel type. So that's good from that perspective. A special attacking steel type in that as well with Lucario. So we have options of what we could use, which is a good thing. Really all you want in a lot of these Pokemon runs, just options, you know? Having multiple options of things you can use is really the best tool at your disposal. Getting stuck with just a very limited roster can be quite bad. As I found out all too well when I did Monotype Rock. Certainly a bit of a bugger, that one, Monotype Rock, when I got stuck with, what, 9 Pokemon total for the entire run. Not the most fun thing to try and do. To win with that little variety on the team. But, I mean, it can be done. We did it. But it certainly requires a bit of luck and quite a lot of work. And TM usage. Because otherwise, you just so... problem with limited amount of Pokemon, like, challenges, limited runs is... you just can't have as much coverage as you ideally need to be competitive. Not even to be, like, crazy good. But just to be competitive, you need some degree of, like, just variety in the moves and things like that. Because eventually you will run into a wall that is just too hard to break. Foul play? I'm not going to do foul play, I don't think. Only because it's one of those moves that's not reliant on our power, it's based on the opposition's. Makes it more difficult to use. I reckon Pawniard can beat Chansey. Give it a go. Nice free win there. We'll take it. Pawniard is powerful enough, obviously, to do it, so that's good. Psychic? I mean, I guess we'll chuck it on Hypno. Not... realistically, Hypno is kind of just here for the psychic representation. It's not necessarily here to it's not really going to do a lot. Nice. Another couple of levels. That's what we want to see. Heavy Slam as well. We could chuck on Garg, but... Actually, I will chuck it on Garg. Why not? It gives us a bit of variety in the moveset. I'll take it. Boongus was in chat, damn. Ayo! Grimmsnarl, nice. That's a good Pokemon to get. Another Dark type. I think we're going to find out if it has the ability I want it to. I don't think it does, though. We'll see. The Bulk Up Pokemon. If it does, it'll have the ability Prankster, which actually makes it relevant. To be honest, if it doesn't have Prankster, it's most likely not going to see a lot of use. So, let's pray it does. That's Frisk. Okay, so it sticks with Frisk if that's what it's got, right. So, I'm going to be honest, we're probably not using Grimmsnarl much other than one fight where we have to fight a Dragon type. That's basically it. Don't want to move that out of the team, that's the wrong one. Grimmsnarl's just... It's a okay Pokemon, it's just not that good in this situation for what we need. Prankster is a really good ability though, so if we had that, we could effectively slap it on and it might be useful. In this case, no it's not. Prankster, if anyone's wondering what that ability does, if you don't know Pokemon super well, is anything that's a non-attacking move gets guaranteed priority. Priority, of course, being that it gets to move first. So if you use Thunder Wave, if you use whatever, Will-O-Wisp, something that involves not dealing damage, but just placing a status effect and or like a reflect or something, guarantees that you get to move first. However, normal moves that you have would be regular priority in the same way they would normally work, so you don't get any boost for any other attacking moves. It's purely for support moves. But it means in a number of Pokemon's cases, because Sableye does get it as well, that you get a number of large boosts in things you can do by effectively using Grimmsnarl and or Sableye or someone like that to kind of destroy the potency of certain Pokemon before they have a chance to react. So like a Blissey or as a Wall or some of the hyper-offensive teams that you'll find in certain Pokemon games, you can use Prankster as a way of beating them to the punch and stopping, you know, kind of like nerfing their offense before they have a chance to do anything. And in some cases, it's not going to do a huge amount, but in some cases it will, so... You know, case-by-case basis. But Prankster can be really, really good, depending on if you have it against the right team. Not always, but sometimes it is, and it's sometimes really great. It's either great or useless, depending on what you're going against, really, isn't it? So... I think it's pretty useful, though. Not having it in this case for our Grimmsnarl is pretty big. I mean, Grimmsnarl is a good Pokemon. It's not necessarily one that fits every role very well. I would say certainly with the Prankster stuff, it becomes way more of a heavy support mon. The fact that we don't have that stuff makes this a little awkward. It's not the end of the world, it just means it's harder to make it work in the team and probably doesn't have an outright role for us just because of its lack of power, effectively. So, it is what it is. It's a little sad, but it's, you know, it's part of it, I guess. It's all part of the game at the end of the day. Sometimes you get lucky and you get good stuff, sometimes you don't. We got a Pelipper that had Drizzle, but we missed out on getting the Prankster on our Impidimp, so, you know, swings and roundabouts, as we say. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Just the way it is. Unfortunate, but that's just how it is, you know. They've been relatively easy, though, honestly. I've got to say, it's been surprisingly simple for us to just kind of walk around and nuke everything. I'm very happy about that. Certainly easier than some of the other times we've done these runs. I mean, none of them have been particularly challenging, really, the Hall of Fames, don't get me wrong, but There's been fights that have been more clutch than others, but usually that comes down to an error from me more than anything else. A misclick, forgetting that there's a rival fight in a certain spot so I don't prepare the team properly, things like that. Having the wrong Pokemon out first, or whatever. Sometimes I'll mess up with an item choice, like I'll forget I have a Salt Vest on someone, and then I try and use a certain move and realize I can't, you know, can't use it. Things like that, but taking out those, like, human error elements, 9 times out of 10, I would say, most of the fights in these Hall of Fame runs are not really that much of a challenge. Some of them can be, though. Also depends on the team. Like in this case, if you have a fight later on against Dragon, I mean, we have Baxcalibur as our own Ice type, which is an interesting choice, because it's one of the mons that gets used by said trainer we're going to be fighting, but if you look at like that, right, against a Dragon trainer, the 2 types that we have that make us good against it is Dragon, or 3, Dragon, Ice, and Fairy. Now, if Fairy's already being kind of discounted because it's Grimmsnarl, we now lose kind of one of our 3 counters. The other 2 being Salamence and our boy Baxcalibur are pretty good. And in this case, while we lose Grimmsnarl, we also gain Dragapult, which works, but you know, in some situations, you could have a point where you just don't have a Pokemon that's designed to counter the thing that you need, either at the point where you need it, or it's just not that good at doing it. It's like with this, if we had, like the last run we did it, our ground type was Gastrodon, right? The Gastrodon evolves at level 30 or 32, I can't remember, I think it's 30. Shellos evolves to Gastrodon. So you couldn't use it for Iono. So against Iono, who's an electric type gym leader, using a ground type, specifically a water ground type, is very effective. Shellos is only pure water until it evolves to become water ground into Gastrodon, so you basically have a mon that's supposed to be the counter that isn't able to do it at that point in the game, or you don't have it yet, and so it can create a little element of challenge. But at the end of the day, these special Hall of Fame runs were never designed to be particularly challenging. They were more of just a celebration of the teams we used along the way, the friends we made along the way, if you will. That was kind of the point of them, and they have been enjoyable to use. It's been very enjoyable to see how all of the different elements of each team kind of interacts. You know, to see if they become very much a well-oiled machine, or if they stay as kind of individual pieces of the puzzle. And it's been kind of wild to see that some have, some haven't. Some of the teams very much have gelled better than others, depending on the way that they were set up and what we got actually to use. In a lot of cases, there actually has been quite an interesting kind of shift with some of them towards very cohesive, team-oriented situations, where they just work particularly well as a unit. And then there's some, as I say, that have just been... You might as well have just been using a ton of individual Pokemon with no cohesiveness at all, you know? Just using whatever. So, certainly odd, but at the same time, quite interesting and, you know, useful to see little combinations and things, see what's going on. So, yeah. Easy win. I mean, now we got the poison, we're basically guaranteed a free win. Nice. Is that another 45? No, we're only still at 44. One more Chansey and we get to 45. Let's go. Ever closer now we are getting. It's going to be about the time I said it would. About the 3 hours 50 mark, I think, for when we get this knockout on the training. And then are allowed to kind of go and face the gym. So we're about where we expected time-wise, I've got to say. Not too worried about it. I mean, Chansey will probably heal here. Go for the meme mud shot just in case. No, it doesn't go for it. We're good. Thought it was going to use soft boil, but we're good. The XP Pinata goes down once more. Poison will kill it. There you go, Bruised. You'll be happy now. We've got a poison kill. Just for you. Poison knockout. There we go. Still level 44, though. We've still got one more Chansey before we get done with Clodsire. And Dreepy. Which Dreepy takes longer because it's a dragon type. It still won't evolve. Well, Dreepy might evolve today. It'll be in the final grinding session before Ortega if it does. Dreepy evolves at level 50 into Dracloak, and then evolves subsequently at level 60 into Dragapult. Dragapult is what we're looking for. That will be the really nice mon that we want, essentially. So, yeah. Dragapult is the boy. Our Dragapult is also plus speed in nature, so we gain a significant benefit in that case of having an even faster Dragapult. So not only does he already hit like a truck, he hits like a truck and he's very fast, so he's going to be particularly useful for us in the future. Yeah. We don't really need to worry about that yet, though, do we? We don't need to worry about the future so much because we're still currently living in the present. And as of right now, we've still got plenty more grinding to do to get us ready for the gym. So we won't get ahead of ourselves and think about the gym and the Elite Four yet. We'll just worry about what we're currently doing. This also gives us a little bit of experience with Fire Tauros again. Obviously, we are going to be using it in one of our special runs towards the end here. So, as we do Tauros only, it's going to be useful to kind of get up to speed with it again. I know we've used it previously, but it has been a while. Elgon as well will also get to level 50 today, and will evolve to Salamence, which is very handy. Salamence is going to be pretty big in this run. I'm actually going to have a Blissey, because we're all at level 40. There's no one at risk of over-leveling. So I think I'll have a crack at a Blissey. Probably will get us like 2 levels maybe instead of 1. Maybe 1.5. If we can find one anyway. Because it seems they're all just Chanseys at the moment, which is a bit annoying. Surely the sandwich has got to be on the way out soon as well, so... doubt there's going to be that many more spawning. If not, the sandwich may have already run out. Doesn't... oh, we got one. There's a Blissey. I say it looks maybe suspiciously like it might have run out, but I think we're good. We'll take it. We will take it. More damage than I thought Tauros was going to do, actually, because Chansey versus Blissey. Blissey's a bit more bulky, so I thought we were not quite going to do it. That might kill. I think it's going to knock itself out, yeah. That's not bad. That's a 1-turn win against Blissey. That's going to give us about 8,000 XP. 7,000. 3.5k on everyone else. We can fight one more. With Tauros, I think. Should be fine. We've graduated onto the Blisseys now. Moving up in the world, fighting stronger opponents. One's 46. See what is... okay, this is just a 2-tap. Good old Tauros. He is a punchy lad. I think we can actually do another one, to be fair. Let's do one more of them. Probably another Blissey around. Bronzong isn't the biggest deal if we lose it before the gym anyway. Final gym, Bronzong will be really useful. For this gym, not so much. I mean, it would be good here, because it is a Psychic Steel type, but at the same time, it's not imperative that we have it. We have a very strong Dark comp in this team, so not really that worried about not having him. It is what it is, really. There's a Squovet in chat. Catch that Pokemon. If you ever wanted a Squovet, now's the time to get it. Not that anyone's probably ever wanted a Squovet, admittedly, but if you did, now's your chance. Nice. Yeah, Tauros has just flipped over the edge now to the point where he can kill everything in 2 hits, which is very nice. Zong is up. That's one more fight for Tauros and we're done with him anyway. Actually one of the few times as well that we're taking the time to actually level everybody, I think. A lot of the times with these Hall of Fame runs, there's actually been a few Pokemon that we've already skipped over, just purely from the fact that they would provide... They either come in too late into the run, or they would provide little to no value. So I didn't deem it worth actually leveling them. So in a couple of cases, yeah, I didn't even bother with some of the Pokemon, because what was the point? No one got the Squobat. Understandable, nobody attempted to catch said Squobat either, so it makes sense that nobody caught it. Congratulations, Pokemon community game there, I guess, for successfully allowing Squobat to escape with its life. Lives to fight another day, for now. Who knows for how long. Lucario is also strong enough to one-shot now, which is good. Heal Pulse is a waste. Double Edge. That's on Swordsbuck, innit? No, don't want it. It's not worth it. Swordsbuck doesn't need recoil moves. Leech Seed and Horn Leech and Energy Ball is pretty much good enough, and then Double Kick for any other coverage if it needs it. It'll be fine. I don't know if it'll make it to the final team. I mean, I know it'll be useful for at least one fight. Swordsbuck, I don't think will probably make it to the last team we use. Like the final team. There's a lot of Pokemon in this run that I think are really going to be useful in the Elite Four, but probably won't make it to the final team. Just because of the type nature of the final fight. Which I suspect means that to some degree we are going to have a similar-ish composition to what we've previously had. I mean, with the power we have in the 3 dragons we get on this team as well, it's going to be a surprise if neither of the 3 of them make it to the final fight. I think at least one of them will. Most likely, if I had to guess, probably Salamence, but I might be wrong. Just because Intimidate is very useful. We'll see, though. You never know. Our original Swordsbuck, when we did Mono Normal, I think it was actually a really big Pokemon for our team. The number of Mons across Mono Normal that were actually particularly potent that haven't quite shone in the Hall of Fame. But I think that makes sense, really, because if you look at Normal as a whole, Normal type is very kind of normal, if you will, as the name suggests. It's not really anything outstanding or crazy about a lot of them, so most of them being very average just means that you don't really have much of an opportunity to use a lot of them if given the choice of using something else that's just better. Like, I would rather just use another type rather than that, honestly, because normal is not really going to give me a benefit in most cases, but I'm also not going to get a negative, versus I would get a negative with a certain other type but a stronger positive. So it's like, you know, you got to weigh up your options as to which one's stronger and which one's weaker for you. That's a bit pointless. I mean, I don't really understand why they're trying to teach Ice Beam on a physical attacker, but there you go. Get our team assembled and ready for this next fight as well. We're going to bring Honchkrow. We are going to bring Pawniard. I think we'll drop Garganical for Lucario here, just because of Gardevoir in the middle. Gardevoir is annoying. Meowscarada, and then we'll also switch out Skuntank. I think the lead for us here is probably going to be Honchkrow. Low Kicks is also an option for first impression. It's tempting. Yeah, you know, I think I'm going to go Low Kicks up front. I'm not going to go with Leftovers on it. I'm going to run Leftovers on someone else, like Honchkrow maybe. Wise Glasses is going Lucario. And I think I'm going to run with Muscle Band if I have it on my Low Kicks. Assuming I have one. Yeah, we do. can run Assault Vest on you. Why not? Not really like they're going to be able to hit us with many special attacks anyway, but... You know, it's worth a punt. Why not? Not much else we can do really with it. Right. Let's do it. Let's get the next gym crushed, and then that gives us basically an hour to do whatever else we're going to do afterwards, which includes beating Grusha, but also any other bits and pieces, bits and bobs, if you will, that we plan on finishing up afterwards. So, hopefully a nice clean end to today. Coming up to the final hour, it's probably about 15 minutes until the break, maybe 20 minutes, so we got plenty of time to get the gym passed and ready to go. Don't think we've already done PP stuff, but it shouldn't be a problem. I don't think anyone ran out of PP during any of their training, so I think we're going to be okay. I'm ready for this. Looking forward to it. This should be a good fight. It's a banana skin fight, like I sometimes refer to it, meaning that Tulip's really someone we should beat, but also is potentially an upset if things go wrong. Should we really lose it, though? No. We'd have to have a particularly unlucky fight, really, to lose here. Especially with the team we have. I mean, our team's goated, really. If we somehow manage to screw this up and lose, it's going to be insane, so... The only real threat that anyone poses to our team is through some of their secondary fairy typings, and thus fairy typing moves. Although the threat is fairly limited. Because I think it's 2 of the 4 Pokemon are part fairy and also get the fairy move, thankfully. Even though later on in the game the others get options to use them as well. So we only have to really deal with Gardevoir and Florges, the final, well, 2 of the stronger Pokemon in this team. They're really the issue here. Low kicks with first impression here almost guarantees that this thing is probably going to go for Reflect. Purely because... it can't really... Is first impression a priority move? No. Okay, good. It is. Never mind. I didn't think that was a priority move. Interesting. I know you can use it on turn 1, but I didn't realise... Oh, that's weird. Okay. Or we use Lunge to knock its attack down anyway. That's fine. Oh, okay. Never mind. The Reflect would have helped it a lot there, to be fair. If it had access to Reflect, that would have made a big difference. Shame. Now it's time to execute, really. Guardy, I mean, Guardy is one of the problems. It does hit us super effectively. We haven't had a speed drop, so we are super effective via Lunge. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, of course, the fairy typing negates our super effectiveness. Dazzling Gleam probably kills. Yeah. That was one of the 2 danger mons. It's unlucky, really. Because if we could have survived with full HP, first impression would have helped quite a lot. Go into Pawniard. I mean, I don't think it can really hit me other than Dazzling Gleam here. Which we are Assault Vested for. We'll use Metal Claw. Just go in for a free hit. That did way more than it had any right to, especially with an Assault Vest. God damn. I think a Spathra, though, can only use Quick Attack on us, so that's handy. Strangely, it actually would work quite well in this fight, but Gardevoir does get Mystical Fire as one of its moves. Strangely, it doesn't have it in its moveset, though, for this particular fight. It's very weird. You'd think it would, considering it's... Oh, it's Shadow Ball. It's a direct counter to one of our... typings we can use to really win quite easily. As Energy Ball, though, instead, which is a weird choice if you ask me. But there you go. We live this Shadow Ball. Pawniard gets the knockout on his Spathra here, but it's probably a damage roll. He does live. And he's guaranteed to hit with Night Slash. Let's go. The little knife gets him. Huge. Last Pokemon to come in is Florges. Has 3 moves. Moonblast, which is Fairy. Psychic, which is, funnily enough, Psychic type. And Petal Blizzard, which is Grass. So... I assume they would... I don't know what the point of the grass moves is. I don't know on this team. It's very odd. You'd think there'd be a steel counter, and you think that there would be a stronger dark counter here. Like, if you... Honestly, if you were looking at, like, what I would do here, I would probably swap Gardevoir for Gallade. If I was, like, reworking the team here. I mean, I would definitely remove Espathra, because it gets used by Geeta anyway. But I would use a different Psychic type if I could. Like Armarouge or something. Yeah, I think I would switch Gardevoir for Gallade if I was changing the team up here, because it would give us you a lot more options for dealing with stuff. Of course, it gives different resistances and things. It seems strange to have the team like setup that it does. Just not a great team setup, really, that the AI has for this one. I mean, Honchkrow really... It is going to get hit by Moonblast, but also that's based on the fact we don't kill it first. So... We actually get outsped. Interesting. I guess we should have Sucker Punched. I mean, we know that Meowscarada is definitely going to be quicker. Lucario eats it, and then Skuntank can only be hit by Moonblast, so we'll use that. This is where having a number of different options for counters works. Comes into what I was saying earlier about not being limited to a certain number of Pokemon. We have many counters and many options to use here, which is why it becomes effective. We had one that was designed to fight one thing. It would leave us in a bit of a spot of bother if something happened to them. The best example of that being, if anyone remembers, my fight against Cynthia in the most recent Hardcore Nuzlocke in BDSP, where we put all of our chips on Clefairy being able to kill Spiritomb and then kill Garchomp. But as it turned out, even with all the boosts and stuff we got an unlucky critical hit that one-shot us from Roserade's Sludge Bomb. And because, of course, it was a crit, it managed to, normalize the damage for a crit rather than having it hit against all of the special defense boosts that we got. So it one-shot us with Sludge Bomb, and our main counter we were going to use for Garchomp was eliminated in one hit after knocking out no Pokemon. So, yeah, putting all your eggs in one basket, as they say, is not all that good of an idea when it comes to Pokemon. And having the more variety on the team generally tends to work a lot better than being more locked in. Which is why I was surprised so many of those Monotype runs were quite easy in certain parts. Because some of them really didn't have a huge amount in their team comps. Or even though there was a lot of Pokemon to pick from, there was really only a few you'd ever use. So it was amazing to me that in some of them we didn't lose more, because there just wasn't really that many Greatmons to pick. I guess that's where RNG plays its part though, doesn't it? So, it is what it is, I guess. Just one of those things, but... Yeah, it's really weird to think... So after today... Right, so on Thursday... Thursday is a monumental day for the stream, because on Thursday... Upcoming Thursday, next week... This week, I guess, depending on how you view it, how you say it. But this upcoming Thursday will be the last of the Hall of Fame streams. Because Hall of Fame, obviously, we do 4 streams per run. This is number 3. So number 4 will be in a few days. Now, the thing that's crazy about that is, that will mean the entire Monotype Hall of Fame thing, challenge from start to finish, will be finished. The whole thing will be done. It's kind of crazy to think about that. Been over a year. We started in September 2023 with the original Monotype run. As a Hoppip appears in chat. Catch that Pokemon. A Hoppip appeared in chat. And, or Hoppip appeared, yeah. A journey was started that day. Funnily enough, with Hoppip on the team. Because it is a flying type. And Mono Flying was our first run ever. We started there and we went on. We actually never intended on doing all of them. It was kind of just one of those ones where I went, haha, wouldn't that be funny if we did a random type challenge, and went from there. And then as it turned out, it was quite a good idea. It was quite an interesting challenge. And we went on from there and continued on to attempt to do all of them. So it became a challenge out of nowhere, really. It wasn't something we planned on doing. It just kind of happened. And I'm glad it did. think. I'm very glad it did. Turned out to be a really cool idea and a really cool challenge overall that we did, and, you know, it's going to be one, I think, that has some cool memories over the years that we kind of think back on as being one of the cool challenges we did. One of the cool ideas that we came up with for a run in Pokemon, and I think we'll fondly remember the era of the monotypes. For me as well, I guess it has like different meanings because of, you know, the period of time that Stream went through at that time as well. So when we started, and it's kind of been a long transformation journey for since we started all the way to where we are now. It's been a long journey, and things have changed a lot. Back at the time when we first started doing the special monotype one-off at that point that it was planning on being, I mean, we, you know, even things like the Pokemon opening streams that have become part of a legend of Stream now. I mean, we'd only ever done, I think, 2 at that point. You know, they were kind of like fun little streams every now and then, but we never had ambitions of doing these massive, crazy streams or anything. So, yeah, it's wild to see how things have evolved over time. Certainly not everything has gone my way, but we've had a good run of it while we've been doing this particular type of challenge, and one we'll remember for a long time, even if this is kind of getting towards the end of it now. And then we got the special Tauros run, of course, that we've been talking about for ages, which should be fun, even though theme of the day is me talking about limited Pokemon challenges being a bit annoying, and what are we doing? A limited Pokemon challenge with using 4 Tauros, and that's all we're allowed. Tauros Fire, Tauros Water, regular fighting Tauros, and normal Tauros, the OG. Cantonian. So, feels like a fitting run to end the Scarlet and Violet era on. Approximately about 2 years since the games came out now as well. It was a long old time ago. And I'd say we've got our money's worth out of them on stream. Certainly played quite a few runs and playthroughs of them, and it's been a fun time. Certainly been a fun time. Good, let's go first impression, see how much it does. Not bad. Not bad at all. Blissey's kind of annoying, but it's healing, but it is what it is. We can only use first impression, as you can imagine, on turn 1, because you can't make a first impression twice. So, there we go. Also, just a heads up, I just got the green bar of death, meaning that there is an ad break starting in about 2 minutes time. So, just a heads up for everybody, in about 2 and a bit minutes, we will be pausing and stopping for a moment, so we can have a quick break, stretch break, drink break, whatever we need, and then we will be carrying on after that for the final little bit of stream, okay? So, about 2.5 minutes, and then that will be starting. So, just a heads up for everybody. I have no fear, if you're not subscribed or anything, you won't be missing anything, because I won't be playing the game in the background. I will pause before the break, and I will unpause after the break, so no reason to worry there. Best thing to do during the break, as I say, and as I do, is to get up and have a stretch. Go stretch your legs, grab a drink, go for a bathroom break, grab a snack, whatever you need to do. Go vacuum, I don't know. Do whatever for a couple of minutes, and then come back afterwards when the break's done. Then you don't have to watch the break, you don't have to stare at the screen if you're a sub, or you don't have to watch the ads if you're not. And you can do something productive during the time instead. Pretty good idea. And it's just good to stretch your legs every now and then. It's not really great to sit around for 5 hours watching the stream and not stretch them once, you know? Good to get up and have a wander about. I think XP-wise it'd be hard for us to over-level at this point. Let's go for it. I mean, Skuntank's not going to be useful in the next fight, nor is Meowscarada, so even if they do happen to go above, I don't think it's an issue, really. Just over a minute now, minute 10. And then the break will be over, okay? So we're getting close now. To the dreaded break. Okay, Clodsire in now. Why not? Yeah, let's do Clodsire. Yeah, and we'll be fine fighting Blissies now. It's just in that middle port, like where we're kind of in that 40 to 45 range. I do prefer to fight the Chanseys just because you still get a lot of XP from Blissey, and you don't really want to overlevel, because doing what we're doing with a level cap is very easy to make a mistake. And if you make a mistake and you overlevel someone, particularly your hero mon that's going to be a big, you know, big heavy hitter in whatever content you're currently doing. So if we're going into the psychic gym and all my dark types get overleveled, we have a bit of a problem. So very much one of those things where you try and limit and mitigate as much as you can the damage that you can deal via accidentally overleveling. And in my case, that involves doing what we do by fighting the Chanseys instead of the Blissies sometimes, just to knock that XP down a touch. All that being said, though, the XP grind is going to pause in just a second because, as I say, the BRB is about to start. So I will be quickly adding a couple of Pokemon to the party, getting ready, and then we will be pausing before fighting another Chansey or Blissey. So have no fear. So you won't miss anything, but I'm going to be cracking on in a second with the break. Start the battle. If it starts midway through, we'll pause wherever we were, so fine. I think also being in battle means the clock doesn't count down for the sandwich timer. If anyone doesn't know, I think it's the 30-minute sandwich timer that you have every time you use one, so we get our 30 minutes of grinding in. I don't think we lose any time being in battle. I think it's just overworld time. Okay. The break has started, so this turn is going to play out. We're going to hit the 1 poison jab again, and then I'll switch screens. There you go. Just over halfway. We get the poison as well, even better. That stalls the turn longer and eats into the break. So I'm going to switch screens real quick. I know it's mid-fight, but we're only grinding, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. I'm going to put the music on, and I'm going to go for a quick break. So I'll be back in a minute, okay? So BRB, everybody. Back in a few. Supposed to be Twin Leaf Town. What about that one? Weird. Okay. Let's switch back and let's get going again with the game, because that's what we're here for, innit? we are here to keep cracking on and making progress, and that involves us leveling up the last couple of people to level 48, crushing the gym, and then sadly going back to more level grinding, probably. But at least it means if we get everyone to level 50, which will only be 2 levels, of course, which is quick, at least to do. And not only will we get at least 2 evolutions in Dracloak and Salamence, but we will get to finish with a flourish today, probably, of getting to fight Monsieur Ortega. And getting that out of the way slightly earlier is not a bad thing, actually, because usually on the final day of each individual run, for Hall of Fame and things like that, we usually have started overrunning recently. We try and cram too many fights into too short a period of time, and it just involves kind of a bit too much stuff. So, hey, welcome back, Shags. Welcome. How are we hopping? It's going well. To be honest, Shags, we've been cruising all day, really. I had one little scare moment. That was because I completely forgot we were supposed to be fighting our rival, which I actually have forgotten this a few times now, that we fight a rival in a specific spot. So we've walked into the gym not remembering we're supposed to be fighting them, and then all of a sudden the gym's not there when we need to do it, and then we get hit with the the annoying fight that we forgot. So other than that, it's been very smooth sailing all day, really. We haven't looked like losing. A lot of our Pokemon have carried hard. Low kicks has been insane. It's yeah, there's not much to report, honestly, mate. It's been very smooth sailing. Yeah, it's been very controlled. It's been very easy, really. We haven't really had too many scares or even close fights, really. It's been a lot of very smooth battling. So I suppose that has its perks, even if it's not necessarily the most interesting to do all the time if you're never under the pump, but it is what it is. What have you been up to then, mate? As you've just got back, what have you been doing on your Sunday? You been doing something fun, or have you just been working on women's fashions writing again? And welcome in, Maximum. How's it going? Hello. I'm guessing you must have woken up from a cheeky nap or something. Or a late sleep-in from the day before, perhaps. I don't know. Welcome in. Chuck Saw's buck in. Why not? Oh, I think we get Bax Caliber here as well in this set of leveling. That's handy. Gotta remember not to... No, not this set of leveling, actually. It's level 50. That's what I need to do. Yeah, you guys are the same colour, because you're changing your name, your colour of your name earlier, Shags. Even the noise as well. Doing some errands. Any fun errands in there, or just boring stuff? There are some fun errands, right? Like, every once in a while you'll get an errand that'll be made fun inherently by what it is you're doing, you know? Like, you'll have to go to a hardware shop or something. I like that. I like going to a hardware shop. I feel like it's just... I mean, this is a generalized statement, okay? So don't take it with a pinch of salt. But I feel like it's one of those things where it's like... It's an inbuilt thing that as a bloke, you just enjoy going into a hardware shop. I know some people won't. Some people are just built different where they don't like that type of stuff. But it's one of those inherent, like, man things that just people just subconsciously just have. You don't think about it, it just happens, you know? You go, oh, I get to go in and look at tools and stuff. It's just vaguely interesting. You know, it's like an unspoken thing. In the same way that it's like an unspoken thing where if you walked into a bathroom somewhere, you don't go and use any kind of urinals or anything like that next to someone. It's an unspoken rule that it's just the way it is, you know? And if you are that person who uses the one right next to someone, then you're a sociopath, quite frankly. And you should stay away from me at all times. It's actually a thing that people... There's actually a term for this, if people don't know it, in dudes' bathrooms. It's called checkmating. Where checkmate is in the chess term. Where basically it's... Yeah, if there's like 5 urinals on a wall and you go in the one in like the middle Not in, like, when I say in the middle, I mean number 2 and 4. Imagine they were numbered. Number 2 and number 4 you went on. So the 2 middle ones, in between 2 others. If you go in those ones, you're pure evil. Because it now means that you've checkmated someone on the left or the right of you, so they now can only go on the other one in between the other 2. Because it's just weird to go on the one next to someone. So, you know, that's just the way it is. Just the way it is. Going to bed here soon if I feel tired again. That's fair enough. Nothing wrong with doing that. Nothing wrong at all. I probably need to get some better sleep tonight as well. I don't know what it is with me and sleep recently, dude, but I feel like I've had a falling out. Me and sleep aren't on good terms at the minute. I've had a divorce with sleep, apparently. I mean, Jesus, like... I don't know what it is, but the last week has been horrific for trying to sleep for me. One day it was really cold. I mean, admittedly, I had my windows open, but I sleep with my windows open to get the fresh air in, so... It was really cold on one day. Then on one of the other days, it was, I just felt really sick. I don't know what it was. The last couple of days, I've been feeling a little bit iffy. Don't know what. Like, I've just been feeling a bit kind of, you know... Not like sick as in the sense of, like, a cold or anything. But I felt a bit like I've had, like, a sort of stomach bug or something, you know? We just sort of feel a bit nauseous a lot of the time. You know, no real reason for it or anything. I'm feeling a bit like that. And then... what was it? Another night, I had a stomach cramp for like 5 hours. Me and sleep aren't on good terms at the minute. I've just barely slept the last few days. Want to be close to my mates. I love it, Shags. You're stuck with me. I feel like even you, Shags, I wouldn't, if just, you know, what's the word? Hypothetically, if I went into if this was at an event where the whole community met up and I went into a bathroom somewhere and you stood at one next to me, Shags, I don't know if I'd ever forgive you for that. I may have to revoke your mod sword just for doing that, honestly. Maximum with the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate it as well. That's our 2nd streak of the day. I think Bruised put one in right at the start of stream as well. It's our 2nd stream streak of the day. That's pretty cool right there. Thank you so much, my dude. Sleep and I have been off on for a while. Yeah, I feel that. I think with me as well, I'm generally one of those people who's not I say this. I don't know if there's any science behind this, but this is just from personal experience. I'm sure there is some sort of science behind whether this is true or not. I think it's not necessarily about quantity of sleep, it's about quality of sleep that you get. And that if you sleep better rather than longer, you're going to feel more refreshed and feel better, right? The problem with me is, I think I'm just one of those people who it takes a very long time for me to get to that point of, like, deep sleep, which is where the good stuff happens. So I'm constantly in, like, the phase of the, you know, mid-tier sleep. I'm in that low meta sleep. So I'm not getting into the good stuff. And then it just takes a long time for that to happen. So by the time I actually get into, like, deep sleep, I then need to wake up because I've got stuff to do. So I'm always in that, like, perpetual state of being tired as shit because, you know, I never actually sleep well. I always sleep, but I never sleep well. And it just kind of creates this situation of a cycle that always continues of the next day, then I, like, sleep, and then the same thing happens. Or you feel tired for the whole day, and then the second you get into bed, you're not tired at all anymore. But the way I feel sometimes, I genuinely feel like I could stay up for about 3 days straight, and it wouldn't even affect me at all. Like, I'd feel very tired. I would just have to think. Just think about, oh, I'll get into my bed now, and I'll just wake up immediately. I just wouldn't have a problem. I'd stay up for like 3 days straight and not sleep, and I'd be fine. Thank you for the silent lurk there, Ghost. Well, I appreciate it. Triple silent lurk as well. Damn. There's a lot of silent lurks right there. Usually one is sufficient, but perhaps on this occasion multiple were required. I don't know. The very extreme silent lurk. A loud silence. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's such a silent lurk that we're never going to see them ever again. They've gone dark. Let's do a Blissian. Why not? Feeling noxious, yeah. Sword phrasing. Well, you interpret that however you want to, Shags. That's all I'm going to say. Interpret that however you'd like.
Remind me to bring you along the next time I feel like brawling.
Hey, oh, Lord Shax shouting up a storm. That's what we love to see. Thank you for the cheeky 100 bits there, Max. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you, man. Of course, this being the opposite of all of the extreme silence, yeah. Extreme silence. I gotta say, I don't mind extreme silence, usually. I mean, I am a quiet person, so I feel like the quiet is not that bad of a thing for me. I suppose it's contextual, though, isn't it? Thank you for the cheeky 100 bitties there, giving us a break of the silence. Let's sort our comp for this next fight actually real quick as well while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Got Bronzong in. Let's chuck in Boros. Orniad. I mean, let's just chuck low kicks in because it's low kicks. Like, do we need a reason? No, we don't. We don't need a reason, do we? It's low kicks. He's just great on his own. Alright? If anyone thinks, no, he isn't, he's bad, you're dead to me. We love low kicks. Diminish my head. Yeah. I like the silence when I sleep. It hasn't been silent around me lately. That always sucks when it's really loud around like sleeping time, I gotta say. It always sucks when things like that happen, when it's very loud around time of trying to sleep. It's actually usually quite quiet around near me. Sometimes it can be loud. Generally any like loud noises near me tends to be so that there's a road. Well, there's a couple of things vaguely near me. So I do have a train station not too far away from where I live. Obviously I'm not going to say which one because I'm not an idiot. But I do have a train station nearby. So every once in a while you will get like a little bit of train traffic. Not usually during the night though, but every now and then maybe one's running late or something, so you'll get a little bit of train traffic every now and then, but not so much at the kind of like, you know, early hours of the morning or anything. One of the main things though is that you'll get because there's like quite a long road that's fair. It doesn't really lead to anything. It leads to like a car park by the station. Because there's like a multiple different car parks for the station near me. So there's like a couple on each side of the rails, right? So on my side, there's one that not a lot of people use, and because of that, a lot of people in trucks, you know, like long haul lorry drivers. They like to go and park out on the road overnight and get a bit of sleep in or something, which is, it's not a bad idea. It's a really quiet bit of area. But sometimes you'll hear a lot of like lorries moving around, like big trucks, 18-wheelers, like banging and crashing about while someone's like reversing up the road and things like that. That's pretty much like the most noise I'll get, like generally. Hi Oreo, welcome in. How you doing? How was work today? I hope it wasn't too terrible, although it is Sunday, so I know you tend to have some rather crap Sundays on the old at the workplace, because it's very busy. And hopefully you didn't work with that annoying manager today that you hate. That guy's a dick, honestly. One of those people who complains about everyone else's stuff, but also does nothing themselves. Guy sounds like an asshole. Grand Central Station, innit? You got me, Shags. Yeah, Grand Central, mate. Grand Central. Tell you, actually, when I was on that little road trip I did, when I was in New York for that, which is where it started, I actually stayed in a hotel that had an elevator that went directly into Grand Central, which was kind of cool. So there you go. I stayed in a place that went directly into Grand Central Station. There's an elevator inside the hotel that could only be used by people in the hotel, and it could take you into Grand Central Station. I thought it was kind of cool. I think I did get the tube, as I would call it, of course. Yeah. Got a railroad near me, not that it wakes me up, but when I walk, I hear it in the distance. Mine's not too bad. I mean, sometimes you'll get... it kind of depends. Like, sometimes you'll get certain... Mine's kind of like a mixed line where you'll get freight and also... like a mix of freight and passenger trains. So you'll get a mix of... clack, 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 clack from really loud, like, coal trucks. You know, something like that. Like a kind of freight line truck. Or... you'll have a passenger train that sometimes will go through and blast its, like, horn. Because I think sometimes if they pass through the station without stopping, they're supposed to do that to alert everybody of the fact that a, you know, 150-mile-an-hour train or whatever is about to come ripping through the station. So they have to do it just to tell people to get away from the middle of the, you know, get away behind the lines so they aren't stood on the edge of the platform. If you don't know, the way that it works with high-speed trains is... you've probably experienced this if you've ever been in a situation where you're stood next to a train that goes through a station really quickly. But there is a suction effect that happens with the air. So if you're stood too close, that's the reason why there's usually, well, at least over here in the UK, there's yellow lines on the train stations, is because there is a suction effect that happens to some degree when a very fast train comes past. And so it's very possible that if you're stood too close, to actually be dragged off your feet into the side of the train, if you're too close. So you've got to be careful, because otherwise you'll go flying into the train. I can't imagine hitting the side of a train is probably going to be quite as bad, but you'd certainly get a bit of a friction burn, I'd imagine, from bashing into the side of a very fast-moving piece of metal or plastic or whatever. I don't know what a train chassis is, or body is made out of, to be fair. Yeah. Was work. Well, I'm glad to hear it wasn't terrible, at least. We'll take the small wins where we can, you know? That's what I'm glad to hear about. Just think about that little Quagsire picture that I sent you yesterday, you know? That's enough to get you through a day. I love that little Quagsire. I haven't showed anyone in stream yet. No one in stream has seen that, because I didn't post that picture, but that Quagsire, I love it so much. It's like the best thing I've ever seen. My favourite thing I've ever seen, right there. Very British station name, or Grand Central, you mean? Grand Central is in America, Shags. Sorry, it's not a very British name, is it? It's very you can't stick that one on us. It wasn't our fault. We didn't name it, I don't think. I'm presuming that it was named by the Americans. So I mean, I don't know. You can't say that one was on us. We didn't do nothing with Grand Central. Instead, it's probably something like Coxingtonshire. Or Coxington. Well, that's how people would pronounce it, of course. It's not. Because if you're from Britain, you'll know that you don't pronounce it Shire. You pronounce it Shire. That's just how you pronounce the word. So, Shropshire, or Shropshire, as it's written, isn't Shropshire, it's Shropshire. Wiltshire, for example, not Wiltshire. You don't pronounce it Shire, you pronounce it Shire. That's how you can tell that someone's a tourist, as if they don't know how to pronounce the word properly. That or they're an idiot. One of the two. But you've established very quickly there that they're either foreign and probably confused, or an idiot. One of the two. What's a train station? What do you mean, what's a train station? What? Hold on a minute. I guess, actually, now I think about it, trains aren't that big a thing in the US, are they? Like commuter trains. There's subways. But yeah, like commuter trains aren't really that big in the US, are they? Like public transport isn't really that big of a thing. Now I think about it. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Now I think about it, yeah. But a lot of you guys in the US don't really have train public transport, do you? You'll have like subways and stuff, but that's about it. Which then, for us, it's kind of the reverse, because there's very few subways, but there's a lot of long train lines. Interesting. We need Quagsire. You'll see him. Don't worry, Shags. You'll see Quagsire on December 17th. That's a reason to be there for stream number 1. You'll see little Quag, and he's going to have a great time being on stream. I did say, I said this to Aurea the other day, that, that if we, in Twilight Masquerade, if I get a binder for it, which I think I do now have one for, whether it be like a new one or a reprised binder, one of the old ones that I've used for something else, and I can actually fill in the binder, the Legend of Fruit Boy might come out of his little case, his little casing that he's in, and I might put the Quagsire in there instead. The picture of Quagsire inside the case instead. I think that would be cool. Have a little Quag in there instead. It's freebie for Tauros, really. It's just easy. Are you shyer about that? Alright. Are you sure? Let's see what you're going for there. Sure. It's a bit like the way the Welsh say "hure," isn't it? Sure. Hure. Names like Tottenham are pretty fun as well. Yeah, I mean, well, that's just because we know how to pronounce it and no one else in the world does. Tottenham makes sense, you know? It's not Tottenham, as some people might potentially pronounce it. You'd probably get stabbed for saying something like that, honestly. If you said Tottenham, you'd probably get stabbed, honestly. I doubt you actually would. That being said, knife crime is actually a big problem in this country, so you never know. Depends who's listening. Subways are really only a thing in the north. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Northeast. Oh, interesting. I thought they were more widespread. Oh, the more you know. Yeah, I genuinely didn't know that. I thought they were a little more widespread and more people had subway systems. Interesting. Well, there you go. That's a fact I didn't know. Thank you for that, Warrior. Genuinely interested in that. That's kind of cool. I think public transit are pretty rare in the US. Everyone needs cars. Yeah, no train travel. See, I feel like it's one of those things where someone who lives in a country, obviously, where that's a big thing. Train travel, bus travel, public transport, you know, all that type of stuff is so frequent everywhere that it's actually quite a surprise when you hear other countries don't have that. Or, you almost have that, like, weird expectation of, like, you know, if I went to America tomorrow, chances are I'd be sat there, I'd be like, oh, easy enough, I'll just get a bus. Then you just go, oh, wait, there is no bus. Then again, that's how it feels over here sometimes as well, to be fair, because when you have people like, well, who is it who runs, well, loads of the bus companies, they're so crap anyway that it's like, half the time you wonder if the bus ever exists in the first place. Or if they just tell you the illusion that a bus is coming just to make you stay there like an idiot. I haven't been on a bus in years, but I remember, I'm going to have one of those back in my day moments here. But I remember back in my day, back when I was a youth, and I used to go to college, you used to be able to get on and pay for a £1 day ride ticket on the bus. £1. And you used to be able to use that bus ticket all day. But I think it was, you had something like 10, 20 miles max you could go on it. But anywhere within that, like, circumference, effectively, that radius, you could go. So you could go anywhere, like, within the sort of region that we were in. It was great. £1. That was amazing. That was about 2016, 17, something like that. Now, because they announced in the recent budget over here, actually, that the price of that was going to go up. Now, that same ticket that cost £1 a number of years ago, £3 now. £3 it's going up to. £3. I wouldn't pay £3 for that. £1 was enough. Because the bus service wasn't that great in the first place. But £3? They can fuck right off. Trains are expensive as well these days. It's ridiculous. Government can't handle that. What, like public transport systems? Well, I mean, ours, all of ours basically got privatized. That's the way that it went with our stuff. Originally, they were owned by the government and things like that, and then eventually they decided that it was a better idea to privatize and contract them out, which kind of was good and bad in some situations, because it obviously meant there was a lot more money that could be put into things, but at the same time, Then you have it run by private companies, and we all know how that goes sometimes when it comes to certain things. Private companies do what's in their best interest, not always what's in the best interest of the people they're serving. So obviously you have the train companies and that who basically just try and milk as much money as they can out of it, and you know, that's the way it is. But yeah, it is what it is, really. I'm lucky that in my area it's not too bad with trains, but it's very expensive though sometimes. Like I can pay, in some cases I can pay upwards of £20 for a ticket to go about 20 miles, 25 miles. Very sad. Fun station, or Marleybone. Yeah, Marleybone Station is the name of that one. Marleybone Station. There's a load of ones with weird names. There's a lot of ones in the tube network. There's a number of different lines in the tube networks, and there's a lot of weird names on there. A lot of very odd names. Yeah. There's some weird ones. Someone who can't drive. Places with no public transport are pretty distressing. Really, Shakes? Do you not have do you just never get a license or anything? Is that just something you never did, or did you just never needed it because of there being public transport around, so you never felt the need to get one? Or that's interesting, though. I feel like it's quite uncommon these days for people to not have a license. It's certainly more people than not have licenses these days, don't they, I'd say. I don't know if there's any stats to back that up, but I'd suggest that most people these days probably go and get a license even if they never use it. I mean, I haven't driven for a long time because I've got my bike, so I have to get, you know, 2 separate licenses for it. So the one that I have for cars, I got in 2017 when I was 17, and I don't think I've driven for like 5 years or something. Don't come visit me, Shax. There's literally none here. Is there none? None around any of the area where you are, Oreo? No public transport, like, in any capacity at all? That's crazy. See, as a foreigner, that's so wild to me. Because it's one of those things where, like, America obviously is very, like, car-heavy. You drive everywhere. But being from a country over here where it's, like, public transport and walking is a viable way of getting basically anywhere, it's so, like, baffling to me when I look at that and I'm like, wait, you can't do that? To just be like, oh, I can't just get the train and then walk 10 minutes, you know? It'd be like, I could get a train to nowhere near where I wanted to go and then walk for 5 hours to the next place I want to get to. It's crazy. It really is wild that in the US, like, the lack of public transportation is so widespread. Very odd. But again, that's just because over here, obviously, it's everywhere, so it's so weird when you find places that don't have it. Not necessarily a good or a bad thing whether people have it or not. I mean, it has its own problems, but certainly for a cheap method of transportation for people who don't have licenses and things, it's certainly a good way of getting around. Albeit unreliable at times. Oh, guy, and you're giving me rides everywhere. Yeah. Jags, you can join us for a road trip, mate. That's what we'll do. When we said that thing the other week, didn't we, about going to the Coke place in Atlanta, wasn't it? You can come with us, Shags, mate. We'll meet you there. Meet you in Atlanta and pick you up. We'll get, like, Forks or someone as well, or Chili or someone. They can join us. Have a whole little gang. We'll pay in fuel money and snacks. Is that how that works? Is that alright? We don't have any money, Oreo. That we haven't gone to the currency exchange. We'll pay you in snacks and some form of coffee. There you go. Coffee and snacks. So that suffices as a payment, sufficient payment method. But I forgot that you have to currency exchange to go to countries and pay for things. Well, I mean, I guess you could pay for it on a card, but I know that I don't know if this is the same for people in other countries, but I know in the UK, at least from what I remember, I haven't obviously been to a foreign country for a while now. You used to get hit with ridiculously high, like, premiums on withdrawing and paying money in other countries. Like, I'm pretty sure if I buy things in other countries, I get hit with a massive premium on it because it's like foreign currency exchange transactions. So it's like the bank basically does a thing where they kind of go like, oh, it's very difficult for us to input this as 2 different currencies and to exchange it very easily using most likely tool generated on a computer that takes 3 seconds. So we'll make sure that you get 30% put on top of what you pay. Have fun. Very annoying. So I'm not sure if it's like that over there. I don't know if my card works over there if I went over. I don't know if I could pay for anything. Live in a big city with public transport, so I never needed to learn. It would be useful for traveling around, though. Yeah. No, that's fair, Shags. I think that's how most people really look at it when they don't get one these days. I think a lot of people as well, it's the sad, again, we've talked about this a lot recently, actually. It's the sad state of affairs of the world these days, really. Is that a lot of people will look at it and they'll go, well, there's no point learning to drive because I can't actually afford to buy a car. And that's the way where, like, car prices and car payments are effectively too high for someone to actually be able to buy one, so they'd rather just pay the money and go on public transport instead, rather than the maybe couple of $100 a month they might have to pay on a car payment, because let's be real, it's quite unusual these days that people are just dropping a wad of cash and buying something straight out. Unless it's something a lot cheaper, obviously. Always amazes me how expensive train tickets are in the UK. It's crazy compared to Germany or France. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Public transport in other countries is really cheap. At least, well, I say that. Everything, let's be honest, in other countries seems to be cheap compared to the UK, because it seems to be that everything over here is just designed to fleece you of all your money. But, yeah, when it comes to over here, train tickets can be really expensive. I can have a look in a minute. We'll do that at the end of stream as an experiment. If I go on the website for the railway service closest to me, I'm obviously not going to say what it is because some of them are regional. But just for the purposes of that, I'll have a look and I'll actually see what a ticket is from here where I am for the sort of 25-mile journey up to the place where I would probably go, like the big station nearby me. I'd say it's probably going to be somewhere around the region of £20 maybe for a return. I might be wrong. It's been a while since I've travelled on the train, in fairness, so you'll have to forgive me if I get it a bit wrong. What is Ortega level 50 here? 51. I think he might be 1 or 52. We look. Oh, he has one level 51. The rest of them are level 50. I think we win this, though, against him. I mean, against Fairy, we do have one steel type. We have a poison type. Yeah, I think we could. Bronzong is probably bulky enough to win for us. Looking at something real quick. Distracting myself. It doesn't matter actually if we go above level 50 here, because this one's not a level cap, but... Scott Rail client, be real with us. No, I wouldn't dream of it, mate. I've never been to Scotland, actually. Never travelled to Scotland as far as I'm aware. Unless I was very young when it happened, but I don't remember ever going there, so... I don't think I've ever been to Scotland. Would I enjoy going there? No, because it's Scotland. No, I feel like I'm legally obligated to say that as someone from England. No, I don't know. I think Scotland's a nice place. I probably wouldn't mind going there. Be an interesting trip. An interesting place, probably, in general. Scottish Rail. Used to be harder with big banks, but now there are some useful cards that deal in multiple currencies. Oh, nice. I'd have to look, probably, because it may depend on the card I have, to be honest, as to whether that happens or not. So I might actually just go look. But if I could, that would be nice. Not having to have a stupid foreign currency exchange policy on the routs me of all my money every time I try and pay for anything. Pay me shits and giggles. That's a good one. My favorite phrase about giving a shit is simply this. I did steal this from a YouTube video that I heard this in years ago, but I thought it was such a good quote that it was one that I had to use for myself. Okay, get ready for it. So if ever anyone's doing anything, you know, that's like annoying and they're kind of like something that you just don't care, you know, this is what you say to them. This is what you say, verbatim. You explain to them that this is the field where you go somewhere, right? You don't necessarily have to go somewhere. You could just be in a room. And you say, this is the field in which I grow all of my shits. Cast thine eyes upon it, and thou shalt see it is barren. What a quote that is. This is the field where I grow all my shits. It's fucking empty, isn't it? I think it's a great quote. It's the way it's worded as well. It's just amazing. It's just like my favorite thing now ever. Like, yeah, I don't really care. This is the field where I grow all of my shits. Just chuck that in there. Just chuck it in, you know. What's someone going to respond to when you say that? Can't say anything, really. They're done. They're just defeated after that. No one's coming back from that. Hey, one shot from Clodsire. I'm glad you liked it, Shags. So you can use that one now if you ever need it. If you ever need to use a phrase to that effect, there you go. You're in. You've now got one you can use. If anyone ever questions the validity of whether you care or not, you know, you can just hit them with that absolute pearl of a line. That peach of a line right there. What are they going to say? You know, what are they going to say? Nothing. They're just defeated at that point. There's nothing to say after that. They're just beaten. Nice. Get rid of Shockwave for discharge. I mean, Rotom's probably not going to get much use towards the end here, I'll go. Fine. Also, just as a extra fun little thing, I'd just like to mention, we, as part of our special celebration at the end of the year, potentially can do a double celebration because we are getting fairly close to hitting 1.5k on Twitch. So it would be a nice little surprise if we were able to do a double celebration and hit 1.5k and also do our special TCG stream by the end of the year. So, yeah, the way we're currently going, I reckon we probably make it in time, which would be cool. So it'd be like a double barrel celebration. That'd be really fun. So, yeah, it's going to be like an extra cool little incentive at the end of the, you know, with the sort of Pokemon stream coming up, that we're very close to getting that done as well. I'm not going to talk specifics, of course, because I don't like cursing myself, and I've done it in the past. When I used to talk about goals, it used to be the curse. Like, I remember the curse of 100. We hit 100, and I was like, wow, we did it. That's great. Then we went to 101, and then within the course of the same day, we'd gone from 101 down to 98, I think. It was kind of brutal. The elation soon turns to, you know, realization after we, you know, we fell short after getting up above it again. It was a sad turn of events, that one. But we bounced back, and then we stuck it second time, I think. Or third time, one of the two. Thanks for that line, it's brutal. No worries, Shags. Use it. I was going to say sparingly. No, use it liberally. Everybody needs to know about that line. We'll make it. I think we might. We probably should. I mean, if you want to go off based on what the usual... general rate of the channel's growth in that direction, we should, in theory, be able to do it by the end of this month, fairly tidily. You never know. I mean, you know, certain things not working against us, of course, but you never know. If certain things go wrong, then maybe we don't do it. But the likelihood is that we probably can. Whether or not we will is a different story, but we probably can make it by the end of this month. And that would give us a whole free month to, you know, build up. Which would be crazy. Won't have any of that, only added followers count. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what actually happened with that one when we hit 100. I remember it back in the day. I'm not sure if it was a situation of, like, people only did it to get us above and then just left afterwards or what, but kind of sucked at the time because I was like, yeah, we finally got first 100. It's super cool. And then right after, it was like, you know, less than a day, we'd gone way back down again. And at the time when I was brand new as well, it was pretty difficult building up. You know, I was a small streamer. I mean, I still am now, but I was a lot smaller back then. It was more difficult to actually, you know, have people come across the stream and things. I was always a little sad when something like that happened. But it is what it is at the end of the day, I suppose, isn't it? And if those people didn't want to support anymore, then that's fine. Hopefully they go find a streamer they do enjoy watching. You are small? Yeah. I mean, I'd say I'd still am, I think. I don't know what you define as small. I mean, I suppose realistically, if you want to talk about, like, whether you're a big streamer or not, or a big streamer versus a small streamer, probably what it more comes down to than, like, follow count is things like viewer numbers, really, more than anything, doesn't it, I would say? That's what you would deem a big streamer versus a small streamer, perhaps. Enemy AC 130 above. Thanks, Bruce. Hopefully it doesn't mow down all these blissies. Fine, I'll forgive them, but never forget. Yeah. I mean, that's the way I look at it, though, Shags, is it's like, you know, yeah, it sucks, I guess, but, like, pretty much with me, I mean, I used to a little bit back in the day, I'll admit. These days, I don't really get bent out of shape about people I'm following, because realistically, the way I look at it is, chances are if someone comes in and just randomly unfollows, they probably haven't been here in the last 2 years anyway, and they've just come back and gone, who the fuck's this? And they just unfollow because they don't know who I am. So, it doesn't really bother me all that much. Still sucks, because, I mean, obviously, you know, seeing number go up is good, but at the same time, not the end of the world. It's kind of an arbitrary number when it comes to Twitch. It doesn't really mean anything, does it? It's not like you necessarily are any better off for having a higher or lower number in that regard. It's just a number. So, definitely want Scun Tank for this one. Unfortunate thing here is we actually have a team that's not that great, admittedly, for the situation we're in. So for the Pokemon we're going to be fighting, we actually don't have that great of a team. So we are going to have to use a very like weird mishmash team here of different stuff, I would say. Yeah. Really would like a better water move on Pelipper, but I don't know if we're going to get one. Clodsire is a good option for up front here, though, I think. Let's go do the battle, shall we? Let's do it. Let's go fight Ortega, and then I think after we've beaten him, that'll be about time for us to wrap up for the night. But let's go do this fight. Why not? We might as well. It saves us a fight next week on Thursday, so that'd be nice. To be fair, I forgive and forget more easily than I should. That's not the worst thing in the world, though, is it? Forgiving and forgetting easily. I suppose it depends on the context. I would say, Shags, that I am quite the opposite of that. I'm someone who doesn't really do that at all. I kind of... I don't know. When it comes to me, if someone does something to burn me, I will kind of hold it against them forever, regardless of what they do. That's just kind of me. Because it's like, it's kind of one of those things where I always look at it from the perspective, if someone was willing to do something once, then they're likely to do it more than once. Because they did it the first time, which says a lot. It's kind of like the way, I guess I would view, like... This is a weird, like, example for it. But it'd be like cheating in a relationship. You kind of view it like that, you know, as it's like, if someone did it the first time, then there's kind of nothing to stop them doing it again, because you know that they flicked that switch once. So for me, it's like one of those things where it'd be a no-go, right? If that happened. And it's like the same thing with that. Like, if someone's done me dirty at some point, chances are is I'm never going to forgive them for it, because I know that they'll probably do it again. Or at least they've done it to me once. So I'm no longer going to give them a chance. And I mean, we all know my kind of policy when it comes to people I don't like or people who don't like me. I say it all the time on stream. If someone doesn't like me or there's someone that I don't like, I just prefer they stay away from me and I stay away from them. There's multiple people that it's happened to in the past, whether it be stream people or just people IRL, and I just prefer that they leave me alone. And the only thing that really causes an issue that rubs me the wrong way sometimes is if said people try and kind of impose themselves on my places that I call home. In which case, then we have a problem, right? Because if I just want them to stay away from me and I want to stay away from them self-inserting them into themselves into places where I am all the time, like this stream, for example, rubs me the wrong way. But I don't really have to deal with that very often at all. Because at this point, I think anyone who doesn't like me probably fucked off years ago. So, or if they didn't, they probably got the message eventually. So, I don't know. Form of self-respect, I think. I think it's just, maybe this sounds like a bit, I don't know. Maybe this sounds bad. Some people probably say this is unrealistic. I think I hold people to higher standards, is what it is a lot of the time. Like, it's not a situation of me, like, expecting too much out of people or anything like that. I think I look at it with just, like, the very basic level of, like, you show me respect, I show you respect, and if you don't if you disrespect me, you will get no respect from me in any capacity. And even if it's been 10 years and you haven't done anything in the last 10 years, if you did it to me once, you're still never going to get anything from me. And I think some people in the past haven't understood that. That that's just the way I am. So, you know. That's just me. I tend to stay away from things I don't like, and, you know, I just go about my business. Who are we facing? We're fighting Ortega. Or we're going to be fighting Ortega anyway. We got to do this first, so. We'll be a couple of minutes over because it's just hit the 5-hour mark, so hopefully we can sneak it in before the break. And then we can wrap up successfully at the end of the stream. But today has been fairly successful from a gameplay perspective, though. We've made some good progress, and, you know. Yeah, it's good. Respect that. Probably saves you a lot of disappointment. I mean, I would say yes and no on that one, Shags, I think. Because, I mean, it's hard to predict the future in, you know, meeting any person in the world. You never know what's going to happen, do you? I mean, any person you ever meet out there, you assume that they're going to be great until proven otherwise, right? You never have, like, a bad thought about people if you meet them and become friends with them or whatever. Some people turn out to be great people. Some turn out to be not so great people. But you can't judge someone if you don't know them, can you? Like, you don't know what they're going to be like. And I would say that it doesn't necessarily change the disappointment, because it's disappointing in the first place if someone turns out to be an annoyance when they otherwise wouldn't have been, you know? Because at the end of the day, when it comes to things like that, you would say that, like, people have a choice to do things or not. And if someone went out of their way to just blatantly, for no apparent reason, disrespect me, then you kind of bring on whatever you get yourself. If someone does that to me, right? So, I don't know. I'm just one of those people who, like, someone does me dirty, that's it. Like, I'm very much one of those, like, one chance people, you know? I'm willing to give people a chance, but if I give someone a chance, even if I'm not necessarily super keen on them, right? If I'm willing to give someone a chance and I do and they burn it, then it's gone, and that's it. Like, maybe it's a bad trait. I'm just not one of those people who sees the good in everyone, you know? I know some people can. I kind of don't know how they do it, because, I mean, you know, there's some people that I just naturally see, and I'm just like, it's not good. It's just not it's not good. And I'm just like, no. Like, no. Just no. But that's just me. I'm cynical, so. Some people turn out to be Soviet bias players. Yeah, exactly. Some people turn out to be Russian heavy tank players, Shags, or they turn out that they play missile carriers, and I can never forgive them for that. If they tell me that, you know, I thought they were cool and they turn out to be a Rakuten Automat player, it's the end, really. You know, I'll hunt them down every game I ever find. Assume strangers work for the government? Mainly joking, mainly. I mean, I don't know. I'm just a cynical person, though, as I say. Like, that's just how I am. But for me, it's like one of those things where I just tend to keep to myself, and hopefully people don't bother me. So far, it's worked out fairly well, so I don't know. Who knows? Maybe in the future, someone would create a mass crusade to end me. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't think I've given anyone any reason to. So if someone can come up with a creative enough reason to, you know, try and knock me off, then I'd be quite surprised. The birds aren't real. Yeah, birds are they're just government drones flying around with cameras in their eyes. That zoom reel hit like a truck, dude. What the hell? Birds. That's how they do it. They blend them in, you know, with the other ones. Tinfoil hat time, you know. They blend them in with the other ones so that you think they're not real. And then they get you. Very clever how they do it. Very clever. Also use one of our 2 snoozers, because I think we're going to need them for this. The snooze. It's actually quite good getting the toxic spikes up, though, because it means Scun Tank can start hitting with Venoshock, so we can do double damage immediately on anybody because of the poisoning from toxic spikes. So we know Clodsire is going to lose here. That's fine, unless it goes for Charm or Mr. Play Rough. It doesn't. We get knocked. Not the end of the world. Not a problem. Birds are also real, though rare. Oh, burbs. Then I just said I was going to use Scun Tank, and I bring out freaking Bronze on. Let's do a switch just in case. I feel like this is a bad move, though, actually. But we'll see. Phones are safe, though. They don't spy on us ever. No, definitely not. Never. Not like they've got, you know, microphones constantly on them so that they can listen to the things you say and subsequently have things pop up that, you know, are relevant to what you've been talking about, for example. Such as mentioning things like the Pokemon TCG and then seeing an ad for the Pokemon TCG on a website as a recommended item, for example. Have a go on maximum. We're going to be wrapping up very soon anyway. I mean, we're probably going to be done in like 10 minutes. So thanks for hanging out, my dude. I appreciate you being here and vibing. And you have a good one. Go sleep. And yeah, have a good one, dude.
So, you can die.
Thank you, Shags, for the sound alert as well. The classic Lord not Lord Shax. Classic Zer. I was thinking Destiny. I wasn't the right default. Classic Zer, that is, not Lord Shax. Forgive me. I accidentally forgot who he was for a minute there. Disrespected Shax by, actually nearly calling him the wrong character. That's terrible. How dare I? Maybe the Yoda death as well. Venoshock. Oh, we can take, we can't take another one of those. Aftermath will blow up on the next turn, though, if we actually take physical damage. How much does this do? Yeah, that's probably enough. I mean, we're going to do Aftermath damage if we don't die here. We might live that. No, we don't. It's fine. Critical hit. Don't think the crit mattered. We are going to get Aftermath damage. Okay, we're not going to get Aftermath damage. Thought we were. Alright. I wonder why not. It was a physical move, unless Magical Talk doesn't count as one. Watch it be some bullshit like these stupid Starmobiles don't actually activate ability procs either, like things like that. Where they can't be hit by Aftermath's explosive damage or something silly. Because they already have enough buffs as it is, right? Oh, it's going to be a long fight using Gyro Ball. Aftermath, I'd rather have before Math. I mean, I'd rather have none at all, to be honest. I mean, I am someone who's been involved in science, of course, but not necessarily the mathematical side of it, and I'm very glad for it, because I'm not the biggest fan of maths. Not the person, the subject. That could be clipped out of context. Had to get hit hard on Twitter for that one. Someone's going to add maths in the server and be a clip it of me saying, I don't really like maths. You're like, oh my god, streamer says he hates this person. Math hater be gone. I don't hate it, but, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's just, it's okay. I used to be alright at it. It is what it is. I know a lot of people don't like it. It's okay as a subject. You either get it or you don't, I feel like, with maths. It's one of those things. You're either good at it or you're not. It's just kind of one of those ways that you're wired. Some people are naturally wired at it. Some people aren't. If you're not, it's a struggle. If you are, it's usually not that hard. But, you know, it can kind of depend. Bruise, that is a waste of 500 channel points. You've wasted your channel points there. Because we're going to be finishing in like 5 minutes. Unbelievable. Oh. I just also saw a thing. That apparently those like VTuber awards are open again. Why is everyone... We're all doing redeems now. Why are we wasting channel points? Save your channel points for when I... Well, alright, let's be honest. I can't say that with a straight face. I was going to say when I eventually actually come up with something worth redeeming. But, yeah.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
The second whales of the stream. Not often we have a double whales in a stream these days, because it's suddenly lost its popularity as a redeem that it used to be, so... I'm not going to complain about a double wheels, but I'll be honest, I'm not sure exactly if it's going to go all the way until the end of stream or not, because I don't know if the ad break's going to happen, so potentially someone might miss some of the wheels, but Nox next Prime Minister, I'd vote. No, I'd never do that. I never want to be involved in politics, to be honest. Even if it's one of those things, I know you can say something like, well, you can't make a difference in people's lives. No, you can't, really, can you? Let's be honest. No one person can make a difference in that many people's lives because of the way the government systems works and having to vote things through. And if you have people from oppositions that don't like the thing that you want to do, because whatever reason, then you got a problem, ain't you? So, I personally would never be interested in any kind of position like that in my life. I wouldn't be interested at all, especially with the amount of just non-interest I really have in politics in general. It's just not something that interests me particularly. So I wouldn't do it. Even if you'd vote for me, I wouldn't go for it. I know that I'd have one vote. That's the main thing. There you go. If you wanna vote for something, put one of those silly nominations in for the VTuber Awards. There you go. That'll make a difference. I don't think I've ever actually been nominated for any of those things before. But the way it works normally is they put a public thing out somewhere. There'll be loads of posts about it on Twitter, and people who watch the stream can go in on their accounts and nominate their streamer. And then it's just basically whoever gets the most votes will be the one who wins the awards. I mean, to be honest, if you ask me, I don't really like those type of systems because it's basically just a popularity contest, right? And it's just, a lot of it's a bit pointless because you'll get people who just make loads of alt accounts to do it and stuff. It's pointless, but, I mean, I guess if you really want to, you can nominate me. But I've never been nominated before, and I wouldn't be offended if I don't get nominated again. I know some people sometimes get a bit bent out of shape because they'll see all their friends get nominated and they won't. But, from my perspective, I don't care, to be honest, if I get nominated or not. Would it be nice? Yeah, I suppose, to know that someone appreciates the stream, but I also know that you guys appreciate it enough to come and hang out here, so, I don't need some kind of external validation in the form of that to tell me that, you guys like the stream, I suppose, so. It's just the way it is, isn't it? A cool idea, but I feel like, those awards and things are always a bit controversial. Well, that's just the way it is, isn't it? Those types of awards ceremony type things are always going to be a little bit up in the air. Yes, we can. I don't know. Probably a link on Twitter somewhere to the voting for that stuff. Nice. Well, that's Ortega beaten, though. That's good. That's a nice little bit of progress. I'll take it. I'm not going to complain about that at all. I'm fairly happy with that. Let's head up top and go and hit the Pokemon Center, because we need to get a bit of healing done. And then we'll go from there, Not sure I understand that reference, to be honest with you, Bruce. I'm assuming it's a reference to something anyway, but I'm not sure I've come across it before, so can't comment on it personally. I'm going to drop a save, though. That's what I can comment on. We're level 50. We've got to go, 13 levels, I think, on everybody next week. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. We'll certainly get to it. Let's drop another save. You know what's crazy, though, everybody? I'd say the craziest thing. This is the thing. Thursday, the next Pokemon stream we do, is going to be the last ever Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Hall of Fame. The last one ever on Thursday. The last ever Hall of Fame. It ends the great journey of the monotypes and all that stuff will end on Thursday. That's crazy to me, that is. it's going to be over. Quite sad in a way, but I suppose at the same time it's something where it's inevitable it was going to be over. So that's the 5 minutes done for the whales as well. I am going to snooze the break when it gets to like 10 seconds. I can't guarantee that we'll have finished everything by the time the break happens, so if anyone does get hit with an ad break before the end of stream, my apologies, but there's not a lot I can do about it. Yeah. News. Yeah, I mean, today's been a good day, hasn't it? I think we've done quite well. We've made some good progress. We've had a good time, I think. I hope you guys have enjoyed your time here today. I don't know if you actually have or not, but I'd like to think that you had. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be here at this point. You'd have left hours ago. So, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. I think I know I'm going to raid today. I think I know I'm going to raid today. I think there is a... Yeah. I think I know how I'm raiding today. They haven't been on for ages. I know they took a long hiatus, so... Yeah, that'd be nice. They've always been cool, I like them. We'll go and say hi, shall we? And they're starting soon as well. We'll have to hang about for a minute while we wait for the starting soon screen. Oh, man. Big stretch. Yeah, it's going to be a big week then. Skyrim this week, we're probably going to finish DLC 2. It's half fire that we're going to have to do. So, a lot of crafting, a lot of house building, all that stuff. That's going to be interesting. We'll probably get through that quite nicely. If not, finish it all this week. And then, once we're done there, we are going to be going on to Dragonborn, which is going to be good. So that's going to be the start of the week. War Thunder, we're going to unlock the Swing Fire, which is going to be a new vehicle, of course. So that will be big as well. Once we've done the Swing Fire, we'll also start unlocking the next Centurion or whatever. So that would be nice. And yeah, Thursday obviously is the last ever Hall of Fame. Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely wild. Alright, we might have to sit through the ad break here just because we're waiting for a starting soon screen, so I don't know how long we're going to have to wait. Okay. We might have to vibe for a minute while we wait. Mental, innit? It really is, man. I think it really is kind of crazy. Yeah. Been a hell of a journey, you know? Really has. I think it's going to be good. Going to be a nice way to end it off. End it with a bang, you know? Find new exciting stuff to play. Hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, okay, hang on. Alright, we can go. We can go. I'm putting the raid command in. We're not fucking around here. We're not messing around. Grab the raid messages while you can, okay? We're going. We've only got 1:42 to pull this off, so pause that. I'm putting it on again. We've got... Oh, I feel like we're ending on this. It's just such a good piece of music. It's got to be Jubilife Village again, hasn't it? It's got to be. What a banger theme. Anyway, let's switch to the end screen. Let me run through everything real quick. Hang on, let me filter out rewards requests. There we go. Maximum with the 100 Bs and the 5 stream streak. Thank you very much, my dude. I appreciate it as always. Tabletop with the raid at the start of stream. And Bruised. The 50 stream streak as well. That was very quick. I wasn't expecting it to be that fast. But thank you very much for all of those little bits, everybody. Those little tidbits. We got the literal bits. We have the 2 stream streaks in the raid. I appreciate it very much. It's been a decent start to November so far, I'd say. We've had a good kick on from the end of November, October, which is nice. And in a week's time, we will be a month away from our start of our special week. So who knows? We've got a little bit of work to do to get there with getting boxes and things, and we also have a little bit of work to do to hit the 1500 before then, so you never know, we might do it. It'd be really cool if we did. So that being said, look forward to this week. Same schedule probably as last time, so nothing crazy to worry about there, but I will talk to you all in a couple of days. Enjoy the rest of your weekends, and I'll see you Tuesday, okay? Bye everybody. You guys have fun, yeah? See you around.